What's up, guys? Happy Friday. I'm Jesse Cofield, and you are watching The Sweat. Let's get this party started and jump right in. Say hello to our baseball panel, DraftKings contributor Matt Meiselman and RotoWire's Eric Halterman. Fellas, we're going to go through position by position and price range by price range to get your favorite DFS plays for tonight's 15-game main slate, starting with your favorite pitcher over 8K. So there are three guys on this slate over 10K: Shane McClanahan, Garrett Cole, and Aaron Nola. And Matt, do you want to pay up into the 10s for Nola, who's got an enticing matchup with a weak-hitting Arizona team that has struggled mightily against right-handed pitching?
It's tempting. I think the reason to do it is that Nola does have this great matchup, and I think there's a good case for it, especially if you're playing cash games. I think Aaron Nola is a better play than Garrett Cole just because the matchup is so much better. Cole is going into Oakland, and the A's, especially since the trade deadline when they got Starling Marte and Josh Harrison, they just don't have a lineup that strikes out that much. So I think Nola over Cole, and then kind of ignore McClanahan in Baltimore. Unless he's like 1% owned in GPPs, maybe you just make the pivot there. But I think if the decision is between those three, I like Nola a decent amount more than the other two. But I don't know if I really want to pay up that much, and we'll get there with hitters, but I just don't feel that good about any really cheap hitters on this slate. So I may just want to spend 8,400 at most on Sean Manaea, who's been really bad lately, but he's been really good over the course of the year in a larger sample, and the Yankees do strike out a lot. So I think Manaea 8,400 could be the way to go here if you don't want to spend as much on pitching and take someone a little bit cheaper.
All right, Eric, where are we going?
It's a pretty strong pitching slate overall, which I think means that guys like Cole and Nola, who normally would be owned by nearly everybody, there's going to be just more competition for your pitcher slots. So they may not be quite as popular as they may be on some days. So I think they're both fine choices. But if you want to go a little bit cheaper, I like Joe Musgrove at 9,600 a lot against an Angels team, which is third from the bottom in WRC plus since the break. Just not a lot left on that roster without Trout and Rendon, and even some of the guys who were good earlier in the year, like Jared Walsh, are not looking as good of late. So one of the best matchups you can have. Musgrove had a little bit of a rocky stretch a little while ago. He had a 4-start stretch with an ERA north of 7, but in the 6 starts since then, 2.75 ERA, seems to be throwing as well as he has really at any point this season. He's kind of had an interesting track record over the course of his career. Early in his career through 2019, didn't really strike guys out, but didn't walk anybody. And was fine, but nothing special. Then suddenly last year, he struck out nearly a third of opposing batters, but also walked close to 10%, 9.5%. This year, he's given back a fair portion of the strikeouts, but still is way up at 28.1%, and he cut his walk rate back. So I think this is a new, well-rounded version of Joe Musgrove, who is rightfully priced a tier below those aces, but is still, I think, a very trustworthy option against almost everybody, especially a team like these Angels.
All right, Eric, how about a pitcher that you're liking who checks in at under 8K?
Yeah, in contrast to the expensive bracket, there's not a lot here. I guess maybe that shouldn't surprise us. If they were interesting, they would cost more than 8,000. I think Jake Odorizzi is probably my favorite at 6,700 against the Rangers. You could convince me to select most pitchers at 6,700 against the Rangers. Rangers haven't looked good all year, and they're 29th in WRC plus since the break, one spot behind the Angels even. Odorizzi started the year very poorly, 6.75 ERA in his first 6 starts, but since then he's been completely fine, 3.70 ERA. Bit of a low strikeout guy on the year, 20.9% strikeout rate, does cap, I think, his ceiling, although he is coming off 5 shutout innings with 8 strikeouts against the Mariners in his last start. And, you know, he's a guy who has had some very successful seasons in the fairly recent past. So even though he's down from that level, I don't think he's down to the level of being a 6,700 guy when the matchup is this good.
All right, Matt, who you going with who checks in at under 8K?
I actually like Odorizzi too, but I have some concern that he could be really highly owned on this slate because there are a lot of expensive bats to afford. And like Eric said, there aren't that many great cheap pitching options. Most of the good ones are in the expensive range. So it's really Odorizzi. And then I think another pitcher who could be popular too, but maybe a little bit less so, is Logan Gilbert. And this isn't something I normally look at too much, but Gilbert's been bad his last 2 starts. So I kind of checked out what's been going on with him. And in the 2 most recent starts, he's throwing his slider much harder than he was before, but it's also not breaking as much. And maybe there's something he's doing there where that's caused the results where he gave up 5 runs to the Jays and then 9 runs to the Astros last time out. So maybe their pitching coaching staff makes an adjustment with him and he goes back to throwing the slider the way he was, or maybe this is just a fluke and he faced 2 good offenses and that's why he had 2 bad games. But Gilbert for the year has really good numbers in terms of strikeouts and walks. His ERA doesn't really line up with it, but the peripherals are there, and he's got a matchup at home against the Royals for 7,700. So really, for me, it's a concern that Gilbert could be highly owned along with Odorizzi. And if he's not, I think he's my favorite pitcher on the whole slate ahead of Cole and Nola because of the savings you get with him.
All right, let's move to a big bat, a hitter over 5K. So, Matt, you got a couple of Rays that fit the bill here, facing an enticing matchup with Matt Harvey.
Yeah, I actually think this slate could be big enough where the ownership on the Rays doesn't get there like it normally would because there's so many choices. Like I think Toronto and Boston and Milwaukee and maybe even San Diego, there are a lot of teams for people to choose from. Ultimately, though, I do think the Rays probably do get owned a little too much for GPPs, and that'll keep me off of them. For cash games, I think they're all the best plays, though. That's really the best spot on the slate. So to be a little more contrarian, I think Juan Soto, again, will just go entirely overlooked. Lefty versus Rich Hill at Citi Field, so it's away from Nats Park. But Juan Soto, I think you're actually getting him at sub 1% ownership on this slate because of how many other expensive bats there are to pay up for. And Soto is just in that class of hitters where anytime he's contrarian, just play him. And I think we do see Tatis and maybe Harper and then all of these Rays hitters and a few others take 5, 10, 15, 20% ownership numbers, and Soto will be way lower. So for that reason, I think he's my preferred choice over all of those guys.
All right, Eric, a big bat. Who you going with?
Yeah, I am going to go with one of those Rays, and that's Wander Franco at 5,300. The talent that we knew he had coming up, he was, again, not just the top prospect in the league, but the generational type talent, the once-in-a-decade type prospect. So he's not somebody you'd be at all surprised would end up in this 5,300 range. It looked like he wasn't going to be anywhere near there, deservedly at least, this season, because over his first 27 games, he was hitting just 220, on base 283, slugging just 349. And his carrying skill, which is his elite strikeout rate, that hadn't really shown up, 20.8% strikeout rate over that stretch. But over his last 22 games, he looks very much deserving of this kind of price tag, hitting 341 over that stretch, slugging 591, and he's cut his strikeout rate down to 9.4%. So when you give me a guy like that who was supposed to be excellent, he already seems to be excellent, and you get a very hitter-friendly park against a pitcher with an ERA north of 6. I think it's too tempting to pass up.
All right, Eric, hit me with your favorite mid-priced hitter, so someone who's between 3 and 5K.
Yeah, in this tier for me, really all year, it's been Kyle Tucker. Even if you just look at his surface stats, I think he's way too good to come in at 3,600. Hitting 274 for the year with 22 homers and 11 steals. That's already plenty of production, but all year, his underlying numbers have suggested he should be hitting the ball even better, specifically some of the StatCast numbers. His expected batting average is 307, so good 33 points above his already good actual average. His expected slugging of 573 is well above his actual slugging of 517. So if you look at the quality of contact he's making, it's among the better hitters in the league, among those guys who should be priced north of 5,000. And I think that's who he is. And toss in a bit of speed, too. He's an extremely well-rounded player. He'll be facing Rangers debutant Glenn Otto, who does seem to have some interesting high strikeout rates in the minors, but he's also doesn't have a ton of prospect pedigree, not much more than a fringe prospect back-end starter type. So I would be happy with Tucker against a much better pitcher than Otto at this price. And when you throw in the matchup, I think it's one of the biggest steals on the slate.
All right, Matt, who are you going with who's between 3 and 5K?
So I think it gets pretty concentrated as far as what teams people will use in this range. I do think the Astros will be somewhat popular. And then I think the Mets in the 3 to 5K range are kind of the cash game spot, honestly. Like Michael Conforto is really cheap, and Jeff McNeil and Brandon Nimmo. So I think I want to stay away from that in GPPs and actually go to Baltimore against Shane McClanahan, where I just don't think that that's a priority for most of the field. Cedric Mullins is only 4,200, lefty, but he just has such a high upside fantasy game with the power and stolen base combination that he has there. I think Austin Hayes, 3,200 is way underpriced. And then you have It's unfortunate for stacking, but I like Trey Mancini and Ryan Mountcastle. They both are first base only, so you can't play them together. But this Orioles lineup, I think in that mid-price range is a really good option, but specifically Mullins, because I think with the left-hander on the mound, you just don't see the ownership get there for him.
All right, finally, let's get your pick for a value bat. That's somebody who's going to be under 3K, Matt. So who are you going with here?
I'll go all the way down to the bottom of the salary range with Victor Robles, who I think will probably lead off against Rich Hill. And I do think that this Nationals stack it's a weird one, like it kind of has been for a while now, where Soto is very expensive and then no one else on the team is really expensive at all. So you have Robles at 2K, Ryan Zimmerman at 2,800, Lane Thomas 2,200. I think all of those guys could be in the lineup. So those are pretty intriguing value plays. And if you want to stack an expensive team, you're gonna need to save salary somewhere. I think this is a hard slate to do it. So I actually do worry that Robles could be kind of chalky. Maybe Zimmerman is the better choice, but cheaper Nationals in general against Rich Hill, I think it's a good spot for them.
All right, Eric, who are you going with who's under 3K?
I like Tyler Naquin at 2,700. He's riding a 15-game hitting streak. He's hitting 446 over that stretch. 5 homers, scored 15 runs. He's scoring so many runs because he's moved into the top 2 spots in the order in his the Reds' last 6 games against righties. He's hit first or second, and he's got, I think, an enticing matchup against the righty in the Marlins' Zach Thompson, who does have a 2.97 ERA, but that doesn't look deserved. He's not been bad, but he's doesn't stand out in any one way. If you look at the underlying numbers, slightly below average strikeout rate, basically league average in walks and grounders. So not the weakest pitcher on the slate by any means, but somebody that I'm perfectly happy rostering hitters against. And Naquin has been, I think, completely fine all year, hitting 272 with 18 homers. He's particularly good against right-handers, a 123 WRC plus against them. Can't really hit lefties, but shouldn't matter for us too much in this matchup, and is all backed by a career-high 10.3% barrel rate. So I think the Tyler Naquin breakout, at least to a completely fine starter against righties, is real. And I think that level of player who's batting first or second should come at a lot more than 2,700.
All right, thanks, guys. The sweat rolls on after a quick break. We're breaking down the top DFS plays for this week's preseason NFL slate. But before we discuss the possibility of seeing Sam Darnold tonight, here's our pal Ross Tucker talking with Chris Sims about his quarterback rankings on the Ross Tucker Football Podcast.
I want to get into your quarterback rankings, and I know they came out a while ago, and I know they always generate a lot of attention.
Yeah.
I'll say this, by the way. I think there are people that believe that you do the quarterback rankings. Your rankings are never what the consensus seem to be. Yeah. And I think people think you do that on purpose. I really don't think you do. I mean, I really think you put the time in, and that's what you think. And by the way, I think people would be surprised if they saw NFL coaches' quarterback rankings going into a draft for the rookies, or even the veteran ones, if they really had to sit down and do it.
No, I know. Well, listen, it frustrates me, that element. I'm not going to lie. I mean, people think like I'm trying to get clicks or a shock jock. Like, no, I like being right more than anything, okay? I mean, yeah, I got aspirations to be in this business for a long time. I do even think about being in the front office in the NFL at some point, maybe down the road and things like that. So I'm not here to just say stupid crap and then just to get clicks and all that. No, I'm absolutely not. I know I don't see it eye to eye with the consensus, but I'd also like to say to the consensus, like, hey, I'd like to say I got a more nuanced eye than the consensus. I'm sorry. Yeah, I grew up around it. The first catch I had in my life was with Phil Simms. He was kind of a good quarterback. Okay, so I saw him. I've caught passes and seen in person from John Elway to Brett Favre to Dan Marino, Tom Brady, of course, played. So I'm trying to really just inform people, and that drives me crazy. Listen, I'm not a shock jock or anything like that. I had Kyler Murray as the number 1 quarterback. I had Joe Burrow as the number 1 quarterback. I also had Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson very high and Patrick Mahomes very high. Was I shock jocking then? No, I was more about, can I swear on this thing? Am I allowed to swear? Because
you can. We don't often, but you can.
Okay, fine. No, well, I just want to be effing right. That's what I'm looking to do, and that's all there is to it.
So, what's funny, Chris? Anybody that does any type of list, and I do it for the offensive line, they always have inherent biases, right? It's like,
Of course.
this is literally the only thing I remember from Princeton, which is that you always have to take into account the perspective of the person that is doing the writing or making the list or whatever, okay? And I will admit right now, I am biased towards mean offensive linemen. I am biased towards offensive linemen that play really hard. Like, I love Ryan Jensen from the Bucks. I'm obsessed with that dude.
Yeah.
He might not be the best center in the NFL, but I think that stuff makes a difference. I think that wears on defenses over time. I think it invigorates an offense. Here's where I think your bias is, and I don't think it's necessarily a negative one.
Yeah.
And frankly, it's proven to be successful. I think you are skewed towards natural physical ability at the position, in particular, how well the guy throws the ball. And I know people are like listening and being like, Ross, he's talking about quarterbacks. But I think more than other people, like when I see like where you had Kellen Mond, or when I see like where you have Tom Brady, like you put a real premium on how well the guy can throw the ball. It's like why you love Aaron Rodgers so much. Fair or unfair?
Well, no, I think it's fair to say that 100%, but I think I can also back it up with results to go, that's a really important trait. I mean, I don't know, again, John Elway, Brett Favre, Aaron Rodgers, Dan Marino, when you have that great arm and things like that, it opens up the offense. First off, you can make throws with the normal plays that the other guys can't. And then the other element that people miss is you can start to draw up plays as an offensive coordinator and go, wait, I have this other guy who's really smart and does everything else well, but he can't make that play or that throw physically. So I probably do to a degree. I try not to let it sway me too much. I really don't. I understand playing the position and doing all those things. Brady, hey, I think Brady's way more physically talented than people ever give him credit for. I mean, I've been around Brady my whole life since he was young in the NFL. I worked there in New England. His arm is way more powerful than people give it credit for. It might not be one of the 5 greatest arms in the history of football, like Rodgers, Marino, Favre, Elway, that kind of group. But it's the next class down. I mean, the guy can still throw it 70 yards. They throw the ball outside the numbers and do all those things, So, yes, I do put value into that pure ability. I mean, right now, when you look at the best quarterbacks in the sport, right? I don't know. Rodgers, Mahomes, Russell Wilson, Deshaun Watson, Josh Allen, it's pure ability. And they're not stupid to go along with it. It's not like the old days where it's just like a guy was like, he could throw it hard, but he's an idiot. He can't make a decision. They can do all the quarterback stuff too. And so I'm not going to argue too much with you that I do feel that way. Yes.
We are into week 3 of the NFL preseason, and here to make sense of it is our NFL panel, DraftKings contributors Jeff Ulrich and Kenny Ducey, along with RotoWire's AJ Scholes. Gentlemen, we got 4 games to choose from on tonight's slate. Now, it sounds like we might see some Sam Darnold, maybe a little Zach Wilson this evening. Jeff, who's your favorite quarterback on the slate tonight?
Well, preseason is all about opportunity, Jesse, and it really sounds like Dwayne Haskins is going to get the biggest opportunity here. So it is kind of about the quarterback on this slate today. Dwayne Haskins potentially playing well into the second half here. There's no Ben Roethlisberger. There's no Mason Rudolph. This is the Haskins show. Maybe you see Josh Dobbs clean up at the end of this game or something, but Dwayne Haskins is going to be out there, and that makes him the most solid play at QB and a guy you can potentially trust. He did throw for 161 yards in week 1. It looked okay. So I don't mind that. There are a couple guys you can swerve off to. There's a guy in Detroit, Jesse. He's ready to clean your driveways. Mr. Blau. Yes, David Blau probably going to start in week 3 as well. Probably going to get a long look too. This guy actually looked decent in certain spots there for a really bad team last year on Detroit. So I don't mind swerving to him. Again, Haskins, expect him to be highly owned. Sam Ehlinger is another guy who can run a little bit. And then I'll just throw out one play at running back. Jerick McKinnon is a guy I like. Kansas City Chiefs only going to have 3 running backs healthy. No CEH or Clyde Edwards-Helaire or anything like that. So McKinnon should get a good run.
All right, Kenny, what do we think? Who's your favorite quarterback on the slate?
I don't even think it's memeable at this point. I think Zach Wilson is a pretty solid option. He's expected to play in this game. He was 9 of 11 in the Jets win over the Packers, 128 yards and 2 touchdowns. And Look, the guys just looked really comfortable in the preseason, despite what Jeff, he found some plays which didn't exist out of week 1 where Zach Wilson was flustered by pressure. He's been really cool in the pocket. He's been making great throws on the run. And the thing with Zach Wilson that you obviously haven't gotten yet this preseason really, but you can get rushing upside. I would expect perhaps in the 3rd preseason game as we start to get ramped up, maybe Zach Wilson runs the ball a little bit. But this is a very competent offense that they don't have like really great top end receivers, but they also don't have really bad receivers. They have a lot of middling receivers, guys like Braxton Berrios, Tyler Kroft emerged in the Packers game. I think there's enough here to believe in the Jets offense, and I like Zach Wilson.
All right, AJ, who are you going with?
I'm also with Jeff here. I'm on Haskins tonight. I think he'll see, like Jeff said, a bulk of the workload, and really it's a great opportunity for him to show what he has and what he can do and really shore up the backup job. Not that there's really any question that it's his. The other name I'll just toss out there in terms of the QBs is Shane Buchal for the Chiefs. I think he could get a little extra work tonight. Look, they know who Chad Henne is. We all know who Chad Henne is. So you don't really need to give him a lot of action. I wouldn't expect Mahomes to play much, if at all. And so I think Buchal's kind of a sneaky play that could get you in there a little bit. But ultimately, I will land on Haskins tonight.
All right, let's go big picture here, Kenny. Who's your favorite play on tonight's entire slate?
So I do believe these guys when they say that the Steelers and Dwayne Haskins are worth owning and worth looking at. I do think that the Steelers have a good game here, and Dwayne Haskins has looked really good this preseason. So because of that, I'm going to go with one of his running backs, and that's Kalen Ballage. 9 touches in that last game. He had 2 catches. He had 7 carries, led the way with 30 yards. So I think that Kalen Ballage, he's a guy that we know as NFL talent. Despite what AJ said about we know who Kalen Ballage is and do they really need to give him a look? I mean, they still are, right? I mean, there's still a competition there. They don't really know what they have with McFarland and Samuels behind Najee Harris, and they have really not seemed to want to give Najee Harris that much of an opportunity in the preseason. They want to just work him slowly into the offense. I think Kalen Ballage is a great guy that's going to, just rack up garbage time carries here in the second half. I think he's going to rack up enough points for you to make it worth your while rostering him. And we saw last season, as a castaway, end of the year, he actually became a legitimate fantasy threat. So this guy has he has some talent, and he can certainly provide for you on this slate.
AJ, who's your favorite play on tonight's entire slate?
Well, it's definitely Haskins. I'll put that out there for sure. But outside of him, AJ Rose for Minnesota, I think could see a heavy workload out of their backfield tonight. Now, there's no reason for them to play Dalvin Cook very long. They've got a couple of their injuries on that backfield. So I think it's a good opportunity for him to get some pretty heavy work. He did a pretty good job in the first preseason game as well. It's maybe a GPP play for sure. A little bit riskier because there is a bit of a loaded backfield, but I think he could see some work given all the question marks there from the rest of the guys.
All right, Jeff, what do we think?
Like the AJ Rose call, yeah, you got Madison and Madison's banged up. So, I mean, Dalvin Cook isn't going to play. So AJ Rose, just by a war of attrition, probably going to see a lot of snaps. I mean, look, we talked about Haskins ad nauseum, but it's really hard to get away from him. One thing I'll say, I think that if you're going to play him, pair him with Cody White. Again, don't expect to see like the Johnson, Claypool, Smith-Schuster, law firm out there very much for Pittsburgh. They're probably going to play very little, if at all. Cody White basically in the lead for the wide receiver 4 spot. I expect him to play a lot tonight. And again, Haskins is going to be out there probably for more than a half. So Cody White, Dwayne Haskins, there's your stack.
All right, moving along to Saturday, 7 games to choose from. What's your favorite play, AJ?
I really like the Titans matchup for Saturday with the Bears, and obviously Ryan Tannehill is in the league's COVID protocols. So it should mean plenty of reps for Logan Woodside. I would anticipate Matt Barkley getting some opportunities, but as I said before, Barkley is a known quantity. Like, you don't have to figure out what you have there. So I think Woodside could see the bulk of the workload there. And I would also maybe consider A.J. Dillon in Green Bay, especially considering the team is likely going to limit Aaron Jones' reps with him still coming back from that hamstring injury. Yes, Dillon has to face the Bills' defense, but it could be kind of a shadow defense as they try and figure out who's winning position battles. So those are my 2 options for Saturday.
Jeff, 7 games to choose from on Saturday. Favorite play?
There's a lot of juicy quarterback plays on this slate. Kyle Trask is probably going to play a lot. You've got Jordan Love probably returning from injury and playing a lot, but I like it's got to be Justin Fields here. I mean, by all indications, he could play more than a half as well, going up against the Titans team who, teams on COVID protocol anyways. They're not marching any starters out there at this point. This could just be an absolute layup win for Justin Fields and the Bears. I think that Justin Fields at this point says, okay, you're not going to start me. Like, I'll just go out and play, and there's no pressure at this point either. So I think it's absolutely, again, much like it's like Dwayne Haskins is kind of the obvious play. This is pretty obvious, but I really don't. I wouldn't get too fancy at quarterback here. We've seen Fields' willingness to run in the preseason already. Like I said, it really sounds like he's going to play at least a half, which is great for preseason. So that's got to be my top play. If you want a kind of a GPP flyer, Dwayne Eskridge, I think their second-round pick there at wide receiver for Seattle should get quite a bit of work. They've got to work him in a bit. He looked like a really just interesting, explosive player. I think Eskridge could be a guy who just pops off for a long touchdown here. So another name to just keep an eye on.
All right, Kenny, who do you like?
Yeah, I have to echo Jeff when he says Justin Fields. I mean, that is far and away the best play on Saturday when you take a look at the matchup with Tennessee depleted. Mike Vrabel's trying his best to get some starters in there, but obviously a lot working against it. And when you look at the Bears, they're going to be starting their starting offensive line, or most of it anyway. Now, this whole story with the Bears this preseason has been how ravaged by injury their offensive line was. So that's good news for Justin Fields and Justin Fields owners that you're going to get a guy not only who has shown that he has a lot of talent, he's run the football a lot, which was a really pleasant surprise, and looked really good this preseason. Now he has a starting line in front of him. So I think that this is very good news. Obviously, the skill position players, we're still dealing with twos with Justin Fields, but he's shown that really hasn't been much of an issue. Cole Kmet could be another guy to look at on this slate, but I really do think that Justin Fields is a very good play. I'm giving him my stamp of approval here.
All right, so on Sunday, we have a 5-game slate. Jeff, your top play to close out the weekend, what's it going to be?
Yeah, let's look at some running backs on Sunday. Some interesting battles going on. You got Dearness Johnson, John Kelly there on the Browns. I think John Kelly looked pretty good. A guy who was drafted a while ago, kind of forgotten about, but he caught a pass, got 10 carries as well in that game, in his last game. So I'd really give him a long look. I think that John Kelly could be like one of those sneaky plays at running back that doesn't get highly owned. And then Trent Sherfield, shown a great chemistry with Trey Lance. By all means, we should see more Trey Lance here. So I think you just keep riding that connection. Trent Sherfield at wide receiver should make for a great pick on Sunday.
All right, Kenny, what do we think? Top play for Sunday?
Yeah, look, the Giants beat writers love the Giants. That's why they're Giants beat writers, and they never say anything bad about the Giants. So that is why I'm reading a lot into the negative storylines about the Giants defense against Mac Jones in these joint practices. I don't know how much he's really going to play at this point, but this is a situation, Cam Newton and COVID protocols. I think that Mac Jones could be a play here. I definitely think that this Patriots offense in general, there's plenty of options here. And now that Sony Michel is gone, you could start to look at some of those reserves at running back. Maybe a Stevenson who had 15 carries, Ramondre Stevenson for 66 yards and 2 touchdowns. Obviously, everyone had a good game against the Eagles. But I'm looking to target this Patriots offense for sure, because it sounds like this Giants defense is in pretty bad shape. And they also really just have pretty poor starters as it is. So I think that that's a pretty nice play there.
All right, AJ, what do we think?
I'm with Kenny on the Pats. And for me, though, I'm not sold on Mac Jones or Cam Newton taking them in DFS here, just because I'm not sure who's going to get the bulk of the reps. Newton was back at practice. Is it going to be Mac Jones, though? So I think there's some question marks here. But either way, I do agree that it's an offense to target. And I'm going to look at number 3 wide receiver, Kendrick Bourne here. Appears to have cemented himself behind Aguilar and Myers. And I think that just means he's going to get more opportunities in this final preseason game. I'd be surprised if Aguilar or Myers goes into, after the half or possibly even coming out sooner. And I just think that's going to mean more targets for Bourne here. If you really want to be on the other side of that matchup, which I'm not necessarily recommending, but you could consider Devontae Booker following today's announcement that Saquon Barkley won't play at all on Sunday.
All right, that'll do it for football, fellas. Thank you. But Kenny, you better stick around because you're joining me next to give your picks for the U.S. Open. Tennis talk is coming your way after we get a price check from Piers Dietrich for the Coke Zero Sugar 400 at Daytona tomorrow night.
Welcome to the Price Check. I'm Piers Dietrich. Let's look at the salaries for Daytona, whose salary jumped up this week. Austin Dillon, 8,000 up to 10,300. The best way to wreck at a plate race is to race for stage points. Dillon is going to race for stage points because he's trying to point his way into the playoffs. Corey LaJoie, 5,600 up to 7,400. Does he race passively and methodically because of his equipment, or does he do it because it works? Joey Logano, 9,600 up to 10,600. He's a top 3 plate racer. He's starting in the back half of the field. Don't overthink it. Whose salary dropped this week? Kyle Larson, 11,500 down to $9,000 in the last 23 plate races. The pole sitter has been optimal never. William Byron, 10,200 down to $8,000 in the last 23 plate races. The car starting second has been optimal 1 time. Kyle Busch, 10,800 down to 9,200 in the last 23. No, not this again, right? Okay, well, here's the point. Play drivers starting in the back. You got it? You want to know, don't you? The car starting fourth has been optimal 2 times. Favorite play of the week, Kaz Gralla, 8,900 at Talladega. He started 38th and he scored the most fantasy points. Where is he starting on Saturday night? 38th. Landon Castle, 7,100. The number 96 Gump Brothers Toyota has 3 top 20s in 7 Talladega races and 2 top 15s in 6 Daytona races. All right, guys, check out DK Nation for all your DFS information and needs. If you got NASCAR questions, find me on Twitter at Race for the Prize. I'm Peter Stietrich. Catch me on DK Live.
As promised, it's tennis time. DraftKings contributor Kenny Ducey is here to chase or fade some exciting bets available on the DK Sportsbook for the U.S. Open. So Kenny, chase or fade the favorite, Novak Djokovic at -125, going for the all-time male record of 21 Grand Slams.
Oh boy, Jesse, I'm so excited to say it, but I'm fading Novak Djokovic winning this tournament. And you can get some special markets here because he's -125 to win. You can get plus money on anybody else to win. I really do believe that that is the best bet here. Look, Novak Djokovic has been on top of the men's sport for so long. He's won the first 3 Grand Slams of the year, and he's only lost 5 times. But boy, I mean, you look at 2 of those losses in his last 2 matches. He lost to Sasha Zverev in the semifinals at the Olympics, and then the bronze medal match got run over by Pablo Carreno Busta in the 3rd set. This is a guy that I think the wind just might be out of his sails a little bit. He won so many matches in a row, and now that the Golden Slam is no longer attainable, I mean, he's probably going to be pumped up to go for the Grand Slam, obviously, but he hasn't played since the Olympics. There's plenty of guys who are tuned up, like we'll talk about in a second. I think that this could be the year that Novak Djokovic does not win the U.S. Open, and there is precedent for that. I mean, he hasn't won it since 2018. Of course, Rafael Nadal, the last time he was in the draw, won it. But I think that there's plenty of young talent here that could upset Novak Djokovic. And when you look at the path that he's going to have to take to the final, it is a very difficult one. We have not seen Novak Djokovic with this difficult of a path, potentially anyway, when you look at the draw, in quite some time. Guys like Andrei Rublev could stand in his way, and Zverev again. So I definitely think that this is maybe a year I'm not betting on Novak Djokovic.
All right, maybe you're betting on this guy, chaser fade Stefanos Tsitsipas at +1,300.
Yeah, that's right. I am betting on Stefanos Tsitsipas. It's been a great year for Tsitsipas. There's been some hiccups. We looked at him last week in Cincinnati. He lost to Sasha Zverev in the final. But this is a guy that was really the best player on tour for most of the year until very recently. That title was kind of taken from him on a hard court season. He lost a heartbreaker to Riley Opelka in Toronto, who was playing really great tennis. I mean, look, I just think that he's had so much Grand Slam experience at this point. We saw him nearly win the French Open, go up 2 sets on Novak Djokovic, and that is probably his best surface. But I still think that this is a very, very solid play here. Look at these odds. I mean, these odds are kind of ridiculous. He was around +900, and now he's slipped all the way to +1,300. I know that there's a lot of people getting in on Sasha Zverev now because of the recent run and the fact that he beat Stefanos Tsitsipas, but look, he has the variety in his game to compete with just about everybody. His serving has been great this season, and especially the last few weeks, it's been great. Just some close losses to good players. I'm not ready to give up on Tsitsipas. I think he's the most complete player we have on tour, not named Novak Djokovic.
All right, chaser fade the favorite on the women's side, Australia's world #1, Ashley Barty at +330.
It's hard not to chase Ashley Barty. It's sort of like Iga Swiatek at the French Open, and of course, didn't really work out the way we all thought, but when you look at the season that she's had, I mean, 40-8, it's just ridiculous. And it's a juxtaposition to, players first of all, in the past, like Serena Williams, who won't be in the draw, but also Naomi Osaka, who they don't play all the time. Barty coming off a win at Cincinnati, a very, very solid win for her. Beat some quality opponents, Barbara Krejcikova and Angie Kerber to get to the final there where she beat Jill Teichmann. So she's playing some great tennis. This is an all-surface player and a player that really has not unlocked her full potential when it comes to the Grand Slams. Never won the U.S. Open, going to come out super hungry here, and just so much in her game to like. I do think that she's the best player in the draw, but there also, just as there is in any Grand Slam on the women's side, plenty of value other than Barty.
Yeah, aiming to lift the title for the third time in 4 years. Chase or fade Naomi Osaka at plus 600.
Look, I think that this is a fantastic price to get Naomi Osaka at. We were talking a year ago about how Naomi Osaka was the best hardcourt player in the world, and it is, there's been a lot of steam that's come out of those sales recently because of the loss to Marketa Vondrousova at the Olympics. I'm not ready to write off Naomi Osaka because of a loss at the Olympics. First of all, the Olympics are a weird event where players aren't, like, some players are motivated, other players aren't. There's no ranking points or, at stake. So sometimes you don't get the results that you would think that you're going to get. I'm willing to give her a pass there. And then the loss to Jill Teichmann. I mean, Jill Teichmann went to the final in Cincinnati. She had an unbelievable run there. And when she first lost to Jill Teichmann, I said, oh, that's a bad loss for Naomi Osaka. But a 3-set loss to the finalist in such a big tournament like that, I think that there's plenty to believe in here with Naomi Osaka. Her game is so good. She did win the Australian Open. I think that there is a great chance that she can win a third time. And this is fantastic price, plus 600. I think you got to take it.
Kenny, are you possibly chasing a long shot whose odds you might like on the men's side?
Yeah, I definitely am. Pablo Carreño Busta is plus 13,000. This is a guy that went to the semifinal last year. I know it was sort of a fake sports year. No one wants to give the Dodgers any credit for their World Series or, the bubble Lakers. Like, it was a weird year, right? So Pablo Carreño Busta going to the semis, of course. He got by Novak Djokovic when Novak Djokovic got defaulted. But this is a guy that plays his best tennis at the U.S. Open. He's gone very deep here 3 times. He did go to the gold medal match in the Olympics. I think that there is a world where Pablo Carreño Busta can make a run once again to the semifinals. Guys on his half of the draw like Karen Khachanov and Denis Shapovalov, who are very inconsistent players. Gael Monfils and Yannick Sinner have been very up and down this year. I think that, he has to probably face Alex Zverev in the quarterfinals. But again, that's a matchup I think he can win. We saw him, lead Sasha Zverev last U.S. Open that they both matched up a couple years ago, or last year rather, and then blow his 2-set lead. That's a matchup where I think you have confidence that Pablo Carreño Busta could win that. And then all of a sudden you have plus 13,000 in the semifinals. I really like this bet. I think it's great value.
Okay, Kenny, finally, who are you chasing as your favorite to win on the women's side?
So this is a good bet here. I think that Karolina Pliskova plus 1,700. I hold my breath a little bit. Look, she's a former #1 in the world. She did make the U.S. Open final all the way back in 2016, and she is getting older now. She's 29 in tennis years. That's old. It's a tough road, right? It's always going to be a tough road when you look at names in the draw like Ashley Barty, Naomi Osaka, Simona Halep, who is very undervalued here because of a weird year. But Pliskova has the big serve. She's been playing incredibly well. A heartbreaking loss in the final in Montreal to Camilla Giorgi. This is someone who always goes deep. She can go deep. She went to the Wimbledon final. We saw her come back, win that second set against Ashley Barty. I think it's a very good price, and I think that really what you're looking for in the futures market is who can get to the final so I can hedge out at a decent price. And I think that Pliskova will accomplish that for you if you go take her future here. Plus 1,700 is a very, very good deal.
All right, thank you, Kenny. Yes, 29, old for tennis, but not for the earth. I'm 30, and that made me feel very old. All right, one more block to go here on the sweat. In the meantime, here's the Pat Mayo experience on their updated running back rankings after the Sony Michel trade to the Rams.
Let's talk about the Patriots side of this. So, do I have to elevate Damian Harris? Because I had Damian Harris pretty high anyway, that I don't feel super comfortable moving him up anymore. I have him at number 26 at running back.
Why do you hate Damian Harris?
I love Damian Harris. I drafted him in that league. Because I have Mostert one spot ahead of him. I like Mostert still. I like him more. And I broke it down on that show more. And even when I used Run the Sim, showed the projections of the market share. Yeah, it had Sony Michel baked into it. So how does this backfield look? Because do we think that now that Cam has had to miss these 5 days of practice is like Mac Jones sneakily going to be starting for this team week 1?
You know what? It depends. Are the Patriots bitter? I mean, that could be the only reason, because Cam Newton's looked like Cam Newton. He's firing the ball all over the field, and he brings the rushing upside. Yes, Mac Jones has also looked good. Honestly, it's one of those situations where you say you could go either way in your fantasy draft because both options are good. I think right now the Patriots are looking at both and saying, wow, we're kind of in a win-win situation here. And, Mac Jones, if needed, is ready to go. It looks like this offense is still, it hasn't asked Cam to run a lot in the preseason, but you can still look at the offense and say there are still, it's not quite the Dolphins last year where they straddled the fence with Fitzpatrick and Tua and tried to play both aspects, because the offense is going to be different for Mac Jones than it is Cam Newton, but there isn't so much of a difference going from Fitzpatrick to Tua as there is going from Cam to Mac Jones. So there is overlap right now. And that's why I say I could see the transition being easier, where if you just have one bad game from Cam, they could flip the switch like that. I still think Cam goes into the season as the starter, but I feel like his leash is super short.
So one of the best parts about Damian Harris is when I went and looked at the market share tool on Run the Sims and just looked at the games that Cam played with Damian Harris, like Cam is averaging really around like 32% of the carries on this team. Now that's bad for all of the running backs because he calls his own number around the goal line a lot, and that's really what prevents any sort of upside from any of these guys when Cam is in the backfield, at least the way that they were running their offense last year. Maybe that's because he couldn't throw and was injured, and maybe it'll look a little bit different this year, but I would expect them to run a lot if Cam is the quarterback. Like that's just, the difference would be that if Mac Jones is the quarterback, that Damian Harris might be like a 65% market share in that backfield. Potentially. That'd be like best case scenario. Mm-hmm. And he would get the goal line work. But if Cam is the quarterback, then the market share of rushes is like 48%, 49% for Damian Harris, because that's what he was getting when both of them were healthy at the same time, except the Patriots run the ball like 15 more times a game. So it all kind of works itself out to be the same thing. It's just he's getting fewer goal line touches.
Yes, 100%. Everything you just said, and that's kind of the answer I've been giving everybody, is that the Cam Newton, Mac Jones situation. So one of the things is The Athletic asked if we had some input on speculating. And I said, honestly, I don't want to sound like there's no answer, but there is no answer because it equals out. You get the positives from playing with Cam, you get the positives from playing Mac Jones, and in different areas, one's better, but it kind of just comes out to almost a net neutral. I did move Damian Harris up the projections did, and I would as well. I originally had him kicking off my next tier of guys with Mostert, Gaskin, Javonte Williams, and guys like that. Now he jumped a few spots, and we were both at 26, higher than a lot of people, both you and I were, on Damian Harris. He jumped 3 spots. Now he's in front of Hunt and Sanders, and he's at Gaskin, so Gaskin moved up too. So he's at 23 now. Anyway, 1 spot behind Swift, 1 spot in front of Miles Sanders.
So I have this little mini tier of running backs starting at running back number 22. Javonte Williams, Josh Jacobs, Kareem Hunt, Mostert, Harris, Gaskin, and James Robinson is right there now as well. We'll get to him in a minute, but that's still where I kind of feel comfortable with him. Like, I don't know how much this actually changes anything for him. Like, it's just everyone is now caught up to where I had him.
Yeah, I think the same thing. They've caught up to us, but I also moved them up just a little bit more because I did have Sony Michel in there for it wasn't a lot. I want to say off the top of my head, it was somewhere around 11% of the rushes, maybe 10 and change or something like that. So I didn't put all of that on Damian Harris. I sprinkled some into Stevenson because, Stevenson basically takes the Sony Michel role, who I think you and I have talked about, if not during the rookie time, but when he was drafted, I said they basically got their new LeGarrette Blount. That's who he is if you want a very easy comp in your head. But they're probably going to use a little bit more J.J. Taylor, and that's why I also hesitated a little bit on the James White. I think they like J.J. Taylor. There's a lot of reports from people that cover the team. It's not just one beat reporter, because that's one of the things we need to parse through in the preseason as well, is if you have just one beat reporter being like, ooh, this guy looked good in practice, that's cool. He's doing the same thing any of us would do. It's his opinion on what he sees. If you have 4, 5, 6 beat reporters saying the same thing, that's when you say, hey, I should take notice. And there's been a lot of people saying positive things about J.J. Taylor. Again, I don't think he's a threat to James White, but when you sprinkle in a percentage of touches for JJ Taylor. It's why it makes me a little bit more hesitant than I've ever been on James White. But that's again, so some went to Damian Harris, some went to Stevenson, and then a few just went to Taylor. So Harris, basically, I could tell you what I have. I'm kind of curious, do you have what you have for his percentage of the rushing total? I have him for 45.6. I had him around 41% before this.
Damian Harris, I think I had him at 49.
Yeah.
I believe I had him at 49%. But because I had factored in Mac Jones playing 75% of the games.
Okay, so and I have Cam Newton playing 65%. So there you go.
That would probably be the starkest difference between that. If people want to do this themselves and just go like adapt the market shares and see what the projections actually spit out for this, that's one of the free tools at runthesims.com right now. You just go sign up and go do that. Yeah, I have Damian Harris at 48% of the team's rushes this year. I still have Cam Newton at 7%, and that's assuming that he only plays like 4 games.
I have him over that, obviously, because I have more games than you. I have him at 15%.
Okay, and I had Sony Michel at 20% and Stevenson at 10%. So obviously 20 more percent gets freed up in that, but I'll probably just dump it on to the other guys and keep Harris where I had him.
Yeah, Stevenson went up to 13% for me. JJ Taylor is 11 and change. James White's are 8 and change. So yeah, it's where we started was a little bit different, and where we finish off is going to be a little bit different. And it really comes down to what you started this conversation with: is the Cam Jones Cam Jones. Yeah, Cam Jones would be a great quarterback. Cam Newton, Mac Jones situation.
Yeah, we'll see how that ends up shaking out. I just bumped Michelle one spot ahead of James White because I totally forgot about like the JJ Taylor potential impact that he could make. Do you think that Stevenson is draftable?
I do, only because if Damian Harris gets hurt, James White, as we've seen, James White's not changing. JJ Taylor, he's fun, but he's more similar. He's not 100%, but he's more similar to James White than he is Stevenson. And the Patriots, whether a committee or using only 2 guys or whatever they want to do, they do love their LeGarrette Blunts of the world, and that's what Stevenson is. And granted, you could say Stevenson's been playing against a lot of second-team units and stuff like that. And of course, that's a factor. He's also been playing with a lot of the second-team players himself. But if you look at him as just that pounding running back that the Patriots have thrown out there for years, he essentially just took Sony Michel's job. It's very easy. Take out Sony Michel, put in Stevenson.
One more block to go here on the Sweat, and we're closing it down with DraftKings contributor Jeff Ulrich and RotoWire's AJ Scholes. Guys, let's talk about some enticing bets for the last 3 days of the NFL preseason. Jeff, no starters for the Colts or Lions tonight. Jacob Eason starting for the Colts, but not, the starter. So do you like the Colts at -2 or staying away from the game with no starters playing?
So, I think like the natural reaction here is, we have the Colts going up against the Lions. Of course, like the Colts are only -2. Let's take the Colts. But, it's going to be Eason and the Sam Ehlinger show again. And look, these guys have combined for 0 touchdowns. Like they haven't thrown for 1 touchdown between the 2 of them. Ehlinger has been a turnover machine. You got the Colts on the road. Look, the Lions haven't been world beaters either, but this is a team. They definitely want. I can guarantee you, Dan Campbell wants to get a preseason win under his belt. Like this is a bigger game for Dan Campbell and the Lions than it is for Frank Reich and the Colts. You've got David Blau starting for the Lions. Again, one of my favorite preseason quarterbacks because it references a great Simpson episode. I think the Lions here at +2. I think actually just the Lions at the money line is the correct bet here. Blau has at least proven he can be a capable backup. You've got 2 guys starting for the Colts who, again, can't even throw a preseason touchdown. Give me the Lions here on the money line, +115.
AJ, where are we going?
Jeff, come on, man. Honestly, it's the Lions. Like, I don't care if the Colts brought back good old Scott Tolzien or convinced Jim Harbaugh to leave Michigan for another run at being their starting quarterback. Like, I don't care who's starting at QB for the Colts going up against the Lions. I expect you'll see a heavy dose of Marlon Mack and Nyheim Hines in this one with Jonathan Taylor possibly resting. But even if Taylor plays like 1 season, that bolsters my confidence even further. I like the fact that the spread's only -2 here. You're talking about nothing more than a field goal. I would honestly also consider giving up some juice and taking the Colts on the money line here at -135. It's the Lions, Jeff. It's the Lions.
Okay, guys, on the flip side, looks like the Chiefs and Vikings are going to play some starters. So, AJ, do you like the Chiefs at -4?
I'm not nearly as bullish on this one, only because, it sounds like we're going to get some starters on both sides. As you mentioned, Jesse, it's a question of how much. Like, if you get Mahomes for 1 series and then Cousins plays 3 or 4, like, this is a whole different matchup. obviously the opposite could be true, right? If you get Mahomes for 2 or 3 and Cousins for 1, there's just too much uncertainty here for me to take this one. The one thing with this game is I might consider taking the under in this one. I know we're talking about some really good offenses, and there's potential for guys like trying to make the roster on D to see plenty of minutes here, but 38.5 is the highest total on the weekend, and it just feels like a good spot to fade and take the under at -110 here.
All right, Jeff, what do we think? Do you like the Chiefs at -4?
Oh, heck yes. Come on, AJ. Boost your confidence. You got to be confident wearing that shirt today. I mean, -4, I think this is way too short. I was expecting to see closer to a touchdown. Look, the Vikings aren't going to be playing Justin Jefferson and Adam Thielen, both guys who've had injury issues in the preseason. Thielen just getting up there in age. They're not going to play much. Dalvin Cook isn't playing. For the Chiefs, they're going to be marching some pretty competent running backs out there in Darwin Thompson, Jerick McKinnon. We may not see like that much Mahomes, but we're going to see some Mahomes. And realistically, the Vikings backups, they're not good. Like, I'm sorry. Browning and then Kellen Mond, as much as I said Eason and Ellinger weren't good for the Colts, Kellen Mond was absolutely horrific in his start for the Vikings. If you see more than a quarter of this guy, that alone is enough to take the Chiefs. So for me, Chiefs -4 is looking really tasty. I think that's a good line there.
All right, a lot of lower scores this preseason, a lot of unders. Are any of the overs going to hit tonight, Jeff?
I think that, I mean, if you're going to take an over, just look at the lowest totals, first of all. Let's start with that. The lowest totals right now are 33.5. We got the Colts, Lions, and the Eagles, Jets. I'm not touching the Colts and Lions because the Colts quarterbacks can't throw touchdowns passes, but this Jets-Eagles total, I would definitely hit the over on. I know the Eagles got shut out in their last game. They also allowed 35 points, which alone would have hit the over in this game. Zach Wilson's going to be playing for the Jets. Their offense has looked competent, at least in the preseason. You got to figure the Eagles offense bounces back a bit. If they can get us 10 points, Jesse, I think the over in the Eagles Jets is very worth betting. It's only 33.5. So yeah, that one I'm on for sure.
AJ, are you on that one?
I like 33.5, but in a different game. I'm going to take the Rams and Broncos. You can get the over there at that same number. You're talking about two teams. You know, the Rams could potentially do it themselves. Depends on how much Stafford we see in this one, but I definitely think we have potential in this one. I'm with Jeff, though. You got to find the lowest ones here. The only one there that I maybe wouldn't touch, Baltimore, Washington, is 32.5. I could see that one definitely going the under. But any of those kind of in that range. Steelers, Panthers, 34.5, getting a little bit high. But yeah, target some of those low totals on the DK Sportsbook.
All right, real quick, running out of time. Hit us with your favorite bet for the Saturday games, AJ.
I'll take the Packers at +9.5 in this matchup. Like, I know we're expecting big things out of Buffalo this year, but this line just seems crazy high to me. I talked earlier in the show about how I like A.J. Dillon potentially in this one, even up against the Bills D. The other thing is Jordan Love is expected to play at least the first half, possibly into the third quarter, while Josh Allen might only play a series or two. I think this is very skewed in the wrong direction here. So I'll take the Packers plus, 9.5 all day.
Jeff, favorite bet for the Saturday games?
Yeah, the Packers, 9.5 in any preseason game is ridiculous. So I don't mind that one. That was in my top 3. But my favorite is the Bears -3 here. Look, against the Titans. You've got to figure the Titans with all this COVID stuff, they're just like on to, okay, whatever, let's just get through this game so we can start getting healthy for week 1. So again, you've got a team that probably isn't very focused on this game versus the Bears, who have an ace in their hole in Justin Fields, going to be playing at least a half of football here most likely, going to be rolling out with the starting O-line most likely. Yeah, this is -3 for the Bears going up against the Titans team that's just been ravaged by stuff this week. I think that line is way too low. Really like the Bears -3 for Saturday.
All right, real quick, Jeff, what's your favorite bet for the Sunday games?
Sunday slate, I like the Jags -3.5 right now, trying to get it down to -3, but the Cowboys just not been good preseason. And again, another team just looking forward to getting Dak healthy for the start of the year.
AJ, what do we think?
I like the Pats, even though you have to give up 3.5 here against the Giants. No Saquon Barkley, no Kenny Galladay, no Kyle Rudolph for New York, and a terrible defense. So I think the Patriots are a good play, giving up 3.5.
All right, that is a show. Thank you, guys. We got 3 Madden Sims coming your way at 12, 2, and 4, starting with Dolphins at Bucks. The Sweat will be back Monday morning at 11 a.m. Everybody enjoy your weekend, and I'll see you Monday.
letting you know now.
All right. Well, you told everybody because now we're live, and you just revealed that you didn't make a lineup.
They've seen behind the curtain, and
I got this.
What's up, guys? How are we today?
I'm great, dude. It's Friday. It's afternoon. No, it's noon. It's Friday. Come on, baby. How are you feeling?
Yeah. I'm all right. I'm good. You know, like it's already noon. It feels like 9 a.m. still, in my opinion.
Were you in the West Coast?
No, very much East Coast. But I don't know. Something about being in a casino all week. You know, just you lose sense of time.
Yeah.
It's dark, man. It's dark.
No clocks, no windows, just the ambient, no
connection with the outside world. None.
Yeah. It gets very lonely in there.
I can imagine you ate pretty well during your week stay at Mohegan while you're calling some games as the voice of the WNBA.
Woo!
Well, not the WNBA, just the team. But I actually packed a mini fridge full of healthy food, so I'm doing okay. You know,
you look great. You look refreshed.
Healthy options there, or I guess they're not comping your food while you're there. That probably gets pretty expensive.
Game nights they will because there's a spread.
Yeah, because they get the media spread, right?
Yeah.
And it's very difficult to find healthy food in the media spread. The teams rightfully know that we are garbage people who eat garbage food. So I understand the great spreads, but nothing healthy there. Like a lot of desserts too. A huge dessert table at every media spread I've ever been to.
Yeah.
They never really think consciously. It is true. Like I've done like some concert stuff back in the day. It's always like grilled chicken and like vegetables. Then you go to like with Glass, you're going back there. It's probably like chicken fingers and stuff like that. Which don't get me wrong, everyone get down with what you want to get down with. But if you're thinking consciously of yourself, yeah, come on. But man, that's gotta be smart and good for you guys. How long were you there? What was your day to day like?
I'm still here, dude.
Oh, that's right. I you know what your setup. It's so funny. I see a bed.
It's very similar.
I see a baby Leafy, and I said to myself,
"Yes, I'm gonna bring it right next to me."
Yeah, honestly, because I'm gonna be honest. I have us just in the full. I don't even look at the game anymore. But when I just see, hug it up. When I see you, I really thought you were home because I saw a bed-ish. It looked different, and I just saw greenery in the background. So I'm like, oh, Glass got to be home.
It's very similar.
It's amazing how similar that is.
Are you trying to say that I live in a hotel at home? Whoa, Tua! My goodness!
Wow.
Yeah, to be honest, Glass, you do live in a hotel at home. I used to live in a hotel as well. We all do.
All right, I want to go over lineups here for Bucks and Dolphins. One of 3 sims today.
You guys go right ahead.
Oh, right. You didn't make one. I really wasn't even trying to do that.
I don't care. To build the lineup. I did build a lineup. It does have that man right there, Chris Godwin, in it. Godwin, Evans, and my captain, Gronk, which is a boomer bust play that will probably sink me. Those are my 3 Buccaneers. I also have Breida, Albert Wilson, Mike Gesicki to round things out. Flash, how about you?
I captained Breida, played Brady, Evans, and Gronk. And then my other 2 Dolphins, Gesicki and Sanders.
I appreciate the kicker, love.
Yeah, man. I got you.
New Mexico.
I will tell you, the other day I finished top 50 in like a 125-person contest, stacking kickers and defenses. It's not a good thing.
Rossi?
Yeah, it's not a good thing. It's just telling people sometimes, like this game, if I did, well, no, because Bucks are too good. I was going to say, I almost feel like you stack the defense because people have a theory on these nooners, and all their theories, like we went through yesterday, are dead wrong. It's simulated.
We're just theory destroyers here on the Dream Stream.
Myth busting.
To be fair, there are a lot of clunkers in the nooner. It does seem more often. I just don't think there's a pattern there.
No, well, listen, there's clunkers everywhere, but it's just, listen, the game, man. It's not us. It's Madden.
Yeah.
Nature's beast.
So there are only 3 sims today. Dolphins, Bucks, Texans, Niners, Bears, Broncos. 3 3-person booths today. Christian's on the next one with Emerson and Jeff. And then Kaufman, Kenny, and Jeff at 4. That's a great way to end the day. All hell will break loose.
Yeah, I quit on that one. I said I'm not working with Kenny unless I have to. And I said Moose.
You know what? I have one last Kenny Simmons on Tuesday, and it's with Koff too, which he's not going to be any help mitigating the Kenny factor. Like, we had that 3-man booth last week, and it turned into a good 15, 20-minute shouting argument over Jameis Winston, where Kenny was basically saying the same thing I was, but maintaining that he was not saying the same thing I was, and furious. You know how Kenny does. Even when you agree with him, he gets furious about it. It's like, no, that's not what I'm saying. Don't put words in my mouth.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, we had a good time yesterday. Koff, myself, and Kenny. Where was that fall to? Yeah, so no surprise, right? Jameis Winston named the starter today. Poor Taysom Hill. Is it Taysom? Poor Taysom.
Jarrell Justice saying the Saints are going to beat the Packers in week 1. I am skeptical, but you know what? Get bold with it. Throw your bold week 1 predictions into the chat. I'm into it. I don't think that's going to be when that happens.
LASIK season. Come on, it's LASIK season. He's ready to start slinging it again.
The LASIK excuse was such a lazy reason to believe in his bounce back year, but I don't think that's going to have the impact. I think the impact is going to be that he's assimilated to the Saints' offensive game plan. 70% of his passes in that breakthrough preseason game were very short, quick hit routes, and that's exactly what the Saints do really well. And he used those to create space downfield. Yes, against the Jags, who are a undisputably bad team, but he did have some nice touch there. The first Callaway touchdown pass was maybe one he shouldn't have thrown because it was into double coverage. Callaway got it anyway. The second one, though, was a perfect read, so I do think he'll be successful as the Saints' new starter as this drive rolls on. First and goal coming up for the Buccaneers. Will they be successful enough to, say, beat the
Packers
in week 1? Yeah, sorry, my brain broke for a minute there. No, I wouldn't go that far. Let's take a look at this slate. Let's see where we can find our upsets. Maybe you're going to call that week 1 a game 1 upset. The Thursday night showdown, Cowboys at Buccaneers. Maybe that's your upset right there. I don't think I believe that though. Bengals over the Vikings. I could see that in Cincinnati. Browns at Chiefs. No, that's not going to happen. Why is that game out at 4 and not in prime time? Why do you have to deal with Bears, Rams in prime time? I don't know.
Listen, I don't know anymore. I don't know if you call this an upset, but I actually know because I don't even know where it's at. But there's that Broncos Giants game now, which is watching my two kids at play. I think
Tommy. What? It worked. It worked for him. Mike Evans touchdown. Woo.
Let's go. He's in my lineup. Brady too. Christian,
of course.
You played Evans, right?
I got Evans. No Brady, but I do have Mikey E. The man who was built in some kind of weird football lab. The guy who is just a monster who runs 4.40s.
Yeah, he's gonna be great. He's gonna continue to do his thing with Brady. I have no trepidation. He's not gonna hit his 1,000-yard mark for the 8th straight year. I believe that would be tying a record. Also, when you just real quick with the Jameis Winston thing, it was let's be real for a second. That was the call. All due respect to Taysom, you have a guy who has so much experience in this league, has a lot of turnovers in his back pocket as well. But I think, listen, Taysom, enjoy this role while you have it, because maybe you will get a shot to be a starting quarterback. Maybe it will be for the Saints in the future. But hey, right now this team could really stink too. Let's not pretend this Saints team could be a bad football team. So maybe you don't want to. Maybe this isn't the year for you, and that might not be a bad thing for his future career.
Yeah. Honestly, I wasn't sure it was going to be Jameis just because last year they had Jameis on the roster and they didn't go to him. But I think that was more because they knew Taysom Hill could operate the Saints offense, which is very un-Jameis-like. It's a lot of short passes, a lot of low-risk throws, which is never anything we've said about Jameis Winston in his career. So I do think that it's going to be interesting to see how the Saints evolve around their new quarterback and how he evolves around them. Last year, Drew Brees had more broken ribs than Jameis Winston had pass attempts, which is absolutely wild. And Hill was fine in the offense. He was that high percentage passer, completed like 72% of his passes. He did what the Saints asked of him. But now defense a little bit weaker than last year. They're going to have to take some more chances downfield. They're not going to be the same dominate the time of possession battle team they've been the past 3 years. And it's going to make them a lot more fun to watch. I don't know what that receiving core is going to look like. Michael Thomas, dealing with the ankle injury was awful last year when he was, fighting through the pain, didn't have a single regular season touchdown. Don't know when he's going to join the lineup. It's going to be Traquan Smith and Marquez Callaway leading the way for a while, along with Adam Troutman. So a rough situation for Jameis to jump into. He's got a lot to prove, but that preseason performance instilled a lot of confidence, at least in my end. Mr. Nick, hello. Good to see you.
By the way, if folks are curious as to how the conversation went between Sean Payton and Taysom Hill, there is live video coverage right now at Brendan Glasheen on Twitter, also TikTok. There is a conversation there. It's exclusive footage. You might want to check it out and see Taysom's reaction.
Wow, it's really good scoop there by Glash to get that inside stuff. I just checked it out myself. Must tell you all. Make sure you follow him as well. Follow Glash. Follow the adventures of that Brandon Glash.
Yeah, it's a really it's tough to watch. So watch with caution. But I think it's all good for us and good for Taysom to own up to this really tough news. And yeah, it's a difficult.
I mean, Taysom used a lot of hard language like dang and shucks and jeebers.
No. I mean, I only got 12 seconds of footage.
Okay. Yeah.
I only had rights to 12 seconds of footage. So
sure.
There might be more there, but there's a clip, and maybe more will leak at some point down the road. But yes, a big conversation between Taysom Hill and Sean Payton. It's at Brendan Glasheen on Twitter, also at TikTok. I think it's all worth a watch, but it's tough. I'd watch it with someone. I'd hold hands with someone when you watch this.
Oh, that's the next level.
Yeah. Just a suggestion. Okay, anyway. Leonard Fournette, first down. Mike Evans, touchdown to this stage. So, yes, the starting quarterback.
Lenny.
Starting quarterback in New Orleans is Jameis Winston.
Yeah, the Buccaneers have one of those fantasy tailback rotations I just absolutely abhor. I hate it. It's you don't know who's going to get the ball on any given day. I think you'd want Ronald Jones first and foremost. But Fournette, coming off that strong playoff performance, has something to prove. You have Gio Bernard in there to snipe targets out of the backfield. You have my guy, the grimy Keyshawn Vaughn, who is still trying to claw his way up the depth chart. Dude is explosive as hell. Loved watching him at Illinois, at Vanderbilt, but kind of got stuck in neutral through his rookie season. So any given week, any one of those guys, I think, could spring for 10-plus points. Wow, big strike there, too. Is it Gronk? It is indeed. See, they got the elbow sleeve for Gronk, but they don't have the elbow brace for Gronk. And that's sacrilege when you're making a digital Rob Gronkowski. You can't just elbow sleeve him. He needs to have the apparatus there that looks like he can pull in 30 to 40 different UHF channels, Like, that thing is huge. It's like Stone Cold Steve Austin's knee brace, but on his elbow. It's not just a sleeve. He's not Kobe.
Somebody clip that, send it to Madden, because I think that you sound like the community.
Well, and the other thing, too, and Rossi, you understand this, knowing the whole team, and Christian, too, because Christian's got roots here, Rhode Island and New England. Look, Gronk, I'm curious how Madden 22 makes Gronk. Is he, more slim, cut up, carved up Gronk? I mean, he might lose some weight in the next game.
Yeah, what I've seen, I think it's the same game model, but yeah, he's definitely, we saw him in the field. He looks he just does not look the same as you saw him in that, 2016, 17 era Gronk when he was just an absolute monster of a human being.
Right.
South Beach Gronk, a little different. Even though I know it's not Miami, but he's going there often.
On the subject of this Jameis Winston news that we got this morning, make sure you check out Christian D'Andrea, the post route I saw this morning. Christian, there was a post about, hey, the Saints are really going to give this thing a try. Huh? They're actually going to go there.
That's right. And that I broke down why it's the right decision. It's not because of the deep balls, it's because of the short passes, it's because of Sean Payton. It's because of the Saints offense around him. And you can read all about that on the post round. And also today, we have all the preseason failure storylines we are overreacting to. Should we be worried about Patrick Mahomes not looking quite like Patrick Mahomes? Should we be worried about the Rams running game and everyone getting injured? Should we be worried about the Vikings or the Cardinals? We got all that for you waiting in today's post route, including a deep dive, not even a deep dive, a superficial dive into Urban Meyer's tenure as head coach of the Jaguars, because spoiler alert, it's already going poorly. You can read all about it in the post route. Substack.com. Free to subscribe.
Hey, so I have a question for both of you, and please, DK SimFam, weigh in on this. I know we've had this discussion quite a bit, playing out both scenarios, if it was going to be Winston or if it was Hill. So Alvin Kamara is on your draft board, say around pick 5 or 6 in your season long. Do you feel better about Alvin Kamara now? Do you feel different about it? How should we feel, Rossi, about Alvin Kamara in season long with this news today, if at all? Does it change anything?
I personally don't think it does much. It was weird because it's not Taysom Hill. Taysom Hill hamstrung the three of us have everything we are about right now. I'll answer that question in a second. You get the post route on one side, which you got to subscribe to, be a helper, be a friend. We can't promote it anymore in the week. You got Leafy Jr. on this side, and you got the freaking champ right here, baby. This is amazing. This right here. This is what it's all about. This is how we go out in fashion.
You're in the bushes.
Wow. Can you take that plant home with you, Glash? Do you think they know?
I want to get my. It's ridiculous at this place. You got to pay $100 as a security fee. So I take it with me.
That's casino. That's casino money right there.
Wow, they do not trust you, Glash.
Put it on black, Glash. But yeah, to answer it, I think this is just amazing. I do think that that this actually is better for Kamara than if I were to hear Taysom Hill. The games that Taysom Hill started last year, Kamara was literally a ghost. He was as fadeable, as mooshed, as our guy Jordan Lindenbaum would say, as anything. So I really like the prospects with him and Jameis. So I don't think it changes his draft status. If you liked him coming into the year, you're at pick wherever you know, I think he comes, like, I think it's kind of a crapshoot, honestly, early in the draft in general this year. But hey, you like him, take him. I don't have much, hesitancy there because Jameis, also has a passive throwing to his backs, and he's going to be his most reliable receiver for the first half of the season.
Or that big belly.
Stop touching me like that.
Yeah.
What do you mean? How else am I supposed to touch it? I just don't touch it at all, I guess.
No, I don't care. You touch whatever you want. Just wash your hands after.
Careful.
The one very promising thing from that, again, going back to that preseason game, is that Winston was willing to throw short, was willing to hit his tailbacks. And it wasn't Alvin Kamara out there. So you got to imagine, even when Kamara is out there, he's going to get the ball a lot more than, say, Tony Jones or Dwayne Washington do. So I do think Kamara's stock is on the rise with Winston in the lineup. My Rhode Island Scumbag League draft is tonight. I'm looking forward to it. I bought a case of Spaten on Monday. Got the Oktoberfest mix pack. It's the biggest test of my week has been leaving that in the fridge and not touching it, waiting, building the anticipation for when I call into the Zoom draft that all my buddies will be there in person. The Bacchanalia going on in Rhode Island tonight. But if Alvin Kamara is somehow on the board at 7, I will waste no time snapping him up. That would be a borderline coup if Kamara is available. And speaking of borderline coups, a borderline vulture from Scotty Miller.
What a grab.
Not one. He's not. He's close. Not
Poor Scotty Miller. He's not going to have a role this year, is he?
No, I think Brady likes him enough. But I truly believe you're going to have a big year from – I'm touting the Antonio Brown. I don't care what anybody says. Brady loves Antonio Brown. He wants to see him have success. That's his dude.
I was literally just going to go there. Like, he's going to be their slot guy. Scotty Miller, you're out of a job. Maybe you'll get those deep sideline throws like the Raiders game.
Scotty gets kind of hamstrung and lumped in with slot receivers because he's a smaller guy. But
Right.
Scotty can burn you down the sideline. We saw
fair.
that for sure in the Packers game. Poor Kevin King just lost track of him. And that may have been the game-deciding touchdown right there.
Yeah,
so Scotty's more versatile. Yeah, I think we're maybe selling him short a little bit. And Tom Brady loves to spread the ball, loves to give the ball to his guys. Scott Miller certainly looks like one of his guys. AB might cut into that target share, but as soon as Mike Evans starts limping around a little bit, and he kind of does every year, that just means Scott Miller time. AB, him, Tyler Johnson, Justin Watson, although one of those guys is hurt. I forget. Either way, too many good players in Tampa. Disband the Bucs, I say.
Yeah, it's weird. It's weird how you bring up that Packers game. I was told it was all about the defense that day, but someone had to throw that ball down the sideline and put it in the perfect spot. But I guess that doesn't matter. Interesting.
Yeah. I think listen. There's enough balls to go around in that offense. They'll figure it out. But I think I'm just, for at least fantasy purposes, I'm really feeling like Antonio Brown, because I still think his namesake's going to probably drive his price up a round or two. But I'm still going to go with. Still going to take him. I still like him because you saw Godwin, Evans going to be in your first 3 rounds. Guessing Antonio Brown somewhere in a 10 to 12 team league is going to probably be there in that 6th round, probably ripe for the picking.
Hit that like button for us, everybody. We're just about at 50. Let's make the surge to 100 likes. Got 325 of you watching on YouTube. Boy, Tua. Tight window. Yards after the catch. For Wilson!
Yeah. My boy, Albert.
Executive Sessions asked an interesting football question, and I answered in the chat, but I'm curious because you guys have different mindsets, I believe, than I do. I'm going to give you what I answered. But he asked, going into week 1, looking at the season, who is the most important? Now that we almost have all the starting quarterbacks lined up, can project if you want. Who's the most important backup this season? And I answered Jacoby Brissett, because we saw what happened with Tua last year. We saw it's the same coaching staff. So I'm just telling you that's a reason I went there. Do I think Jacoby Brissett is Ryan Fitzpatrick? No. But do I think that if Tua gets to a position, does the coaching staff want to trust him? Maybe. But looking at it across the league, you can obviously take your sweet, sweet time because we only got so much left. But what do you look at? Is there a rookie? Is there somebody? Who do you think is the most important backup as we head into week 1?
I think you make the case for a couple different rookies. Trey Lance, if Jimmy Garoppolo continues to be the low-impact, high-turnover quarterback he's been, the Niners might turn things over to Trey Lance a bit ahead of schedule. I mean, they love him. They traded away their future just to get him at number 3. So very possible that's it. Brissett, I like Brissett a lot more than most people just because in that 2019 season, he started off pretty well. He was a useful, effective quarterback until he got hurt. That really drained his effectiveness after that. I still think he can be a viable starter in the league, kind of guy who doesn't necessarily take too much off the table. Only 6 interceptions in 15 games in that last go-around as a starter. Only 7 interceptions in 15 games. His first go-around as a starter in Indianapolis. Useful, just not going to move the needle all that much. And then Mac Jones, man. Mac Jones has looked great in these joint practices. We don't know what Cam Newton is going to be up to, if he's going to miss time with injury, with COVID contact tracing. And we know the Patriots have so much strength now. They got their big-name defenders back after opting out last season. The defense looks like it will be solid once more, and the receiving and tight end core is so massively upgraded that the Patriots' road back to the playoffs really does hinge on at least slightly above average quarterback play. I think Cam can definitely get there. Mac Jones, I'm very interested to see what he brings to the table. So yeah, I would go Lance and Mac as my 1A, 1B. Flash?
You feeling, Mr. Hotel?
I'm going to ask Lance.
Mr. First. Leaf Rubber?
Backup situation. Let's see. I think the ones Christian hit on were good. I don't trust Drew Lock. I think Teddy was the right call. You're saying, Rossi, just to clarify, you're saying that the situation that you feel best about?
It's who I think is the most important backup was the question. You can take it however you want. Who cares? We do what we want.
No, I just wanted to make sure I got it
That's
right.
what Executive Sessions put out there, and so that's the way that's why I went with Jacoby Brissett, just because Miami, just coming off of last year, they feel the importance of the position. So I'll back them on that. But yeah, it could be a rookie, could be somebody.
And to your point, I think that's a good call, and it's a good point. Like, they downgraded. I would take Fitzpatrick over Jacoby Myers right now. I mean, Jacoby Brissett right now.
I take Jacoby Myers personally.
Maybe Jacoby Myers. He threw a couple nice passes.
We saw him last year.
College quarterback, man.
I was gonna say another one that's fascinating that I'm surprised in is the Dallas Cowboys not having. And if you guys have been watching Hard Knocks, like their backups stink. Like DiNucci's not a good quarterback. Gilbert stinks. The fact that they didn't go for another veteran, like I know they had Andy Dalton last year in that weird transition after they drafted a rookie, but like. Even with Brissett available, all those guys, like, they just said, nah, if Dak ain't healthy, we know we stink, so why even bother? Like, that's not the answer to the question, but I'd say that's the most intriguing backup. And I wouldn't be surprised if they're on the lookout for somebody who might be
Devontae.
I was hoping it was Wilson, but it wasn't.
Just say it anyways, Glash. Nobody cares. Just let it.
I know. All these like last blank. This could be the last Wilson sim. I mean, the Dolphins are scheduled for Monday, and Tuesday's not out yet. So I just got to block Wilson. Maybe do an emergency buzzword today, 12:59.
Do it.
A Wilson buzzword.
Oh God.
I like it.
Drew,
you know what? I'll do it in the Skip Perkins voice.
We're done by 12:58, please.
Wilson. I'll do it in the Skip Perkins tone. Wilson.
And maybe we could split.
Wilson.
Who knows if you're going to work with Jim again? I know Jim's not here. We got Tate and Bailey, but might have to give a few shout outs to Jim.
I don't know, Jim. It's Wilson. Hey, Wilson. It's Sunday Simland Times. Make sure you get it this weekend, Wilson.
Oh no, we didn't. We're not looking for him to come back.
Let's keep it. Let's keep the.
No, we won't. No, we have 4 days left. We will not keep it the way you want to keep it.
No, listen. I don't even know why you guys even looking at the game. I don't even know it's there. I forgot about it.
Yeah.
I'm just here for you two.
Again, I'm fine with the Perkins family. You just got to keep it going all game, Flash. You need to really commit. I want a full hour of Perkins or nothing.
I'll leave.
I just want you to destroy your voice box.
I can't.
Skip Perkins. Yeah. I want you to show up at a Connecticut Sun game, hoarse and unable to talk like a regular human being, because you spent your week being Simland's Skip Perkins. I want Skip Perkins to have real life consequences.
Love that.
Be sure to go to your local market for the cough drops. Cough drops are only 2 for $5. 2 for $5. 2 for $5. Be sure to get your coupon in the Sunday Simland Times.
Good Lord.
It was in last Sunday's paper, so you'll be fine. First down, Mike Evans. Mike Evans there. First down for Tampa Bay. Pirates were big back in my day. The Buccaneers.
They weren't.
Yes, they were.
Again, the timeline on the Perkins family is so nebulous. It's so wild. Sometimes Skip Perkins is from like the 1700s, and sometimes he's from like 1965.
Hold on. I got some news here from Andrew, our technical director. AC says,
put it on paper.
Dolphins play the 49ers 10 p.m. on the last game is the freaking Dolphins 49ers.
Oh.
Wait, we have the schedule?
Well, he has it. He just said, do you have time to put in all your Glashisms for Wilson?
Wait, the last sim is going to be Dolphins and Niners?
Dolphins, Niners. According to the great Andrew, our technical director, says 10 p.m. on August 31st. You have time. The fact that we're throwing
we get Mostert to wrap up the Sims.
Flash, I think I'm going to bring my cat to you on that night. I think that's it.
Wow.
I think it's time. Just Privin. Text her right now if she wants a cat, because it will happen. I'm just going to bring it Tuesday.
You're not gonna take it home with you? You're just going to leave it?
I'm going to leave it. That's it. I'm done.
Your house will smell so much better.
You get your cat. Oh, I'll give you the breeze pellets. It's not as bad. You don't get kitty litter. That stuff's for.
Yeah, be sure to get the kitty litter. Also, the litter box is on sale. Coupons in the Sunday Simland Times. Get your litter boxes ready for Tuesday night when Mostert's in action. To close out the DK SimFam
commentation. Okay, I have to say this. Here it is. From the brass. The last 3 games, this is great. Rams, Bears, Falcons, Raiders, 49ers, Dolphins.
Oh, we get one last Madden Mitch.
They should have done. They should have went Dolphins, or they should have went football team versus Broncos. It would have been a 4-hour game. Well, it says in between. I'm telling you right now. We've already talked about this on air, off air. The 7 o'clock time frame, the 9 o'clock, it's open. I don't care. I'm not leaving until they boot us off. I'm just staying in the Zoom.
So, full disclosure, I'm probably going to go to Kaufman's porch on Tuesday night. Everybody.
Oh, wow.
Well, yeah, there was some talk about
Rossi, you're going to broadcast live with Sarah then?
If she wants to do it again, I've called games with her before.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to have Sarah over, and then I can just go to Kaufman's. I mean,
yeah, I can entertain her.
Okay, good.
Or my wife can
I'll give you a couple coupons in exchange. Yes, others.
And I'll give you my cat. It's perfect.
Yeah.
Oh my
Look at this. Yeah, so that's it.
Yeah, I got a fantasy draft. I can't go Monday. I wish I could just do it. I can't do it.
What do you have to do Monday? What are you saying? Debating what you want to go to Kaufman's on Monday?
Monday or Tuesday, yeah. But the issue, and it's all Kaufman's fault. He's got to work Monday night for Tuesday radio. So
he's doing Sims, dude. Who cares? He barely works. The guy's an absolute sitting on his butt at home, records a couple of things, sends out a couple emails. Listen, it's a cush gig. Good for him. Let's just go over there.
Or maybe I'll go Monday.
Go every day.
I don't want to go there every day.
He told me that we're 30 minutes away from each other because he said something about the fact that, because you remember, Glash, we talked about you coming here. We're going to do stuff in the snow. And then obviously the world got a little tough there in the winter. And then all the stuff he said, we never worry about, like, Koff is very temperamental. Yeah, that's a word.
Rossi, what if I come to your place Monday night for Madden After Dark?
Come on over. You can come anytime. I'll fly Christian for all I care at this point.
Wow.
I'm just going to send, and I'm going to send
I might have to take you up on that.
Yeah, we're going to send the expense report to Babysitter Billy to give to the higher-ups and just say it was Billy's flight.
Carter Robinson says, I think it's sad he has not got his girlfriend a cat, yet shows how much he really cares about her and really cares what she wants. Damn, dude, that's terrible. You're making every excuse not to get.
I'm going to give him a cat. That's it. He's getting a cat.
Wow.
Yep. I don't get my girlfriend a cat, which shows my true colors.
That's true.
Yep.
You've been saying it all along.
I suck. I'm the worst. I kind of am. Chris Adams, I hit the dislike button. I love Glash Bud. Easy with that word, Bud. That is beyond annoying. Well, you're at work. That's kind of part of the problem. You should have it muted anyway if you're at work.
No, I'll say no. Let me speak to this. Who was this? Chris Adams? Don't worry about it, bro. 5 more days, my friend. You can play this thing as loud as you want. This is what it will sound like. Ready? Silence in 3, 2, 1. Gonna love it, aren't you, Chris? You're gonna love it. It's gonna be game ambiance.
Tara Lynn's phone charger. I am kind of scared of cats. I've been over this before. I've had nightmares about long neck cats. Imagine a giraffe, but the face of a cat at the top. I wish I was making it up. I really will. I really do. I had a dream of giraffe cats in a dirty high school bathroom.
Wait, hold on. So there's Giraffe King that we've joked about. Would somebody please change their name to Giraffe Cat Kings? All right, like that's it. Giraffe Cats. That sounds like some weird, like, Netflix series that's going to be released about, like, weird animals hibernating and then making babies, and the giraffe cats explode and take over. Giraffe cats.
Ooh. Deuce McAllister's joining the SEC network as an analyst.
I love Deuce.
Nice.
Deuce McAllister is I don't think that man has ever had a muscle. He's just all body. He's just like thick.
Yeah. Dude, delightful. Also very exciting, my guy Harry Lyles, a friend of mine from the SB Nation days. Harry, yeah, the guy from One Direction, is moving onward and upward. He's going to be like doing sideline work for ESPN now. So beyond just being a great reporter, he gets to show off his chops. And the first game he gets to call is a Boise State game. Like, awesome. Good for him, man. So, yeah, if you like good insight, Harry is awesome. Give him a follow. Tune into that Boise State game. You'll be like, oh, man, dude, this dude is really smart. And got a little new style to him. I'm into it. And
Sounds like that guy
man,
listened
in one direction. All right, cool.
Yeah, sounds like when I listen to some of these WNBA games for the Connecticut Suns. Like, who is this guy? He's got style. He's got place. Damn, he's got flair.
Germ on Twitch. I will miss Christian's chicken nugget rants.
Again. Nuggets and boneless wings are fundamentally different.
I agree.
They are different.
Yeah.
I'll be honest with you. If anybody thinks differently, they're wrong. It's not even opinion. It's just. But you know what? We have to get Madison in here for the final one.
Ooh,
I've already texted. No response yet, and I don't really appreciate it. But it's also early. Thought about it earlier. But like, I want everybody a part of that. Those last few hours. I don't care if they come on and rip a fart on the air. It doesn't matter. They have to do something.
So if there was a trailer for the finale of Tuesday night, it would be like the Spider-Man trailer that came out earlier this week. We'd see Madison. She'd go, "Hello, Rossi."
Honestly, and it would be my big chicken nugget toe right there.
Or it should be Madison saying, "Hello, Robbie Noble."
That'd be too perfect.
And then Statrick just emerges out of the. I shouldn't even go there, but I'm not going to go there. I'm going to move on.
Guess what? Guess what? My opinion. Pop them on. Pop them on, baby. One last
I don't think we can.
I'll do it. Who can't buy? I'm gone anyways.
What are they going to do? Fire me?
Yeah. They got no reputation here left. Listen, I think you let it all hang out. It's for the fandom. It's for the people.
If folks remember where he did his games, if you've ever seen the Harry Potters, he had like a creepy closet door that was about halfway up the wall, and you could reach into it. And he said, remember, he had mouse problems. He had mice issues in his place. He's like, oh yeah, we got mouse traps all over the place. So then he would dress like a mouse. Then he had the tape.
His dude.
Headphones all taped up.
I'm glad somebody else talking, because I said we're talking about everything these final few days, because I brought him up. I said, listen, stuff happens. Dude made a mistake. We've all made mistakes at our jobs, and that was it. He made a vital mistake. Sorry, Sim Patrick. Later, dude. But hey, he was a good guy. It was fun to work with because he was a wild ride. I'll tell you, he was a wild ride. Hey, Christian, I remember I listened to one of the first, right before I joined, because I've been listening to most of them and being a fan because Billy forced me to in the beginning. But there was one between you both of you. Oh, good Lord. Who made that?
Why?
Queenie did.
Holy Queenie, that is some quick work, but that is wild. But I remember listening. I like Christian in whatever you want to call him, Stat Trek for lack of a better term. Unreal. It would be Christian would be breaking things down, then he just storms in the middle of Christian's conversation with just rifling off numbers about God knows what. Good times last summer, or I guess spring.
Here's what I'm wondering, and I don't see a reason why this can't happen, but I'm curious, DK SimFam, how many people on Tuesday night after the Madden After Dark Sim, which usually ends at between 11 and 11:15, maybe 11:20 with overtimes, who would stay on in the chat if we just came on live till midnight? Because then we hit that September 1, threshold. What if would you stay on for 40 extra minutes?
Yeah, dude, I'm already.
Are we saying if we keep the broadcast going past midnight on August 31st?
I already talked to TP. No, listen. I already said if they won't do it, I have a YouTube channel. It gives a crap who's on there. We'll just migrate over. Migrate over.
Jeff Friedman, scary stories. Oh my God, we did do that. That we got really. Madden After Dark has had several weird times. Yeah. We would shut off all the lights in our places and light candles.
That was the best.
That was very romantic.
Club Madden until I got in trouble.
Yep.
Remember Club Madden got legit shut down?
A lot of things have been shut down in Simland.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, right. Yeah. Club Madden, they didn't want to promote a club-like atmosphere on the screen. You guys were actually getting bottle service.
That's what I got an email that said it's promoting alcohol. I'm like, What are you talking? It's a football that I flashed the colors of my lights off. I didn't even have a ring light.
Yeah. Unreal. Yeah, they were. They've been so much more hands off lately.
Oh, I said that. The last 6 months are much different. Those first 6 months, because there was no sports. When we were doing that, there was nothing.
Right.
Yeah.
Gosh, were you on the one where I had the toy that spun around and sang? And Michael was like, "We got to stop it." He's like, "I'm going to take you off camera." I think it was me and you, Glash, because we were doing it was like a Friday.
It was Fisher Price. That was the issue.
Yes, yeah, it was a branded toy. And I just had it
bad.
spinning and singing songs, and Michael's like, "We can't do this. We're gonna have to shut it off. I'm gonna take you off camera." Too funny.
Beautiful.
Yeah, well, here we are.
Yeah, still here, baby, for 4 days.
Somehow the three of us not fired yet.
Yeah, we won't see you Monday at this rate.
We're not getting fired, and I might get after this the things I'm saying here, but
we could get there still. We're just being put on pause. We're being suspended.
Yeah.
Without pay.
Turtles says I start. Great, Turtles. You're the reason, bro. Cash in those crowns, everybody.
21-7.
Oh, man. Ziwa back in the Twitch chat. I haven't seen you in a while, Ziwa. I cannot speak to Statrick.
I'll tell you, what do you want to know?
Know very little about what happened there. I feel like he was cut loose to make an example of for the rest of us to follow, that if you use even questionable language, you will be cast into the wilderness and put on an ice floe out to sea. But
he was an idiot. How about that?
Yeah.
Made a mistake. We all make them. It was a really, really bad, poor choice, and stood out like a sore thumb. Glash doesn't know.
I was there.
I know you were there.
Oh, it was so weird and hard. Thank God it was in the fourth quarter.
I was going into overtime. It was the reason they were going to go to overtime. It was great. It was all because, you know why? Because there was going to be a punt instead of somebody going for it on fourth. Yeah. Those are the days when I used to watch like Man After Dark doing everything. Because Man After Dark, man. There's Moose Air. Went out of business, by the way. We did find out. They did file for bankruptcy.
Yeah. The Krusty Krab is being closed down. We're shutting the place down on Tuesday.
Yep. And yes, Boston Joe.
Andrew, our technical director, was there that night too. Yeah, it was a really weird night. Oh, maybe after this is over, before we hang up on each other on the Zoom call, we can go back and play it. Because you better believe I still have that saved.
He spices it up. The greatest, Pab. He dropped a Pab on us.
Yeah. I didn't even I didn't get told about that, so I just kind of got blindsided in the chat. And it was like, what? Wait, what? Like, well, how am I going to bring back Statrick? What kind of power do you think I have here? I've been here for like a month. I have no idea what I can say. I've been yelled at for drinking beers on stream pretty much every week I've been here. I'm also on thin ice. Like, what do you think I'm going to do to alleviate the situation?
Yeah, and just to let people know, I want to read Jared Kilgore first, then let's talk about this thing. But he says, seriously, guys, I knew it wouldn't last forever. Appreciate, all capital, all the hard work and effort throughout the insanity. Crazy to think how important these Sims became to me. Heart emoji. Appreciate you, dude. But obviously before the Sims, there was Glash, Koff, Emerson, Reed, Moose was doing stuff. People then started to believe that they're like, Glash, you have the power to do blank. Koff, how come you're not doing this? Glash is at least smart enough to be like, hey guys, listen, I'm here. He's pretty level with all of you. He's like, I'm not running anything here. And then Koff sometimes is like, let me see what I can do. I'll sit down with on my Monday morning meeting and our cup of Joe. And I'm like, Koff, shut up. Shut up. Don't pretend.
The best thing too is that after Statrick was released back to the wilderness, anytime anyone screwed up and then went on vacation or took a few days off, the chat would assume that they'd been fired. So Glash would tell us all about that exciting new prospect, Michael Hawk. And all of a sudden, if Glash was on vacation, be like, did Glash really get fired for that? We're boycotting the Sims until Glash is back. I'm like, you idiots, he's here. He's not going to get fired for being dumb. He's not malicious. It's fine.
I once said on the air that Glash is suspended unless we get back to 500 likes.
Yeah.
I was like, the brass told us that if we're not getting as many likes as we used to, Glash can't come back.
BW, I do not remember the date. I really don't. It was a year. It was a year ago. It was
after. No, it was later. It was like, yeah, it might have been late August. You're right. When did Tommy come in? It was whenever Freeze Pops came.
Tommy came in October.
So it was probably somewhere in September because BK came before Freeze Pops, right? I think so. But
the best reaction to Michael Hawk is I thought he was a receiver. The Packers took him the second round.
That was the best.
I truly thought it was a real person. It was in April. It was during draft coverage, and someone in the chat put it in there. Hey, did you hear about this Packers receiver? I totally walked into it.
Everyone was telling me you got to listen to this clip, and I was like, well, because that was like the last big clip that like people were passing around. Finally getting Roger some weapons, Tate.
Oh, God.
Obi-Wan says, I say a lot of stupid stuff. Of course I do, dude. Of course I do. I just keep it within the rules. That's all. Listen, I should have got booted out of here for many different reasons. It had nothing to do with my language.
My family, because Smash Lanta put it on Twitter. And then, you know how Twitter has this like algorithm when, say, like Rossi likes it, and then Christian likes it, and then just a bunch of people that follow me and we follow each other, it then gets on the radar of people that you might not follow, but I do. So like my brother saw it, and then my whole extended family was looking at it, and they were losing their crap. They were laughing so hard.
Oh, wonderful. I'm so happy that moved on to the whole Glass Sheen extended family.
Yeah, it did.
I'm glad they were able to partake.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, speaking of Smash Lana, I got a DM from him 2 days ago, and he goes,
same here, and I meant to I think I responded.
I got back to him, but he just said, it's over? I said, yeah, man, you stopped clipping all the, like making all the clips, and we couldn't do it anymore. I said, no, he basically said, he goes, are the streams really ending? I hadn't been on in quite some time, but I heard something about it in another stream. I heard you left, he says. He said, in any Craze Pro, I tune in. I'll still tune into the podcast. He was very nice. And I just said, no, we're still.
OJ Howard. Gotta have him. That's the Brady Bundy, by the way, there. 4 passing touchdowns for him. This game pretty much over, so we're going to continue to talk about nothing.
Can I read this message from Smash Lanta that I got recently?
I just did. I think you're fine.
All right. Well, there's nothing bad. I mean, let me reread it. Make sure he's not baiting me. No, it's good. Smash Lanta. I want to let you know that all of the hosts got me through some of the hardest moments of my life. I mean, some real down and out times, and I was extremely struggling to get by. I just want to say thank you for all the laughs and great times. Feels weird to say this as a 30-year-old man, but we know he's 30 now. But you have had a measurable and positive impact on my life. If there's any way I can support you by viewing or participating in media endeavors in the future, don't hesitate to self-advertise in my DM.
Oh, yeah.
Boom.
And Smash working on Beetlejuice rules. You said his name 3 times, so he appeared over on Twitch.
Did he really?
Yeah, hey, but Smash, Germ, first time playing Fortnite, The Sleeper, Obi-Wan, of course. And nothing but praise for you, Rossi, as always. YouTube cheater, Meager. We see Marcus, see all over there. Thanks for tuning in, as always. Sorry about the lack of actual commentary, but
no, do not. Whoa! Scratch what he just said. There's no apologizing. No apologizing here. Be happy to have us. This is it. The one last hurrah these last few days. Enjoy it. Yeah, Smash, good peoples. Obviously, all you guys are. Even Obi, like, I'm not kidding. And I've had a lot of people DM me in the past about, like, Obi, you be you, dude. You're a little strange cat, and I get it. But, like, I appreciate you just being here, man. Like, doesn't matter. You love Glash, you hate me, you like Christian. That's cool. I don't care. As long as you're here, that's really important. You've been here the whole time, so that means a lot.
Oh, 2nd and 5. Breida, first down to the 45-yard line. They are down 21. How are we doing in the contest? Rossi, we can't talk to you about that, but how about Christian?
Not great. Without Tom Brady in there, I am 84th of 107 with 54 points. My Gronk captain play is doing okay because he's got that receiving touchdown. He's got like 12 points in the flex, but the Albert Wilson Mike Gesicki duo has combined for 5.3 points, which is not ideal. How about you, Dash?
67. You know what? What the heck? It's a Friday. It's a one and done sim for Rossi and I.
Ooh.
The Twitch chat is wondering, this was about a month ago? A couple weeks ago? I don't remember the exact date. They're all wondering, because I wouldn't reveal what the prank was that Smash Lanta pulled on yours truly. Smash, you remember it better than I do because I can't find the message. The gist is this. I got a random text from a number to my cell phone about a $270 order from Domino's. And that my bank account had been charged. No idea who it was coming from. I was freaking out because I forget. We were live on the air, so I had to mute myself and go in the other room. I look at Sarah like, what the hell? Like, this isn't good. Someone's got my card info. As it turns out, Smash Lanta found my cell phone on the internet and did that.
Got him. I listen, that's like a funny prank, though. Like, that's a good one, Smash. Like, I've had some, and I don't even know if we've talked about it. I don't remember the last time we've connected on this stuff, but like, I had someone who literally tried to like say, I spoke on the phone. I will give a 30-second recap, but basically someone who like thought I was their long lost brother, which wasn't the case because my biological parents, all that stuff. But anyways, then out of nowhere, a few weeks ago, that same person who we basically, stopped talking because like I said, hey, if I can help you, different Jason Rossi, maybe whatever. This person sent me a text asking for money. I was like, I was just getting scammed. And like the way their text came across was so bad. I was so mad, and I forget who I spoke. I don't even remember what sim I was on. And the chat was like very much like, you're a moron. But that's okay. You take chances out there.
Yeah.
That was a bad one.
Yeah, sometimes people don't suck.
Yeah, but most of the time. But then you find out they do.
Yeah.
Tara Lynn says Glash almost peed himself on air.
Yeah, I was freaking out. I don't regret it.
Meanwhile, Kenny not even on the sim, but catching strays both in the chat and in the Slack, which is amazing.
Kenny's in the chat right now?
No.
Oh.
You'd think he was based on the amount of Kenny-based comments in the chat at the moment.
Well, because what happened was we talked about Statrix history, and then people started going, well, how is Kenny still here? And we all wondered that, to be honest. But he does good stuff out, read his articles, I guess. Listening to him might be tough, but he does have some good info on the articles, maybe.
Good tennis insight.
The Guru, yeah, a little bit, but not the same level it was a year and a half ago when we first started, when there was nothing to do. Oh, some dark stuff happened here. Oh, Charlie says, and Christian, I know you were weighing in about on-air personalities, but is Nate Burleson, who's been on these sims, he's done at Good Morning Football?
Yeah, I think he's going to he's pulling like the Michael Strahan route. He's going to just a more general morning show. I think he's going to Good Morning America, but I'm not certain.
Really?
CBS Morning, says Andrew. I didn't know that.
Yeah, dude,
I did not know that either.
He's great at what he does. I'm glad. I'm very happy for him. Just an affable personality who knows a ton.
Oh.
And like, you don't realize it, but that dude played like 10 years in the league. He stuck
He was
around
good.
for a while.
He had some real. Listen, he was really strong there with Seattle for a hot minute, with the Vikings, and then obviously played well with Detroit. Postroute.substack.com. Subscribe, please. But yeah, that's a tough one because Good Morning America Good Morning Football might literally be the greatest football show that like balances that like over personality with football talk that's legit. Like you have some really good people on that show, and so I'm really going to be interested what they do with that fourth chair. It's interesting.
I hear Brendan Glasheen's available after WNBA season's over. So
here's the exact text that Smash Lanta pranked me with. Domino's alert. Thank you for your order. Please note, our drivers do not carry bills larger than $20. You will receive an alert prior to delivery. The total of your online cash order placed on June 21st at 10:25 p.m., which is why it was weird, because it was Madden After Dark, and it happened right at 10:25. 243.56. Stop to opt out. Help for help. Message and data rates.
Did you reply help?
No.
I would have just thrown my phone in the toilet.
Yeah. So it was weird.
Oh, look at this. Mike Lane says, been fantastic. Be sorely missed. Stumbled across these last April. Helped me through the lockdown here in the UK. Thank you. All the best to everyone. Even the Raiders in the chat.
Wow. You know that's good spirit when you got AFC West teams complimenting each other.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's coming back to me. So I was right. Pizza. We did a little comeback for pizza deals. So that's why I was nervous, because I had bought Poppy a pizza a day or two before. So I wondered, oh, great. Like they went and got their pizza and then got my card info. Like they could have played dumb. So that's why I was worried. I thought I was legitimately hacked. But Smash just totally scared the bleep out of me. Good for him. It's all fun and games now.
I've been saying, like, I've been going through some of, like, the DMs, because I remember I sent somebody, who the hell was it now? It wasn't Justin Cravens. Like, I sent somebody a steak and cheese. And it was hilarious. Like, how it all, oh, look there. Oh, it was your fake you. It was not the real you, Glash. I sent the fake you a steak and cheese.
It was BJ Glash _ verified.
Yes, it was BJ Glash.
The name of my fantasy team, by the way. Very, very much looking forward to throwing that one out there. Also, very much looking forward to taking over the treasure role from Tommy Freeze Pops, because his payout structure was absurd.
Oh, we were talking about that.
Yeah.
I already hate this league. I'm going to learn to love to hate it.
Yeah, I said, me and Freeze Pops were talking about that. We kind of both assumed that it just wasn't going to happen. So I was like, all right, no big deal. And then, well, still is.
It needs to happen now more than ever. This is like our main way to keep in touch.
Yeah, that's a good point. I get it. Like, I just thought it was going to just be one. I was like, all right, so, yeah, I'll talk to you. Yes, Brendan Blashian. That's right, Taylor.
Only 25 likes away from 100, so hit the like button. We're in the fourth quarter, 6 minutes to go. Tampa's got a big lead on Miami, one of 3 sins today, because we have American Ultimate Disc League action
big
tonight.
Disc.
Plus preseason football.
Huge disc energy on the Sim channel here later. Gotta love it. And you know what? You two are bringing that big disc energy today, too. And so is Tara Lynn.
Always.
He just left. He just disappeared. Probably just had her car towed or her charger broke. But AC, Andrew, our technical director, he's got that big disc energy. And so does Bailey and Tate. Good crew.
I mean, Tara Lynn's apartment is haunted as well, so you can't discount that the ghost got her. At any rate, Tara Lynn will be missed. Pour one out. Oh, I'm so excited. It's Oktoberfest season, you guys. It's my favorite time of the year.
It's Christian season. It's Christian and people that love Halloween.
Like, and then we get college football this weekend too, and like not great games, but weird games. Illinois, Nebraska, which is going to be just the sickos game of the week per my guy. Oh man, Jason Kirk, former SB Nation college football editor, guy helped give me my start. Now over at For the Win, rated it his sickos game of the week. Very much looking forward to it. A big sling there. So the Buccaneers going to win by approximately $1 million.
Especially, so are you telling us now you're going For the Win? Is that what you're telling? You unveiling here?
I am not. I don't know what comes next. Right now, we're working with a little bit of a partnership deal with PickWatch, just because over the past 2 years, guys, did you know that I am the most successful straight-up NFL expert picker in the world?
What?
Yeah, I hit about 70% of my straight-up picks the last 2 years.
Well, flex it, baby. Flex it. I love that. I'm going to have to listen to you then.
If only the Chiefs had beaten these Buccaneers in the Super Bowl, I would have been the top overall last year. Instead, I had to settle for second, but I was first in the regular season last year, first in the regular season the year before that. I've had incredible luck making picks, and like Pick Watch is like, hey, let's collaborate with the post route family, because my co-founder Sarah Hardy finished top 15. Turns out we have some pretty good picks for you if you pay attention over on the post route, and maybe, just maybe, we're gonna get a little extra cash working with Pick Watch. We'll see. But NFLPickWatch.com, great site for tracking expert picks and seeing who has their stuff right.
Hey, salty Cajun, you stink. How about that, pal? How about that? I ain't holding back. I don't care.
Wow. Harsh language. Use the S word.
Screw them. I don't care. I got no time. I got no time for these jamokes hiding behind their fake names. Get out of here. Phony. Coward. Take your time in your day and make a fake name and make fun of others. Nah. If I'm going to make fun of you, my name is Jason Rossi, and I ain't afraid of you. Until you send me a Domino's text, then I'll be afraid.
Yeah.
And I'll pee my pants. I'm just messing with you, Salty. You're probably going to say something really mean in the chat in the next 30 seconds because that's the delay.
That's the delay for you.
Yep. You stink anyways.
Ooh, again, the S word coming out. You really are holding back in the final week here.
Yeah, what do people want to know? Listen, ask the questions. This is the time.
So 35-10, 5 touchdowns for Tampa. Brady's tossed 4 of them. So Lenny Fournette just put that one in, right?
Sure.
I've done a horrible job. Yes, it was Leonard Fournette. Very good. Okay. Evans has another. Scotty Miller's got one. O.J. Howard's got one. And then who's the fifth? Parker's got the one for Miami. Just trying to add it up for the people. Miller. Oh, and Gronk. Miller, Gronk, Evans, Howard, Fournette. Your 5 touchdown scores. No double scores for anybody.
You kind of needed Tom Brady and then a smattering of Bucs skilled players, and then ideally no Dolphins, because this has been a disaster.
All right, we're almost at 100 likes. We're almost there. You guys have been great. Rossi and I are done after this, so it's a one-and-done fraud shift for the two of us. Terrellin, Andrew, and Christian are sticking around. So who comes in next?
Moose and Emerson next.
That'll be fun. You'll have a good time.
Yeah.
You'll be great.
Ooh.
Rossi,
love it when you drop comments on the post route. Crooklyn Dodger. Winston will have a tremendous year. Top 5 quarterback for the first half of the season. Heard it here first. Hell yeah. Drop those wild predictions into our comment section. Leave a like. Share the posts. We love having you around. We love the discourse, even if you're just, putting all your eggs in the Jameis Winston basket, which I would not advise, but I can get down with it. I can appreciate the optimism. Sorry, Rossi, you were saying before I talked over you like Kenny Ducey?
No, you're fine, dude. First of all, it's a 3-man booth. You're lucky that the whole broadcast isn't just people talking over each other. Second of all, I don't even remember what I was saying now. I think I was reading something. No, I was going to say there's a lot of love for the post route in the Twitch chat. I think that's literally what I was about to say.
Yeah.
You guys should. Anybody who has had any hesitancy, I'm telling you, the email that came in earlier that I was reading before we got on air, some good stuff about those preseason things. I guess as you called them, the worries. So get in on it. Get in on the postroute.substack.com.
Josh Cooper, need your advice. 12-team PPR, pick number 10. Do I pick Saquon Barkley? I think it depends on who else is on the board, but I would be comfortable taking Saquon around that 10th overall pick.
There's no way he's there at 10. Are you crazy?
I mean, right now, not the ADP, but the consensus rankings have him at 11th. Let's see what the ADP says. Per fantasypros.com. They have Saquon going 7th overall. So the rankings and where he's actually being drafted are different. I think he may be gone by 10, but if he is available, snap him up. I might go Nick Chubb at that point too, just because Chubb, is going to get those carries. He's going to rack up the yards, maybe not have a huge impact in the passing game, but will be like a Derrick Henry light kind of performer, and Jonathan Taylor in Indianapolis, another guy right around that area. I would rather have Saquon out of that group of three, but Saquon's still capable of disappointing, so we'll see.
Yeah. It's good stuff. If he's there at 10, I would no hesitancy. There's no platoon. There's no backup I'm worried about. That's great.
Yeah, you really can't pass that opportunity up.
Yeah.
I wanted to get to this quickly. Michael Irvin, don't feel great about Syracuse football. They are not going to be very good. They've got some weapons. I know Christian's got thoughts. Christian's with this alliance of all the conferences.
Oh, please. It's so funny.
Yeah, and the alliance is not really an alliance. It's just like, oh, we talk to each other, and you know how you could have scheduled games with each other before. We're gonna do that until we don't, and maybe we
It's too late.
Cool alliance. Yeah.
Super Bowl, good stuff.
Yeah, Michael, I don't feel great about it. They got some good skill players, but the line isn't great. It's not pretty. It's too big.
I don't know how much. I just got another porn bot Facebook request. Gotta love these. Nice. That was another big thing. We would talk about this every weekend during the weekend shifts because I do like 9.
You're thriving, man.
Yeah.
Look at that. You guys ever get these? Just like fake profiles?
Yeah. I haven't logged into Facebook in years at this point. I've given up.
Honestly, you shouldn't. This is the number one reason you should. But I get like the push notification, so I just check if it's a real person. It's Zofia Chambers. It just says, hello, everybody. I started a new group for adults on WhatsApp. There are many single girls here who need good sex. You can participate without spending any money. And then there's a bunch of more, And it goes, all types of girls. Looking for a partner? Are you interested? Click here. No, get out of here. Why is this a thing? Why do people do this?
You know what? They're promoting diversity, so I'm okay with that. All types of girls, and it's a wide net, and you know what? I'm all for inclusivity, so maybe you're just getting mad for the wrong reasons. They're trying to make the world a better place with their
I'll forward you the link.
All kinds of girls WhatsApp.
I'll forward you the link.
Wilson!
There he is.
They're going to take timeouts. What are we doing here? To get 2 or more reps? Protect the guy. Take the knee.
Zilla says 2 is the worst Madden Sim QB.
What happened? Where'd everyone go? Where'd Christian go?
What are you talking about?
Oh, there he is. Sorry.
What the hell?
Oh, it's my fault. My internet connection's unstable.
You're good, dude. You're unstable. No, but I don't think.
Yeah, I know.
2 is the worst. I still think it's gonna. My worst quarterback is still Dwayne Haskins. Dwayne Haskins is the worst.
He's terrible. Drew Lock up there as well.
Yeah, but at least like Hamler had those like few months where he was really good. I think they're the bottom 3 though. I think Tua and Haskins and Locke, unless anybody. Sam Darnold's pretty bad too, but his team was good enough. Cudzilla saying, or Crackzilla says, cheeks. Hey, this is Drew Lock as well. Anybody else really bad quarterback I can think of?
Come on, Wilson. Help me out. We're going to get a troll field goal here?
You think? You think we're going to get a little Jason Sanders action?
Would love it, but they're not going to do it.
Come on, do it for Rossi. Let the kicker come out.
Let him boot one. You got to give these guys reps. I'm in a fantasy league that people are trying to ban. Boo. Boo.
This is going to be a touchdown. Watch. Watch this. Touchdown.
Go short of the sticks. Throw the check down pass to him. All right.
No, timeout.
One more shot. One more
shot. One more shot.
One more shot. That's what they say to Christian before he leaves the party.
I haven't been shot for a while. Oh, you know what? That's wrong. I was doing shots every time Vandy would win a college baseball tournament game. I would do my celebratory shot of Rumpelmans, which is great because it's like brushing your teeth, but
without the benefit. But look at that.
Oh, we got a Gesicki. Hey, that's gonna move me up the standings out of 88th. Maybe we'll see.
Gesicki energy in the sim.
Yeah. Man. All right. So let's just go ahead and player of the game, Tom Brady, because he had 4 passing touchdowns. Not gonna hit the bonus, but still, he bundied. Give it to him, and we will.
Stop, Tom.
Babysitter Billy. Ooh, yeah.
Rita?
Yeah, Rita's been pretty disappointing.
12 points in the captain. I captained him. He didn't do me any favor.
66% owned, 14% captain. Rita, you are the babysitter Billy, not my kid award winner for this one. I swear to God, if they onside kick this ball, I'm going
to quit.
Yeah, what are you gonna do? Not show up on Wednesday?
I'm gonna put in my 4 days notice.
Well,
I got a
Christian's here
question.
too.
I got an off-brand question here. Christian, did you get an email to put in your timesheet already? Yes or no?
No, not yet.
Okay, good. So something's up with Freeze Pops. Freeze Pops tells me he gets these things, and I don't know if they must treat him differently.
Yeah.
He always freaks me out. He's like, oh, man, I got the email about doing this. I'm like, did you, though? Did you? So, I just got a very important phone call I have to take after this. I have to go beat up a car dealership about my sister-in-law's car.
Sure, yeah. Normal. Normal stuff.
Oh, please. You buy a lemon, it'll squeeze you.
This game comes to a merciful end.
Does
Buccaneers double up the Dolphins +1, and yeah, that was certainly a Madden simulation that happened.
In our free roll, CRB 5669, first place at the moment. Meager 66 is in second. Nice job, Meager.
Good job, Meegs. Woo!
All right, keep your eyes on the game center to see how you do.
All right, we got our players of the game. We know that coming up next is going to be this handsome face, along with Emerson Latzia's handsome face, and Moose, who's probably the most handsome of the three of us. I mean, I feel like Moose doesn't get his just due because that dude's run out there. He's a triathlete. So, like, I mean, this is going to be the fittest trio we could possibly throw out there. All due respect to Glash and his healthy foods mini fridge at the Mohegan Sun Casino. You're going to, just eat that plant after you're done here? Is that what lunch is? A little bit of ranch and you're good? A little bit of light ranch. Because you don't want to go full calorie ranch.
Fat-free. Go fat-free.
Light ranch, then you can eat that potted plant, no problem. All right. Did I miss anything? We good? We Gucci?
Yeah. Thank you, everybody. Rossi, you're back Monday, of course. Yep. Rossi's here Monday. Let's see. Rossi's on 8 and 10 Monday.
Shutting the baby down.
Yeah, it's a really weird schedule for me Monday. I'm on at noon, 4, and then 10.
Ooh.
But Rossi, you get to be part of the second to last buzzword. Me, you, and Tommy Freeze Pops. So.
Hell yes. What a menage that will be.
Okay. The 2-day finale begins Monday. 2 more sims today. With Disc League action as well as preseason football. Only 3 sims today, 12, 2, and 4. 2 more to go. No sims over the weekend because of the preseason. Thank you all very much for tuning in, and we will see you very soon. Bye-bye.
What's up, guys? Happy Friday. I'm Jesse Cofield, and you are watching The Sweat. Let's get this party started and jump right in. Say hello to our baseball panel, DraftKings contributor Matt Meiselman and RotoWire's Eric Halterman. Fellas, we're going to go through position by position and price range by price range to get your favorite DFS plays for tonight's 15-game main slate, starting with your favorite pitcher over 8K. So there are 3 guys on this slate over 10K, Shane McClanahan, Garrett Cole, and Aaron Nola. Matt, do you want to pay up into the 10s for Nola, who's got an enticing matchup with a weak-hitting Arizona team that has struggled mightily against right-handed pitching?
It's tempting. I think the reason to do it is that Nola does have this great matchup, and I think there's a good case for it, especially if you're playing cash games. I think Aaron Nola is a better play than Garrett Cole just because the matchup is so much better. Cole is going into Oakland, and the A's, especially since the trade deadline when they got Starling Marte and Josh Harrison, they just don't have a lineup that strikes out that much. So I think Nola over Cole, and then kind of ignore McClanahan in Baltimore. Unless he's like 1% owned in GPPs, maybe you just make the pivot there. But I think if the decision is between those 3, I like Nola a decent amount more than the other 2. But I don't know if I really want to pay up that much, and we'll get there with hitters, but I just don't feel that good about any really cheap hitters on this slate. So I may just want to spend $8,400 at most on Sean Manaea, who's been really bad lately. But he's been really good over the course of the year in a larger sample, and the Yankees do strike out a lot. So I think Manaea 8,400 could be the way to go here if you don't want to spend as much on pitching and take someone a little bit cheaper.
All right, Eric, where are we going?
It's a pretty strong pitching slate overall, which I think means that guys like Cole and Nola, who normally would be owned by nearly everybody, there's going to be just more competition for your pitcher slots. So they may not be quite as popular as they may be on some days. So I think they're both fine choices. But if you want to go a little bit cheaper, I like Joe Musgrove at 9,600 a lot against an Angels team, which is third from the bottom in WRC Plus since the break. Just not a lot left on that roster without Trout and Rendon, and even some of the guys who were good earlier in the year, like Jared Walsh, are not looking as good of late. So one of the best matchups you can have. Musgrove had a little bit of a rocky stretch a little while ago. He had a 4-start stretch with an ERA north of 7, but in the 6 starts since then, 2.75 ERA, seems to be throwing as well as he has really at any point this season. He's kind of had an interesting track record. Over the course of his career, early in his career through 2019, didn't really strike guys out, but didn't walk anybody, and was fine, but nothing special. Then suddenly last year, he struck out nearly a third of opposing batters, but also walked close to 10%, 9.5%. This year, he's given back a fair portion of the strikeouts, but still is way up at 28.1%, and he cut his walk rate back. So I think this is a new, well-rounded version of Joe Musgrove, who is rightfully priced a tier below those aces, but is still, I think, a very trustworthy option against almost everybody, especially a team like these Angels.
All right, Eric, how about a pitcher that you're liking who checks in at under 8K?
Yeah, in contrast to the expensive bracket, there's not a lot here. I guess maybe that shouldn't surprise us. If they were interesting, they would cost more than 8,000. I think Jake Odorizzi is probably my favorite at 6,700 against the Rangers. You could convince me to select most pitchers at 6,700 against the Rangers. Rangers haven't looked good all year, and they're 29th in WRC Plus since the break, 1 spot behind the Angels even. Odorizzi started the year very poorly, 6.75 ERA in his first 6 starts, but since then he's been completely fine, 3.70 ERA. Bit of a low strikeout guy on the year, 20.9% strikeout rate, does cap, I think, his ceiling, although he is coming off 5 shutout innings with 8 strikeouts against the Mariners in his last start. And, you know, he's a guy who has had some very successful seasons in the fairly recent past. So even though he's down from that level, I don't think he's down to the level of being a 6,700 guy when the matchup is this good.
All right, Matt, who you going with who checks in at under 8K?
I actually like Odorizzi too, but I have some concern that he could be really highly owned on this slate because there are a lot of expensive bats to afford. And like Eric said, there aren't that many great cheap pitching options. Most of the good ones are in the expensive range. So it's really Odorizzi. And then I think another pitcher who could be popular too, but maybe a little bit less so, is Logan Gilbert. And this isn't something I normally look at too much, but Gilbert's been bad his last 2 starts, so I kind of checked out what's been going on with him. And in the 2 most recent starts, he's throwing his slider much harder than he was before, but it's also not breaking as much. And maybe there's something he's doing there where that's caused the results where he gave up 5 runs to the Jays and then 9 runs to the Astros last time out. So maybe their pitching coaching staff makes an adjustment with him and he goes back to throwing the slider the way he was. Or maybe this is just a fluke and he faced 2 good offenses and that's why he had 2 bad games. But Gilbert for the year has really good numbers in terms of strikeouts and walks. His ERA doesn't really line up with it, but the peripherals are there, and he's got a matchup at home against the Royals for 7,700. So really, for me, it's a concern that Gilbert could be highly owned along with Odorizzi. And if he's not, I think he's my favorite pitcher on the whole slate ahead of Cole and Nola because of the savings you get with him.
All right, let's move to a big bat, a hitter over 5K. So, Matt, you got a couple of Rays that fit the bill here, facing an enticing matchup with Matt Harvey.
Yeah, I actually think this slate could be big enough where the ownership on the Rays doesn't get there like it normally would because there's so many choices. Like I think Toronto and Boston and Milwaukee and maybe even San Diego, there are a lot of teams for people to choose from. Ultimately, though, I do think the Rays probably do get owned a little too much for GPPs, and that'll keep me off of them. For cash games, I think they're all the best plays, though. That's really the best spot on the slate. So to be a little more contrarian, I think Juan Soto, again, will just go entirely overlooked. Lefty-lefty versus Rich Hill at Citi Field, so it's away from Nats Park. But Juan Soto, I think you're actually getting him at sub 1% ownership on this slate because of how many other expensive bats there are to pay up for. And Soto is just in that class of hitters where anytime he's contrarian, just play him. And I think we do see Tatis and maybe Harper and then all of these Rays hitters and a few others take 5, 10, 15, 20% ownership numbers, and Soto will be way lower. So for that reason, I think he's my preferred choice over all of those guys.
All right, Eric, a big bat. Who you going with?
Yeah, I am going to go with one of those Rays, and that's Wander Franco at 5,300. The talent that we knew he had coming up, he was, again, not just the top prospect in the league, but a generational type talent, the once-in-a-decade type prospect. So he's not somebody you'd be at all surprised would end up in this 5,300 range. It looked like he wasn't going to be anywhere near there, deservedly at least, this season, because over his first 27 games, he was hitting just 220, on base 283, slugging just 349. And his carrying skill, which is his elite strikeout rate, that hadn't really shown up, 20.8% strikeout rate over that stretch. But over his last 22 games, he looks very much deserving of this kind of price tag, hitting 341 over that stretch, slugging 591, and he's cut his strikeout rate down to 9.4%. So when you give me a guy like that who was supposed to be excellent, he already seems to be excellent, and you get a very hitter-friendly park against a pitcher with an ERA north of 6, I think it's too tempting to pass up.
All right, Eric, hit me with your favorite mid-priced hitter, so someone who's between 3 and 5K.
Yeah, in this tier for me, really all year, it's been Kyle Tucker. Even if you just look at his surface stats, I think he's way too good to come in at 3,600. Hitting 274 for the year with 22 homers and 11 steals. That's already plenty of production, but all year his underlying numbers have suggested he should be hitting the ball even better, specifically some of the StatCast numbers. His expected batting average is 307, so good 33 points above his already good actual average. His expected slugging of 573 is well above his actual slugging of 517. So if you look at the quality of contact he's making, it's among the better hitters in the league, among those guys who should be priced north of 5,000. And I think that's who he is. And toss in a bit of speed, too. He's an extremely well-rounded player. He'll be facing Rangers debutant Glenn Otto, who does seem to have some interesting high strikeout rates in the minors, but he's also doesn't have a ton of prospect pedigree, not much more than a fringe prospect back-end starter type. So I would be happy with Tucker against a much better pitcher than Otto at this price. And when you throw in the matchup, I think it's one of the biggest steals on the slate.
All right, Matt, who are you going with who's between 3 and 5K?
So I think it gets pretty concentrated as far as what teams people will use in this range. I do think the Astros will be somewhat popular. And then I think the Mets in the 3 to 5K range are kind of the cash game spot, honestly. Like Michael Conforto is really cheap, and Jeff McNeil and Brandon Nimmo. So I think I want to stay away from that in GPPs and actually go to Baltimore against Shane McClanahan, where I just don't think that that's a priority for most of the field. Cedric Mullins is only 4,200, lefty, but he just has such a high upside fantasy game with the power and stolen base combination that he has there. I think Austin Hayes, 3,200 is way underpriced. And then you have, it's unfortunate for stacking, but I like Trey Mancini and Ryan Mountcastle. They both are first base only, so you can't play them together. But this Orioles lineup, I think in that mid-price range is a really good option, but specifically Mullins, because I think with the left-hander on the mound, you just don't see the ownership get there for him.
All right, finally, let's get your pick for a value bat. That's somebody who's going to be under 3K, Matt. So who are you going with here?
I'll go all the way down to the bottom of the salary range with Victor Robles, who I think will probably lead off against Rich Hill. And I do think that this Nationals stack it's a weird one, like it kind of has been for a while now, where Soto is very expensive and then no one else on the team is really expensive at all. So you have Robles at 2K, Ryan Zimmerman at 2,800, Lane Thomas 2,200. I think all of those guys could be in the lineup. So those are pretty intriguing value plays. And if you want to stack an expensive team, you're gonna need to save salary somewhere. I think this is a hard slate to do it. So I actually do worry that Robles could be kind of chalky. Maybe Zimmerman is the better choice, but cheaper Nationals in general against Rich Hill, I think it's a good spot for them.
All right, Eric, who are you going with who's under 3K?
I like Tyler Naquin at 2,700. He's riding a 15-game hitting streak. He's hitting 446 over that stretch. 5 homers, scored 15 runs. He's scoring so many runs because he's moved into the top 2 spots in the order in his the Reds' last 6 games against righties. He's hit first or second. And he's got, I think, an enticing matchup against the righty in the Marlins, Zach Thompson, who does have a 2.97 ERA, but that doesn't look deserved. He's not been bad, but he's doesn't stand out in any one way. If you look at the underlying numbers, slightly below average strikeout rate, basically league average in walks and grounders. So not the weakest pitcher on the slate by any means, but somebody that I'm perfectly happy rostering hitters against. And Naquin has been, I think, completely fine all year, hitting 272 with 18 homers. He's particularly good against right-handers, a 123 WRC plus against them. Can't really hit lefties, but shouldn't matter for us too much in this matchup, and is all backed by a career-high 10.3% barrel rate. So I think the Tyler Naquin breakout, at least to a completely fine starter against righties, is real. And I think that level of player who's batting first or second should come at a lot more than 2,700.
All right, thanks, guys. The sweat rolls on after a quick break. We're breaking down the top DFS plays for this week's preseason NFL slate. But before we discuss the possibility of seeing Sam Darnold tonight, here's our pal Ross Tucker talking with Chris Sims about his quarterback rankings on the Ross Tucker Football Podcast.
I want to get into your quarterback rankings, and I know they came out a while ago, and I know they always generate a lot of attention.
Yeah.
I'll say this, by the way. I think there are people that believe that you do the quarterback rankings. You know, your rankings are never what the consensus seem to be. Yeah. And I think people think you do that on purpose. I really don't think you do. I mean, I really think you put the time in, and that's what you think. And by the way, I think people would be surprised if they saw NFL coaches' quarterback rankings going into a draft for the rookies, or even the veteran ones, if they really had to sit down and do it.
No, I know. Well, listen, it frustrates me, that element. I'm not going to lie. I mean, people think like I'm trying to get clicks or a shock jock. Like, no, I like being right more than anything, okay? I mean, yeah, I got aspirations to be in this business for a long time. You know, I do even think about being in the front office in the NFL at some point, maybe down the road and things like that. So I'm not here to just say stupid crap and then just to get clicks and all that. No, I'm absolutely not. I know I don't see it eye to eye with the consensus, but I'd also like to say to the consensus, like, hey, I'd like to say I got a more nuanced eye than the consensus. I'm sorry. Yeah, I grew up around it. The first catch I had in my life was with Phil Simms. He was kind of a good quarterback. Okay, so I saw him. I've caught him passes and seen in person from John Elway to Brett Favre to Dan Marino, Tom Brady, of course, played. So I'm trying to really just inform people. You know, and that drives me crazy. Listen, I'm not a shock jock or anything like that. I had Kyler Murray as the number one quarterback. I had Joe Burrow as the number one quarterback. I also had Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson very high and Patrick Mahomes very high. Was I shock jocking then? No, I was more about, can I swear on this thing? Am I allowed to swear? Because
you can. We don't often, but you can.
Okay, fine. No, well, I just want to be effing right. That's what I'm looking to do, and that's all there is to it.
So, you know what's funny, Chris? You know, anybody that does any type of list, and I do it for the offensive line, they always have inherent biases, right? It's like,
of course,
this is literally the only thing I remember from Princeton, which is that you always have to take into account the perspective of the person that is doing the writing or making the list or whatever, okay? And I will admit right now, I am biased towards mean offensive linemen. I am biased towards offensive linemen that play really hard. Like, sure. I love Ryan Jensen from the Bucks. I'm obsessed with that dude.
Yeah.
He might not be the best center in the NFL, but I think that stuff makes a difference. I think that wears on defenses over time. I think it invigorates an offense. Here's why I think your bias is, and I don't think it's necessarily a negative one.
Yeah.
And frankly, it's proven to be successful. I think you are skewed towards natural physical ability at the position, in particular, how well the guy throws the ball. And I know people are like listening and being like, Ross, he's talking about quarterbacks. But I think more than other people, like when I see like where you had Kellen Mond, or when I see like where you have Tom Brady, like you put a real premium on how well the guy can throw the ball. It's like why you love Aaron Rodgers so much. Fair or unfair?
Well, no, I think it's fair to say that 100%, but I think I can also back it up with results to go, that's a really important trait. I mean, I don't know. Again, John Elway, Brett Favre, Aaron Rodgers, Dan Marino, when you have that great arm and things like that, it opens up the offense. First off, you can make throws with the normal plays that the other guys can't. And then the other element that people miss is you can start to draw up plays as an offensive coordinator and go, wait, I had this other guy who's really smart and does everything else well, but he can't make that play or that throw physically. So I probably do to a degree. I try not to let it sway me too much. I really don't. I understand playing the position and doing all those things. Brady, hey, I think Brady's way more physically talented than people ever give him credit for. I mean, I've been around Brady my whole life since he was young in the NFL. I worked there in New England. His arm is way more powerful than people give it credit for. It might not be one of the 5 greatest arms in the history of football, like Rodgers, Marino, Favre, Elway, that kind of group. But it's the next class down. I mean, the guy can still throw it 70 yards. They throw the ball outside the numbers and do all those things, So, yes, I do put value into that pure ability. I mean, right now, when you look at the best quarterbacks in the sport, right, I don't know, Rodgers, Mahomes, Russell Wilson, Deshaun Watson, Josh Allen, it's pure ability. And they're not stupid to go along with it. It's not like the old days where it's just like a guy was like, he could throw it hard, but he's an idiot and he can't make a decision. They can do all the quarterback stuff too. And so I'm not going to argue too much with you that I do feel that way. Yes.
We are into week 3 of the NFL preseason, and here to make sense of it is our NFL panel, DraftKings contributors Jeff Ulrich and Kenny Ducey, along with RotoWire's AJ Scholes. Gentlemen, we got 4 games to choose from on tonight's slate. Now, it sounds like we might see some Sam Darnold, maybe a little Zach Wilson this evening. Jeff, who's your favorite quarterback on the slate tonight?
Well, preseason is all about opportunity, Jesse, and it really sounds like Dwayne Haskins is going to get the biggest opportunity here. So it is kind of about the quarterback on this slate today. Dwayne Haskins potentially playing well into the second half here. There's no Ben Roethlisberger. There's no Mason Rudolph. This is the Haskins show. Maybe you see Josh Dobbs clean up at the end of this game or something, but Dwayne Haskins is going to be out there, and that makes him the most solid play at QB and a guy you can potentially trust. He did throw for 161 yards in week 1. It looked okay. So I don't mind that. There are a couple guys you can swerve off to. There's a guy in Detroit, Jesse. He's ready to clean your driveways. Mr. Blau. Yes, David Blau probably going to start in week 3 as well. Probably going to get a long look, too. This guy actually looked decent in certain spots there for a really bad team last year on Detroit, so I don't mind swerving to him. Again, Haskins, expect him to be highly owned. Sam Ehlinger is another guy who can run a little bit. And then I'll just throw out one play at running back. Jerick McKinnon is a guy I like. Kansas City Chiefs only going to have 3 running backs healthy. No CEH or Clyde Edwards-Helaire or anything like that, so McKinnon should get a good run.
All right, Kenny, what do we think? Who's your favorite quarterback on the slate?
I don't even think it's memeable at this point. I think Zach Wilson is a pretty solid option. He's expected to play in this game. He was 9 of 11 in the Jets' win over the Packers, 128 yards and 2 touchdowns. And look, the guys just looked really comfortable in the preseason, despite what Jeff, he found some plays which didn't exist out of week 1 where Zach Wilson was flustered by pressure. He's been really cool in the pocket. He's been making great throws on the run. And the thing with Zach Wilson that you obviously haven't gotten yet this preseason really, but you can get rushing upside. I would expect perhaps in the 3rd preseason game as we start to get ramped up, maybe Zach Wilson runs the ball a little bit. But this is a very competent offense. They don't have really great top end receivers, but they also don't have really bad receivers. They have a lot of middling receivers, guys like Braxton Berrios, Tyler Kroft emerged in the Packers game. I think there's enough here to believe in the Jets offense, and I like Zach Wilson.
All right, AJ, who are you going with?
I'm also with Jeff here. I'm on Haskins tonight. I think he'll see, like Jeff said, a bulk of the workload, and really it's a great opportunity for him to show what he has and what he can do and really shore up the backup job. Not that there's really any question that it's his. The other name I'll just toss out there in terms of the QBs is Shane Buchal for the Chiefs. I think he could get a little extra work tonight. Look, they know who Chad Henne is. We all know who Chad Henne is, so you don't really need to give him a lot of action. I wouldn't expect Mahomes to play much, if at all. And so I think Buchal's kind of a sneaky play that could get you in there a little bit. But ultimately, I will land on Haskins tonight.
All right, let's go big picture here, Kenny. Who's your favorite play on tonight's entire slate?
So I do believe these guys when they say that the Steelers and Dwayne Haskins are worth owning and worth looking at. I do think that the Steelers have a good game here, and Dwayne Haskins has looked really good this preseason. So because of that, I'm going to go with one of his running backs, and that's Kalen Ballage. Nine touches in that last game. He had 2 catches. He had 7 carries, led the way with 30 yards. So I think that Kalen Ballage, he's a guy that we know as NFL talent. Despite what AJ said about we know who Kalen Ballage is and do they really need to give him a look? I mean, they still are, right? I mean, there's still a competition there. They don't really know what they have with McFarland and Samuels behind Najee Harris, and they have really not seemed to want to give Najee Harris that much of an opportunity in the preseason. They want to just work him slowly into the offense. I think Kalen Ballage is a great guy that's going to, just rack up garbage time carries here in the second half. I think he's going to rack up enough points for you to make it worth your while rostering him. And we saw last season, as a castaway, end of the year, he actually became a legitimate fantasy threat. So this guy has he has some talent, and he can certainly provide for you on this slate.
AJ, who's your favorite play on tonight's entire slate?
Well, it's definitely Haskins. I'll put that out there for sure. But outside of him, AJ Rose for Minnesota, I think, could see a heavy workload out of their backfield tonight. Now, there's no reason for them to play Dalvin Cook very long. They've got a couple of their injuries on that backfield. So I think it's a good opportunity for him to get some pretty heavy work. He did a pretty good job in the first preseason game as well. It's maybe a GPP play for sure. A little bit riskier because there is a bit of a loaded backfield, but I think he could see some work given all the question marks there from the rest of the guys.
All right, Jeff, what do we think?
Like the AJ Rose call, yeah, you got Madison and Madison's banged up. So, I mean, Dalvin Cook isn't going to play. So AJ Rose, just by a war of attrition, probably going to see a lot of snaps. I mean, look, we talked about Haskins ad nauseum, but it's really hard to get away from him. One thing I'll say, I think that if you're going to play him, pair him with Cody White. Again, don't expect to see like the Johnson, Claypool, Smith-Schuster, law firm out there very much for Pittsburgh. They're probably going to play very little, if at all. Cody White basically in the lead for the wide receiver 4 spot. I expect him to play a lot tonight. And again, Haskins is going to be out there probably for more than a half. So Cody White, Dwayne Haskins, there's your stack.
All right, moving along to Saturday, 7 games to choose from. What's your favorite play, AJ?
I really like the Titans matchup for Saturday with the Bears, and obviously Ryan Tannehill is in the league's COVID protocols. So it should mean plenty of reps for Logan Woodside. I would anticipate Matt Barkley getting some opportunities, but as I said before, Barkley is a known quantity. Like, you don't have to figure out what you have there. So I think Woodside could see the bulk of the workload there. And I would also maybe consider A.J. Dillon in Green Bay, especially considering the team is likely going to limit Aaron Jones' reps with him still coming back from that hamstring injury. Yes, Dillon has to face the Bills' defense, but it could be kind of a shadow defense as they try and figure out who's winning position battles. So those are my 2 options for Saturday.
Jeff, 7 games to choose from on Saturday. Favorite play?
There's a lot of juicy quarterback plays on this slate. Kyle Trask is probably going to play a lot. You've got Jordan Love probably returning from injury and playing a lot, but I it's got to be Justin Fields here. I mean, by all indications, he could play more than a half as well, going up against the Titans team who, half the team's on COVID protocol anyways. They're not marching any starters out there at this point. This could just be an absolute layup win for Justin Fields and the Bears. I think that Justin Fields at this point says, okay, you're not going to start me. Like, I'll just go out and play, and there's no pressure at this point either. So I think it's absolutely, again, much like it's like Dwayne Haskins is kind of the obvious play. This is pretty obvious, but I really don't. I wouldn't get too fancy at quarterback here. We've seen Fields' willingness to run in the preseason already. Like I said, it really sounds like he's going to play at least a half, which is great for preseason. So that's got to be my top play. If you want a kind of a GPP flyer, Dwayne Eskridge, I think their second-round pick there, wide receiver for Seattle, should get quite a bit of work. They've got to work him in a bit. He looked like a really, just interesting, explosive player. I think Eskridge could be a guy who just pops off for a long touchdown here. So another name to just keep an eye on.
All right, Kenny, who do you like?
Yeah, I have to echo Jeff when he says Justin Fields. I mean, that is far and away the best play on Saturday when you take a look at the matchup with Tennessee depleted. Mike Vrabel's trying his best to get some starters in there, but obviously a lot working against it. And when you look at the Bears, they're going to be starting their starting offensive line, or most of it anyway. Now, this whole story with the Bears this preseason has been how ravaged by injury their offensive line was. So that's good news for Justin Fields and Justin Fields owners that, you're going to get a guy not only who has shown that he has a lot of talent, he's run the football a lot, which was a really pleasant surprise and looked really good this preseason. Now he has a starting line in front of him. So I think that this is very good news. Obviously, the skill position players, we're still dealing with twos with Justin Fields, but he's shown that really hasn't been much of an issue. Cole Kmet could be another guy to look at on this slate, but I really do think that Justin Fields is a very good play. I'm giving him my stamp of approval here.
All right, so on Sunday, we have a 5-game slate. Jeff, your top play to close out the weekend. What's it going to be?
Yeah, let's look at some running backs on Sunday. Some interesting battles going on. You got Dearness Johnson, John Kelly there on the Browns. I think John Kelly looked pretty good. A guy who was drafted a while ago, kind of forgotten about, but he caught a pass, got 10 carries as well in that game, in his last game. So I'd really give him a long look. I think that John Kelly could be like one of those sneaky plays at running back that doesn't get highly owned. And then Trent Sherfield, shown a great chemistry with Trey Lance. By all means, we should see more Trey Lance here. So I think you just keep riding that connection. Trent Sherfield at wide receiver should make for a great pick on Sunday.
All right, Kenny, what do we think? Top play for Sunday?
Yeah, look, the Giants beat writers love the Giants. That's why they're Giants beat writers, and they never say anything bad about the Giants. So that is why I'm reading a lot into the negative storylines about the Giants defense against Mac Jones in these joint practices. I don't know how much he's really going to play at this point, but this is a situation, Cam Newton and COVID protocols. I think that Mac Jones could be a play here. I definitely think that this Patriots offense in general, there's plenty of options here. And now that Sony Michel is gone, you could start to look at some of those reserves at running back. Maybe a Stevenson who had 15 carries, Ramondre Stevenson for 66 yards and 2 touchdowns. Obviously, everyone had a good game against the Eagles. But I'm looking to target this Patriots offense for sure because it sounds like this Giants defense is in pretty bad shape. And they also really just have pretty poor starters as it is. So I think that that's a pretty nice play there.
All right, AJ, what do we think?
I'm with Kenny on the Pats. And for me, though, I'm not sold on Mac Jones or Cam Newton taking them in DFS here just because I'm not sure who's going to get the bulk of the reps. Newton was back at practice. Is it going to be Mac Jones, though? So I think there's some question marks here. But either way, I do agree that it's an offense to target. And I'm going to look at number 3 wide receiver, Kendrick Bourne here. Appears to have cemented himself behind Aguilar and Myers. And I think that just means he's going to get more opportunities in this final preseason game. I'd be surprised if Aguilar or Myers goes into, after the half or possibly even coming out sooner. And I just think that's going to mean more targets for Bourne here. If you really want to be on the other side of that matchup, which I'm not necessarily recommending, but you could consider Devontae Booker following today's announcement that Saquon Barkley won't play at all on Sunday.
All right, that'll do it for football, fellas. Thank you. But, Kenny, you better stick around because you're joining me next to give your picks for the U.S. Open. Tennis Talk is coming your way after we get a price check from Piers Dietrich for the Coke Zero Sugar 400 at Daytona tomorrow night.
Welcome to the price check. I'm Piers Dietrich. Let's look at the salaries for Daytona, whose salary jumped up this week. Austin Dillon, $8,000 up to $10,300. The best way to wreck at a plate race is to race for stage points. Dillon is going to race for stage points because he's trying to point his way into the playoffs. Corey LaJoie, $5,600 up to $7,400. Does he race passively and methodically because of his equipment, or does he do it because it works? Joey Logano, $9,600 up to $10,600. He's a top 3 plate racer. He's starting in the back half of the field. Don't overthink it. Whose salary dropped this week? Kyle Larson, $11,500 down to $9,000 in the last 23 plate races. The pole sitter has been optimal never. William Byron, $10,200 down to $8,000 in the last 23 plate races. The car starting second has been optimal 1 time. Kyle Busch, $10,800 down to $9,200 in the last 20. No, not this again, right? Okay, well, here's the point. Play drivers starting in the back. You got it? You want to know, don't you? The car starting 4 has been optimal 2 times. Favorite play of the week, Kaz Gralla, $8,900 at Talladega. He started 38th and he scored the most fantasy points. Where is he starting on Saturday night? 38th. Landon Castle, $7,100. The number 96 Gump Brothers Toyota has 3 top 20s in 7 Talladega races and 2 top 15s in 6 Daytona races. All right, guys, check out DK Nation for all your DFS information and needs. If you got an Ask Our Question, find me on Twitter at Race for the Prize. I'm Peter Teacher. Catch me on DK Live.
As promised, it's tennis time. DraftKings contributor Kenny Ducey is here to chase your fate. Some exciting bets available on the DK Sportsbook for the U.S. Open. So, Kenny, chase or fade the favorite, Novak Djokovic, at -125, going for the all-time male record of 21 Grand Slams.
Oh boy, Jesse, I'm so excited to say it, but I'm fading Novak Djokovic winning this tournament. And you can get some special markets here because he's -125 to win. You can get plus money on anybody else to win. I really do believe that that is the best bet here. Look, Novak Djokovic has been on top of the men's sport for so long. He's won the first 3 Grand Slams of the year, and he's only lost 5 times. But boy, I mean, you look at 2 of those losses in his last 2 matches. He lost to Sasha Zverev in the semifinals at the Olympics, and then the bronze medal match got run over by Pablo Carreno Busta in the 3rd set. This is a guy that I think the wind just might be out of his sails a little bit. He won so many matches in a row, and now that the Golden Slam is no longer attainable, I mean, he's probably going to be pumped up to go for the Grand Slam, obviously, but he hasn't played since the Olympics. There's plenty of guys who are tuned up, like we'll talk about in a second. I think that this could be the year that Novak Djokovic does not win the U.S. Open, and there is precedent for that. I mean, he hasn't won it since 2018. Of course, Rafael Nadal, the last time he was in the draw, won it. But I think that there's plenty of young talent here that could upset Novak Djokovic. And when you look at the path that he's going to have to take to the final, it is a very difficult one. We have not seen Novak Djokovic with this difficult of a path, potentially anyway, when you look at the draw, in quite some time. Guys like Andrei Rublev could stand in his way, and Zverev again. So I definitely think that this is maybe a year I'm not betting on Novak Djokovic.
All right, maybe you're betting on this guy, Chaser Fade Stefanos Tsitsipas at +1,300.
Yeah, that's right. I am betting on Stefanos Tsitsipas. It's been a great year for Tsitsipas. There's been some hiccups. We looked at him last week in Cincinnati. He lost to Sasha Zverev in the final. But this is a guy that was really the best player on tour for most of the year until very recently. That title was kind of taken from him on a hard court season. He lost a heartbreaker to Riley Opelka in Toronto, who was playing really great tennis. I mean, look, I just think that he's had so much Grand Slam experience at this point. We saw him nearly win the French Open, go up 2 sets on Novak Djokovic, and that is probably his best surface. But I still think that this is a very, very solid play here. Look at these odds. I mean, these odds are kind of ridiculous. He was around +900, and now he's slipped all the way to +1,300. I know that there's a lot of people getting in on Sasha Zverev now because of the recent run and the fact that he beat Stefanos Tsitsipas, but look, he has the variety in his game to compete with just about everybody. His serving has been great this season, and especially the last few weeks, it's been great. Just some close losses to good players. I'm not ready to give up on Tsitsipas. I think he's the most complete player we have on tour, not named Novak Djokovic.
All right, Chaser Fade, the favorite on the women's side, Australia's world #1, Ashley Barty at +330.
It's hard not to chase Ashley Barty. It's sort of like Iga Swiatek at the French Open, and of course, didn't really work out the way we all thought, but when you look at the season that she's had, I mean, 40-8, it's just ridiculous. And it's a juxtaposition to, players, first of all, in the past, like Serena Williams, who won't be in the draw, but also Naomi Osaka, who they don't play all the time. Barty coming off a win at Cincinnati, a very, very solid win for her, beat some quality opponents, Barbara Krejcikova and Angie Kerber to get to the final there where she beat Jill Teichmann. So she's playing some great tennis. This is an all-surface player, and a player that really has not unlocked her full potential when it comes to the Grand Slams. Never won the U.S. Open, going to come out super hungry here, and just so much in her game to like. I do think that she's the best player in the draw, but there also, just as there is in any Grand Slam on the women's side, plenty of value other than Barty.
Yeah, aiming to lift the title for the 3rd time in 4 years, Chaser Fade Naomi Osaka at +600.
Look, I think that this is a fantastic price to get Naomi Osaka at. We were talking a year ago about how Naomi Osaka was the best hardcourt player in the world, and it is, there's been a lot of steam that's come out of those sales recently because of the loss to Marketa Vondrousova at the Olympics. I'm not ready to write off Naomi Osaka because of a loss at the Olympics. First of all, the Olympics are a weird event where players aren't, like, some players are motivated, other players aren't. There's no ranking points or at stake, so sometimes you don't get the results that you would think that you're going to get. I'm willing to give her a pass there. And then the loss to Jill Teichmann. I mean, Jill Teichmann went to the final in Cincinnati. She had an unbelievable an unbelievable run there. And when she first lost to Jill Teichmann, I said, "Oh, that's a bad loss for Naomi Osaka." But a 3-set loss to the finalist in such a big tournament like that, I think that there's plenty to believe in here with Naomi Osaka. Her game is so good. She did win the Australian Open. I think that there is a great chance that she can win a third time, and this is fantastic price, plus 600. I think you got to take it.
Kenny, are you possibly chasing a long shot whose odds you might like on the men's side?
Yeah, I definitely am. Pablo Carreño Busta is plus 13,000. This is a guy that went to the semifinal last year. I know it was sort of a fake sports year. No one wants to give the Dodgers any credit for their World Series or, the bubble Lakers. Like, it was a weird year, right? So Pablo Carreño Busta going to the semis, of course. He got by Novak Djokovic when Novak Djokovic got defaulted. But this is a guy that plays his best tennis at the U.S. Open. He's gone very deep here 3 times. He did go to the gold medal match in the Olympics. I think that there is a world where Pablo Carreño Busta can make a run once again to the semifinals. Guys on his half of the draw like Karen Khachanov and Denis Shapovalov, who are very inconsistent players. Gael Monfils and Yannick Sinner have been very up and down this year. I think that, he has to probably face Alex Zverev in the quarterfinals. But again, that's a matchup I think he can win. We saw him, lead Sasha Zverev the last U.S. Open that they both matched up a couple years ago, or last year rather, and then blow his 2-set lead. That's a matchup where I think you have confidence that Pablo Carreño Busta could win that. And then all of a sudden you have plus 13,000 in the semifinals. I really like this bet. I think it's great value.
Okay, Kenny, finally, who are you chasing as your favorite to win on the women's side?
So this is a good bet here. I think that Karolina Pliskova plus 1,700. I hold my breath a little bit. Look, she's a former #1 in the world. She did make the U.S. Open final all the way back in 2016, and she is getting older now. She's 29 in tennis years. That's old. It's a tough road, right? It's always going to be a tough road when you look at names in the draw like Ashley Barty, Naomi Osaka, Simona Halep, who is very undervalued here because of a weird year. But Pliskova has the big serve. She's been playing incredibly well. A heartbreaking loss in the final in Montreal to Camilla Giorgi. This is someone who always goes deep. She can go deep. She went to the Wimbledon final. We saw her come back, win that second set against Ashley Barty. I think it's a very good price, and I think that really what you're looking for in the futures market is who can get to the final so I can hedge out at a decent price. And I think that Pliskova will accomplish that for you if you go take her future here. Plus 1,700 is a very, very good deal.
All right, thank you, Kenny. Yes, 29, old for tennis, but not for the earth. I'm 30, and that made me feel very old. All right, one more block to go here on the sweat. In the meantime, here's the Pat Mayo experience on their updated running back rankings after the Sony Michel trade to the Rams.
once. Andrew never once invited me to play golf with him and his all-star fiance, who I am now closer with than Andrew.
Wow.
Let's get this all out. We're live, by the way, so let's go. Everyone,
all right.
Airing of the laundry right here.
Yeah.
This is ridiculous, but I'm very happy to be here with everybody.
Yeah, like one of like the final, I don't know, 10, 15 sims we're ever gonna have. And we're unleashing the vitriol, the beast, everything that's been bubbling inside us has been coming out lately. Rossi told someone he stinks in the chat earlier. The rudest thing I've ever seen. Yeah, wow. He used the S word.
Are you serious? He never acts like that. He never says stuff like that.
Furious Rossi told someone they stink. Oh, I was like, you know what? It's it. They put us on notice, and now we're like, you know what? This is how we got to do it. This is how we got to do it. Then we're gonna come crashing down on August 31st. It's gonna be just brutal. Oh, look, there you go, Anderson. There's your golf invite.
Well, oh wait, yes. Oh, I knew it. See, you just got to make them feel terrible about themselves and then allow them to overcome the adversity and build themselves back up by actually sending an invite.
Wow.
Anywho, guys, speaking of stinking, let's talk about this sim here with the Texans. So I'm going to poke over to the stuff yourself inside this contest.
Sure.
Emerson, Jeff, and CDA. I know Jeff probably didn't get a lineup in this contest because he can never find the contests. But Christian, what about you? What'd you do with this one?
I'm trying to find them. I mean, I'm not trying. Like it's not even an attempt issue at this point. It's just the attempt isn't even there. So sorry.
That's why we like
you. Effort issue, not like a knowledge issue, right? This isn't like Carolyn trying to make a lineup and then getting bounced out because the site keeps asking for her credit card information and social security number. This is Moose just saying, you know what? I reject the premise of this free roll. I want nothing to do with it, and I don't understand why we're even partaking when come September 1st, we are all getting canned. We're all getting the axe from these sims, not the axe, the pause. We're all getting the pause button from these sims. The suspended without pay from these sims. The stat trick from these sims, if you will.
Oh my God, dude. You know what? I was going to try to, since I have so much pull with the company, I was going to try and maybe if we could, bring him back from the dead for like one night only for a couple minutes, but I don't think it's going to work. And honestly, I really like my job, so I don't know. I don't think it's worth it.
You know what? Glash apparently has that audio keyed up on his phone because he played it for us after the last sim finished. Obviously, can't play it on the air.
Okay.
Too hot for TV, but.
So again, do you want to maybe tell me what you did with your lineup?
No.
All right.
I you know what? Because I got that good Glash energy from the last sim. I captained Mostert, who currently has 2 whole yards. Awesome. Got Deshaun in there. Got Kittle Cakes, Kendrick Bourne, Darren Fells, and my punt play was Kenny Stills. And you know what? I feel like you just shouldn't roster anyone named Kenny in these sims. There's no Kenny that's ever been anything but a disappointment here in Simland.
So
I'm going to carry that logic over to the real season 2. You know, I'm just like Galladay. He's a fade every week for me. Kenny Galladay. Sorry, you know.
Yeah.
Hey, Jeff,
if you want to get back on our good side, Kenny Galladay, talk to your Kenny namesake's brother.
My mic wasn't athletic.
There it is. There you go, babe. You went back. Now I agree. I'm not going to roster anybody named Kenny this year. That includes Galladay and Stills. But hold me to it, guys. Hold me to it because I'll likely try to do that come week 1. Or will I?
Or will you? Yeah, Kenny Galladay might be good again, or he might be hurt and might just get tired of Daniel Jones overthrowing him every third pass, walk off the field and tell the Giants to keep his contract. He's going to go, I don't know, join one of the Trappist breweries and brew beer in Belgium. I don't know. Anything's possible with Kenny Galladay and Daniel Jones, from the very good to the very bad.
Probably just going to get sick of having the ball fumbled after every third down, you know?
Yeah, Kenny Galladay probably going to be very sick of running backwards after the play once Daniel Jones is fumbled.
Right, yeah. Making tackles on the defensive side, to stop touchdowns.
So I unfortunately rostered Kenny Stills. And do you think Kendrick Bourne, do you think people call him Kenny? Kenny Bourne?
No.
I don't think so. That seems Kendrick to Kenny.
It's a big adjustment there. I don't think.
Really?
If I were a Kendrick, I would want people to call me Kendrick.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, Kendrick's so much cooler of a name than Kenny anyway. I'm going to actually start calling Kenny Kendrick because that might help improve his image in my eyes. Yes. I did roster a guy named George and then Raheem, Deshaun, and I did put Will in the captain spot, Will Fuller, who I always tend to do that when the Texans are here.
Yeah, and it pays off maybe 6% of the time.
Yeah, I know, but hey, 6% of the time, it works every time, right?
Right.
Gotta be bold. As Niners go for it there and get nothing out of it. Texans taking over, and okay, cool.
Well, you know what I like about this weekend coming up in the NFL? So we don't have – I was today years old when I realized we didn't have any Sims this weekend because of the NFL. And then I'm like, what's going on with Sunday? Yeah, preseason football on a Sunday, I like it. Now, I think that a lot of that's probably going to be what? There's one less week, and then you still have like a 2-week gap before week one. So you think they're just like, hey, let's put on a Sunday this year to be a little different? Like, why do you think they did that?
I don't know.
Yeah, I think Sunday they'd probably get better viewership than putting the last, on a Thursday or something. I mean, I don't know, or a Monday. Yeah. I mean,
obviously,
I like the schedule. I think giving teams time to get healthy too, between the 10 days till the Thursday nighter starts, and then break like from the football media standpoint, but they still got training camp, and guys will be coming back from injury, and there might be some transactions, guys get cut too. I kind of like it. I think it's a good schedule.
Yeah, with only the first three preseason games schedule, like maybe they're just testing.
It's basically just for backups. Like it's.
Yeah. I'm okay with. In fact, they could have one preseason game. That would be fine.
Yeah, realistically, right? Yeah. Like in 5 years, we'll be like, it really didn't need 3 preseason games. We're fine with 2. Like when they finally change it, because it will probably get changed down to 2.
Yeah, you know what? I agree with you. I think all they're going to do is they'll eliminate maybe a majority of preseason games. They'll probably go to 2. Is that a drop? I couldn't tell. I was throwing behind him, but it was dropped. Anyway, exactly. I know, right? What was that? How dare me actually draw attention to what's happening on the screen? But I think we've heard it at least up here in New England, talking with a bunch of reporters who've been out there at Foxborough, and they'll tell you that the coaches and these players, and I think Aaron Rodgers has even said it in the past too, you get more out of these joint practices. You can evaluate more out of these joint practices than, let's say, limited reps in a preseason game. So I do think you're going to see another preseason game go away eventually. Hell, maybe all of them eventually go away. It's on 3rd and 6, Sean Watson sack. And maybe it just becomes a joint practicing where you bring another team in for 2 days that week, 3 days, and then you're gone.
Yep. 2 is, I mean, again, a lot of the preseason stuff is mainly for backups. So I think the teams will want multiple preseason games for that reason, but you'll probably get by with 2. And, eventually probably get an 18-week season too. So,
Yeah, no, that's definitely coming, which is,
yeah.
I mean, awesome for football fans, but for football writers, it's like, man, that's already a grind. And then you got to add on the 5 weeks of postseason on top of it, and all of a sudden you're looking at, 20 weeks of NFL football.
That's a wimp. Christian's, you know what I've really noticed? Christian is a bit of a wimp. He just wants that extra brewery time and that extra
It's
I mean, he's a former cross country runner. Of course, he's a wimp.
It's true. Yeah. Well, I mean, so am I. So I mean, I guess that explains.
Oh my God! There's no way you were a cross country runner, buddy. There is no way.
Put some respect on Moose's name.
Jeez,
he swims
100 and soaking wet. I'm not even 140 pounds, man.
I saw that full body shot of you golfing recently. I said, I don't know, man.
You saw those calves, man.
You're really.
I mean, that's me now, man. I mean, we're talking 15 years ago, Emerson. when I had a metabolism, you know. Come on, man.
Yeah, the man is all lean muscle. I feel like if anyone could appreciate that, it would be you, Emerson Lazia.
I do. I know. I'm just giving my guy some hard time. Jeff, you know how much I love you and I respect you for, you know, even though you're a Canadian, but it's because you also have a Springer Spaniel. When you got a Springer Spaniel, Jeff, like I text you nonstop. You didn't even reply to my text yesterday. I sent you a picture of my dog.
I had a traumatic day yesterday. I mean, I took my kids to the Paw Patrol movie. And
I didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah, I mean, this is the kind of stuff you do when you have kids. It was an awesome experience. One of them got so teared up because one of the dogs ran away from their owner.
Oh,
she teared up in the movie because she was so emotional. And then last night, she woke up in the middle of the night and she didn't have a nightmare. She's just like, Dad, I started thinking about the movie again. So we had to have a discussion. So I was just rattled all day yesterday. This movie is just tearing my kid apart at the seams. So
yeah,
very emotional.
Paw Patrol will do that to you.
Yeah.
So we only watch Bluey in here.
I did see your pictures though. Sorry I didn't acknowledge them. I mean, again, these things are like models. I don't even know where you got them.
I know.
I know. Apparently, I have joined the ranks of the chosen because I just got the Emerson Lazia text message.
Yeah.
With just the dog pics.
It's like, I mean, you could just retire on these dogs. Just rent them out to a magazine or something. I swear to God.
Yeah, it could be like that old movie when I saw, I think it was back in the 90s. Someone remind me, it was called Rent a Kid. You could just rent a kid. I thought they would make that movie today because it's kind of weird when you think about it. It was like a family. Yeah, it was a family who would like a family who would just rent kids. You know, I don't know if they needed kids for tax purposes or something, but then they eventually adopted them. Whatever. There was a big
TV
dog in it.
Apparently, with Leslie Nielsen and Christopher Lloyd.
Yes, dude. It was back. This is how old I am. I'm old enough to where I remember when I was a kid having Disney Channel was like a paid channel. It was the only channel my parents. It was the only channel my parents paid for. All the other kids would have maybe HBO. We'd all find that one kid whose family had HBO, and you'd want to go over there and watch HBO.
Right.
But my house, we had Disney Channel, babe. So I got to see all those old school made-for-TV movies, man, before they became really popular.
We had to wait it out. You get the Disney Channel free preview weekend, and that's when the blank tapes came out. That was when the VHS got the workout. It was a big deal.
Damn, we had a whole closet filled with those. It looked like that annoying DVD shelf behind Kaufman.
Yeah, dude. So many in my family just devoted to figure skating. My mom and sister would watch figure skating nonstop. I have a lot of fond memories of Surya Bonali and Christy Yamaguchi because that's all we would watch in my family. It would be football season and then ice figure skating season. And figure skating season, it turns out, runs extremely long. There are so many non-Olympic competitions I'd never heard of, but they all got taped. And they would tape, my mom would tape over old birthday videos. And no, you need to watch the French amateur nationals instead. And cool, thanks, Mom. Great memories.
It sounds like he grew up in a Wes Anderson movie or something.
Oh God, that's great. I would watch that. It's
Andreas.
You see the label be Christian's first steps. You pop it in, you see him lunge to take that first step, and then it's and by golly, that's a triple axel.
Wow,
Nancy Kerrigan just doing a
pirouette. Amazing. The young French woman really showing her stuff here. Might even qualify for the Bonneville Olympics.
Oh man! All right, we have. I didn't know we started the sim.
I can't blame you for not realizing that. We have 9 total rushing yards. Raheem Mostert, 0.8 yards per carry. Beautiful. Love it. Love to see that out of my captain spot. 0 catches as well. Everyone's terrible in this one.
I 100% agree with that. You know what is not terrible? What did I receive in my inbox this morning, Christian DeAndrea?
Oh, you mean this little thing? This little thing? The posterout.substack.com newsletter? I think you did receive it. And today we looked at all the preseason storylines that are A, bad, and B, possibly going to impact the season. Patrick Mahomes looks a little bit off. And, America's team has a coach that the Jaguars aren't really buying into? Should we be worried about Urban Meyer? I say
Okay. All right. I'm going to come out and say it. Obviously, I've made it clear. Not the biggest fan of Urban, but he's going to get the benefit of the doubt from me. I want to see if he can come in. He's had success at every level of coaching he's been at. I'm going to say, okay, you're kind of annoying me. Have not enjoyed these first 2 preseason games. I have not really enjoyed, like, you being fined a handful of times already. But then I'm hearing the guys kind of moaning and groaning it. They don't like his almost like a little bit of a coaching style. They don't like how some guy has a mic there telling them to hydrate, hurry up. I'm like, why don't all of the players who went 1-15 last year just shut up?
Yeah.
And just get out there and work. So he may be a tough cookie. He may be a little hard. He may be doing something that is a little different. And whatever he's trying, likely some things are going to work that he brings from college. Some things are not going to work. But that's part of being a first-time NFL coach. You go in there, you feel it out. But guys, you have no room to complain or moan and groan, okay? Go out there and figure it out. You went 1-15. No one cares and wants to hear about you whining.
Ooh, harsh stuff from Emerson Lafayette. Going after America's team. I feel like we're going to get a lot of rude comments there because there are so many Jags fans in the chat.
Come on, baby. I know there's one of you. It's me.
I think Urban is playing a little possum with his full arsenal of what he's going to be doing on offense. I think that's one thing. I still am pretty bullish on Urban Meyer. I mean, I don't really care about the preseason performance at all. I think I think he's good. I think the Jags are going to be competitive. I think, I'm not talking like, playoff win or division win, but I think they're going to be competitive. I think they're going to be a tougher team than people think to face. I think he hasn't unleashed exactly what he's doing yet. And look, I mean, if I'm wrong about that, it is going to get ugly because like if the product we've seen in preseason carries over to regular season, it's not going to be good. It's going to be
very bad.
Yeah.
That game against the Saints was gruesome to watch, and I did appreciate all the Urban Meyer memes that cropped up immediately afterwards when they basically zoomed in on him doing the Joe Bluth "I've made a huge mistake" face on the sideline.
Thank you, Terrell's phone charger says, I cheer for the Jags because of you. Well, you know what, boys? James Robinson season is back on.
Yeah.
Oh, I love him. I love
Dare Ogunbowale season 2. Dare to be different. Dare was a big star of Madden 2020. We all remember back.
Yeah, he actually was. He was a big-time vulture.
Yeah, exactly.
Is that Kittle?
It is Kittle.
Yeah.
There.
All right.
Rumbling inside the 10.
What do we got here? First and goal now. Yeah, first and goal from the 7. Kyle Waters, I love you, man. He says, I'm a diehard Jags fan. I live in Jax. We suck, but that's my quarterback. I know, man.
We suck.
I know. Yeah, well, it's true. They do right now. But just please protect our Lord and Savior, Trevor Lawrence, as much as possible.
Yeah, I mean, won that very stirring quarterback competition. I'm glad he was able to come out ahead in that battle between him and Gardner Minshew and C.J. Beathard. Oof, I think all of us were surprised when Urban Meyer named him the starter there. But good looks. See, I think I think Urban's just kind of a corny guy with those very high school, college coaching ideas, and I think you can get away with that in college, right? You're recruiting, you're bringing guys in, you're buying into the system, and in the pros, you have guys who are veterans and have been through free agency, and they're just like, all right, guy, chill out.
Yeah.
Take about 20% off it, guy.
Yeah. Once that's because especially like the veteran players, even if you haven't cashed in a massive contract, if you've been in the NFL for like 5 years, you're probably set up financially.
Meowstert.
I really feel like San Francisco should be. Have we set up the last scheduled games for the Sims yet?
Yeah. So what do you want? What do you want here?
Well, I was gonna say I feel like San Francisco and Raheem Mostert.
Oh wait, no. So Monday and Tuesday are not set yet. The good news is
they are set. The last sim ever is 49ers at Dolphins.
There we go.
August 31st, 10 p.m. And we figured out in the last sim, if we continue the broadcast all the way past midnight, then we have to, by law, extend the sims another month. So we're going to all get on. We're going to get to at least 12:01. And then per our union contract, if we work even 1 minute into the new month, we get a full extra month of sims. So we're all
Dude, I will support you. I will fight for you.
Yeah, that'll totally fly, I'm sure.
Yeah, exactly. That's how it happens. Yeah.
You know, all like our boss has to do is just come in and like flip the switch off.
Yeah.
Like that's it. Jimmy B, what's up, man? Good to have you in the chat early on. Past 2:00 Eastern time here up in New England. I know you're typically a night owl. You hang out because you're working again. A lot of people are. And even when many of us weren't, being here, man. Being here was the next best place.
On Trevor Lawrence, which I think is wild.
Who is this?
Another Queenie saying since Trevor Lawrence is 6'7", he's going to be a bust. She thinks it's going to be another Paxton Lynch situation, which I'm skeptical. I think
he's not 6'7" though, is he? He's like 6'5", 6'5" and a half.
I think he's like 6'6".
Let's
go to the tape.
I'm going to look at his measurements right now.
Yeah, let's go.
6'6", 220.
Yeah.
Like, is he cut up? I can't really tell because see, you look at a guy like Mac Jones over at the Patriots, little doughy, right?
Little
doughy, but we all remember the combine pick of Tom Brady, also little doughy, little, and he turned out okay.
Yeah, he did.
So yeah, Mac Jones is going to be the next Tom Brady. That's what I'm saying.
Clearly, we saw what he did.
I've never heard that comparison before. Amazing. That's
wow.
Brand new.
Did we just break new ground? Should we submit this tape to ESPN and see if we can take our hot takes? Like, I know Max Kellerman's out on the morning show. Maybe we just throw Emerson, you, Jeff, and I into that role instead, and the four of us can battle Stephen A. Smith instead.
We will talk about nothing. Yeah. We will talk about nothing anybody is interested in. On a national.
The wild thing is, we would be so good at dealing with Stephen A. Smith screaming at us because we've had the last year of Kenny Ducey Sims to preface.
We're all prepared.
Yeah.
Battle hardened.
Yeah.
Oh boy. So so you said San Francisco, Miami, then, hey? That's set in stone.
Last commentary sim ever.
Okay, yeah, okay. Andrew dropped it. All right, I like that. Getting Mostert in the last sim. That's what I was going to say. I feel like that should have been a thing.
Yeah, I want everyone to know that this is how committed I am to the DK Sim fam. I cleared out my evening schedule, so I will be annoying the hell out of everybody all day long here. I'm going to be popping in. I'm going to be breaking into all of the Zoom rooms, even the games I am not on, and I'm just going to watch this place burn. I'm ready.
I'm gonna pop in every sim I can, and then I'm gonna make sure every one of those sims ends up on my timesheet, and I'm going to have my final month of DraftKings be a $36,000 month.
Wow, that's how much Emerson makes for one sim. So
I know.
I'll Venmo you. Okay, relax. I care about you, peasant.
I have to go meet my kid's kindergarten teacher on Tuesday night. So maybe I should sim from their school.
Dude, my mom is still friends and still talks with. Deshaun Watson fumbles the football, but it's recovered by one of his big, beefy offensive linemen. My mom still talks to my kindergarten teacher. Still does. Yep, Miss Rosner. She's a legend, man. She's a legend in the Jacksonville area. So what do you have to do when you go meet the teacher?
I don't know what it entails anymore, man. I mean, I don't know. We're just meeting, just saying, hello, and
so,
I mean, it's a big step for kids. I mean, going from little daycares or preschools to like this massive school with like kids that are like, 3 times as big as them running around the halls. So.
Yeah. Are you worried like first graders are going to be stuffing your kindergarten children in lockers?
No.
Or cubbies, I guess?
My kids are the epitome of battle hardened, Emerson. They've been wrestling each other since they came out of the womb. Like, I mean, seriously, like, you when you're a twin and like you try and get away with something, like, you take someone's toy or something, like, you better be, you got yourself coming at you, like, basically like a clone of you. So, no, man. I mean, I pity the fool who messes with my kids at school because they got another version of them. They're just going to be outnumbered all the time. Anyone who picks on my kids, so no. They'll
That's
be
great,
fine.
man.
They're a little shy, but they'll be fine.
Do they have their own weird twin language yet?
They kind of do. Nobody can understand them because like they can't say S's yet. So but they can understand each other. Like if one of them tells me something and I'm like, sweetie, like you got to repeat the word. The other one from across the room will be like, Dad, listen, she's saying this. Like they get mad at me when I can't understand them. So,
yeah. I mean, it's frustrating not being heard. I get it. Who it is?
Yeah.
Watson is on the board, so we got the Texans scoring touchdowns now. We have less than a minute to go in the first half. San Fran will get the ball back. 59 seconds to go, all 3 timeouts. Executive Sessions over on YouTube says, Jeff, that you are raising gladiators.
That's right, man. It's the goal. It's the dream. No, I'll be back, though, Tuesday night, because I'll miss the primetime sim, but I'll be back for Madden After Dark. So.
Really? Wow. I hope this isn't like super serious and the teachers have to sit down and kind of talk to you a little bit and, get to have to interview your kids, especially because
I'm
they're
not
shy.
going to wear my regular sweatpants and like 3-day-old shirt to the school.
Dude,
so we should be okay. I'm going to do my best
shower
to like, Ooh. I'll have my wife with me. She'll put on, I'll just let her do the talking. We'll be fine.
Oh my God, that's what I do every time I go to something like relatively important.
Yeah,
Meg's like, don't talk. You have a tendency to talk too much and say too much. She's like, less is more.
No way.
Yeah,
I've never heard that.
Can you believe that?
Your wife has to be the front man of your operation. Like, if as a male human being, if you're married, if you have a partner, make the wife the front man of your operation. Like you're running a company. She's the image you want to portray: sane, smooth, confident, beautiful. Like that's what you want to go with, guys. Just step out of the way. Sometimes it's good to just shut up,
dude. Christian, we have been like doing rent negotiations here, and it was coming down to the wire. We have a few days left in August before September 1st, and I had sent Meg a screenshot of an email that I drew up, and I thought it was very professional, and I thought we were going to win the battle. And she immediately said, no, do not send that. And then she sent her own email, and then minutes later, our agreement, we had reached an agreement, and like we got a really nice deal here. And I said, wow, you are truly the best and greatest, and thank you.
That's when you say thank you by making her a nice dinner. Some cold hot dogs, a little bit of cinnamon toast.
Right, yeah.
Actually, what I did, Christian, I'm not kidding. We got Shake Shack. It's like, all right, babe, I'm going to make the most sexiest dinner, and I'm going to wear nothing but just an apron. And it was Shake Shack.
Yeah. So did you have the Shake Shack delivered? And if so, did you open the door for the delivery person in just...
No, I didn't feel like being arrested.
That it just makes. Oh, hello.
All right, they have a timeout left. They're letting the clock tick down here. Oh my God, she must be hearing that I'm talking about.
In scoring position, then promptly out of scoring position. This sim has been a fart, you guys. 7 points from the usual suspects. Mostert rushing touchdown, and a Deshaun Watson rushing touchdown. That's been pretty much it. So fear not. We have been on to greener pastures talking about Emerson just rocking solely the apron, perhaps a bow tie, maybe one sock, but not on his feet.
My wife could feel I was definitely talking about her. And these are our text conversations. So there's this trend that's starting to go around a little bit on Instagram. If you have like multiple dogs, you want to like take their picture, cut it in half, and try to combine like their heads and kind of see how similar and different they are. So this is the text that I just received where she took both of their heads and combined them. It's not bad, right?
Yeah, I mean, it kind of looks like your dog is having a stroke, maybe. But
I know, dude. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh my gosh, it's not bad, right? Look how much longer Winnie's tongue is compared to Georgia's.
Oh yeah, I didn't see that. What is going on there?
It's a long tongue, buddy. It's like she's in Kiss, you know.
They definitely have different colors of chestnut brown though, don't they?
Yeah, like Winnie is the Gene Simmons of the English Springer Spaniels. So we have a 7-7 game after 2 quarters. This is
a bad game.
This is good. This is exactly what it should be because this is us. You and I together, especially Christian, we attract garbage sims, but great conversation and great interaction with the chat.
Yes. Yeah. We're going out the way that we came in, spewing nonsense against the backdrop of a terrible simulated game of football in which everyone is upset and the crowd is calling out cries of rigged and other personal insults that we won't get into here. But always love to see you. DK Sim fan. Always.
Hold on a second. Are people comparing the sizes of their shoes and how tall everybody is in the chat now? Is that what I'm saying? Queenie, look what you started.
Yeah.
Obsessing over Trevor Lawrence's height. And now all of a sudden everyone's like, yeah, bro. 6'2". 6'2", $195, bro.
Yeah.
Well, let's go. If someone says they're 6'2", also, you can't believe it.
I want to know why Rossi has seen Queenie's ID. That's an unusual combination there. Like, all right, no, maybe I don't.
Wait.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I don't know what that's about, but I'm intrigued. So if you want to text me, let me know what's up.
All right, we got beef stirring up all over here. Reed T pointing out that I did on camera say that if we were in fact going to resort to cannibalism, Emerson Lazia, the most succulent, luscious parts of you to eat would be the lower half and not the upper half. And I feel like that's not an insult. That's just factual.
It's not.
One part of the Emerson buffet would be the quads and the booty meat.
Yes, I would agree. Quads are nice and buttery, as well as the glutes.
Yeah, the glutes. I mean, that's where the good eating is. I mean, if we were doing one of those old timey butcher shop, what would you call it? Like, I guess a diagram. Yeah, diagram.
A loin.
Like the prime cuts would be all lower body cuts, and like the delicacy might be like the calves. Like if you want to eat it like a turkey leg. I don't know, guys. I'm not a cannibal, so I don't really have a lot of great insight in this. I'm just going off of what I know in meats in general.
Yeah, man. I hope
would actually be a pretty good cannibal, though, Christian.
I was gonna say, I hope it's like never you and me trapped on like a mountainside after surviving a hang glider accident or something, and no one finds us, and we're both just trying to survive, or we're looking at each other, hoping the other dies first, so we can like eat the other person. And I will do whatever it takes to survive.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I feel like in this day and age with GPS, we would be found quickly enough that we would not have to resort to eating each other. But again, like I can go maybe 6, 7, possibly even 8 hours without food. So,
Oh my God, not me. Glash is like, hey, how meaty are your toes?
The voice of the WNBA. Subscribe to his OnlyFans.
Jeff, there is a question in our Slack channel here from Terrelyn. Can you tell me about how Freeze Pops was talking smack about me? So Terrelyn, the producer behind the scenes for us today, and Andrew on the ones and twos, who has so kindly invited me to play golf with him next week and his fiance. Shout out to Tate and Bailey also from the ops team hanging with us. Jeff, what is this about, please?
I mean, I thought this was like already known. I mean, he picked her to go last, and I just kind of confronted him. I'm like, you picked her to go last, and then we got into talking. I'm like, you're just gonna rile her up. Like she's just gonna take this super seriously now, and she's gonna like clean our clocks. And he just kind of brushed it off, like, no, that's not gonna happen. And so I don't know. Thomas he's put his proverbial foot in his proverbial mouth, and he declared Carol Ann his last seed in the power rankings, and he's just doubling down, I guess. I don't know what else to tell you.
Yeah, I feel like we have yet to see the full strength.
I don't want to rile up Carol Ann, man. I mean, this is just providing motivation for a motivated person. I mean, so I don't want to.
I'll tell you what.
In no position to make any kind of fantasy judgments based on his weird payout structure. Like we gotta do something about that.
It is ridiculous.
I'm taking over. I'm hijacking the payout scheme. I'll be the treasurer if it means we're not doing the winner takes all but $100 pop. That's terrible. Terrible.
I was kind of hoping it would like rectify itself by now, but if we get to like the day or two before the draft and it's still 90% of the money goes to first, well, I'll just we'll step in. We'll have.
We're gonna fix that. We're also gonna. I think we need to throw in some weekly scumbag payouts. Lowest winning score gets $5. The person who snuck by. That way you infuriate the person who had like the week's third highest total and still lost.
Yeah,
we need more payouts that frustrate and confuse people.
That is a quite quality idea, I have to admit.
When is our draft?
Next Thursday?
It's September 2nd. Yeah, I think it's next Thursday. I actually asked this question last night to Tom specifically, and it is Thursday. It's next Thursday, September 2nd. Yeah.
The worst is when you forget and then all of a sudden you get an alert on your phone. And it's like, okay, you're up. You have 60 seconds.
Right, yeah. Your draft is starting now.
Oh, Andrew and I have the same exact thought. Whoever beats Kenny any given week gets an extra $5.
Here we go. Mark my words, mark the tape. I'm on record saying it. The individual who beats Kenny every week will receive a $5 Venmo from me. But if whoever Kenny is playing loses to Kenny, that individual must Venmo me $5.
Yeah. In a just
I will send a Venmo request.
Just and fair world, you would lose. You'd lose money every 14 straight losses for you. But I don't think we live in that world. I think we live in a world where Kenny Ducey is tragically going to win some fantasy games. He might even win the entire league, at which point we would just shut the league down and pretend it never happened.
He's going to draft Zach Wilson and Corey Davis, and the Jets' defense is going to be like bottom 3, and they're just going to get so many garbage time points. That's probably what will happen. Corey Davis will lead the league in targets.
I'm just impressed we got everyone in the league. Next step is getting the dues from everyone and actually getting a draft going. I'm excited.
It was kind of good that Tom took over. Glash was like, I love Glash. He's not. I'm sorry. I'll say this straight up to his face. He's really not commissioner material.
Yeah, I think we can agree with that.
Damn.
You can tell him to his face. You can email his agent, who is apparently in his Twitter profile now because he's that big time.
Glash? No, he doesn't. You're joking.
It's a fact. He's got it right there. It's like contact. You need to get in touch with me. Contact my agent. I'm a big deal now. I'm the voice of the Connecticut Sun. You think I answer my own emails?
Inquiries, JL. Oh my God.
Yep.
What?
This guy. Unreal. This guy.
That is a joke, right? He's paying. Oh. All right.
Look at this guy. Look at this guy. Does a couple TikToks, a couple WNBA games. Shaves his eyebrows off.
Yeah. Dude, that's why we're have to shut down these Sims. Clash has gotten too big for us.
Apparently, he's got to pay
I can't be seen slumming it up with these guys.
Too many demands. He's demanding like a bowl of blue M&Ms delivered to his house for every
Yes. Oh, I love that. Actually, we got to use this. We got to maybe see if we can get some free stuff out of this.
We should email his agent and try and book him for like my kid's birthday or something.
Actually, you know what we should do? We should email his agent. And listen, he put his agent's email in his Twitter bio. So DK Simfam, literally go to his Twitter bio right now and email his agent. I think what we should do is I'm going to email his agent and see if he is available. Ask if Glash is available to call Madden Sims next week on Monday and Tuesday. I think that's exactly what we should do.
Yeah.
What should we email this agent? We gotta do something here.
We really do. We need to come up with some kind of sporting event.
Flash volunteered to show up at Rossi's kid's birthday party as a clown, so I feel like that's what we need to get the quotes for.
Is there like a dog show or something we could get him for? Or... Oh man.
That's a good one. It should be like your local town's like dog show.
Like the grade 6 volleyball tournament or something.
We need him in ring 3 for like an hour to judge the little Pomeranian group or something. Under 2 minutes to play in the third quarter. Raheem Mostert has 1 touchdown in this game. I was on, I think the last San Francisco sim I was on the last week. He ran for almost 5 touchdowns. Maybe he did hit 5 touchdowns.
Cool. All right. So
what's up?
We got the final score from the FIBA Under-16 Americas Tournament semis. USA's Under-16 women's team played Costa Rica, and we have a final. USA 121, Costa Rica 12.
Wait. What? What is this? Is this wiffle ball? What are we talking about here?
This
is basketball?
Basketball, Under-16s, and a hate crime happened is the best way I can describe this. This is a brutalizing. I feel like they didn't need to. This game did not need to be played. They could have just called it after the first quarter. It's wow.
Yeah, that's a crime right there.
Yeah,
needs to be investigated.
Bryson
DeChambeau, DraftKings own Bryson DeChambeau, 10 under after 14 holes. He needs 3 birdies in his last 4 holes to shoot 59.
Are you serious? That's awesome.
Yeah.
If I don't pay attention to golf, is that good?
Yes, that's incredible. Actually,
he's got a shorter par 5 coming up. Well, it's not that short. It's 595 yards, but for him, it's short.
I was gonna say he'll hit the green in 2. Cantlay?
Yep. Cantlay's 8 under too, but Bryson's got a legit shot. Hey, it's Dante Pettis.
Dante Pettis.
So wait a minute. We've had a Dante Pettis touchdown, and then we've had a Randall Cobb touchdown. So we've had a wide receiver 4 for the Texans, and then we've had a wide receiver 3 for San Francisco.
Cobb's a wide receiver 3, I believe. Stills is a wide receiver 4. So 2 wide receiver 3 touchdowns.
I'm looking at the depth chart right now for Texans. It's telling me Cobb, wide receiver 4, on the one that I'm looking at, big boy.
Who's ahead of you?
Brandon Cooks is 1, Will Fuller 2, Kenny Stills 3.
Kenny Stills can't be a 3. He never gets
I'm just like, listen, yell at Terrellin. Yell at producer. I'll blame everybody but myself on this. Blame Bill O'Brien.
This is a very, very important argument that we're having right now, okay? We need to my day.
Hey, someone who was it here for a second? Someone was like, email Steelers dude, email the agent, ask if Glash is available to grill chicken at the pool.
Oh, because it was Instagram.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Someone should email and ask if he would be interested in modeling his toes for like a sandal ad or something, or maybe like foot ointment.
Maybe get him in some swimwear so we can blast those hairy nips all over the place.
Like a Nair commercial. Remember that old commercial? Who wears short shorts?
Yeah.
Glash wears short shorts.
Oh boy.
What? This has been amazing. This will be the last time all three of us are ever together. I've just accepted that I'm never going to see Jeff in person. I'll likely see Christian at some point in our lives because Christian has ties to New England.
True. I mean, even if I didn't, I would have to come hang out with you and the Sassy Springers. And why wouldn't I? Why wouldn't I? Actually, my sister is in Boston right now, dropping her oldest off at Emerson College. Your university.
Wow.
Yeah. Or maybe they're already back in. I don't know.
I mean, 1 week, I'm literally just going to go book a ticket to Boston and just show up there.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just going to be like,
you have so many couches you can crash out in the Boston region, basically.
Oh, I won't book a hotel.
Yeah, do a full tour.
This couch right here, Big Daddy.
Rossi, Tara Lynn, Eamon, and just, I mean, who would say no to Moose? You know he's got that Canadian politeness. You know.
I've got seniority on most of you people. I just fire you if you said no.
Guys, also, we see the scores are slowly making their way into your lineups and on rosters, so a little extra patience, but we appreciate it. We appreciate those who do have the little extra patience. Things are happening behind the scenes. Scores are being added manually from home. Love you guys. Super Bowl baby says the Wolfpack: Emerson, Jeff, Christian, and Zach.
And we're the three best friends that anyone could have. The three best friends that anyone could have. Never. I forget how the rest of it goes, but it wasn't a very complicated song.
We will never, ever, ever be apart.
Yeah, there we go. It's been a while. It's been a while since I watched The Hangover. Sequels, not great. First one, amazing. Changed the genre of R-rated comedies forever.
No, that was American Pie. American Pie did. American Pie was really changed the game. You don't see movies made like that anymore. You can't. Everything's got to be animated, and it's got to be like rated G, and it's still got to give like Jeff's kids nightmares.
Yeah.
It wasn't even a nightmare. It was just like emotions flowing over from the animated dogs.
That's how I felt. That's how I felt about the one movie about emotions that I had to watch with my niece and nephew. The one with the motion. Yes, the emotions are in balls, like the little glass balls that slide around.
Oh, yeah.
And then, like, all of a sudden, this young lady is a zombie because she just has no emotions. She said it like they're all been sucked out of her.
I see. Was it Inside Out? Is that the name?
Yes, there you go.
I have avoided Pixar movies because I know at some point they are going to make me cry. That is like the whole deal with Pixar. They get in there, they root around your emotions, they find one thing and they tug at it like they're playing bass.
Yeah, I know. Like the Toy Stories do the same thing. It's like, man.
Yeah, those are good, man.
Yeah.
Those are really good.
Yeah.
They always have like a montage too that just gets to you. Like in Up, the beginning of Up. Like, how are you gonna start Up and like 5 minutes in just be like, oh,
I know.
Oh no, my heart is so heavy for this poor old man. Toy Story 2 with Jessie and her kid outgrows her. Oh my God, leaves her at the side of the road in a toy donation bin. Oh,
unbelievable.
Oh, heart.
It's
hurts.
brutal.
Yeah, this is like the one the Day of the Dead.
The Coco or something like that?
Coco, yeah. Coco is like supposed to be like real emotional. I haven't even watched it yet.
I haven't seen it either.
I don't want anything to do with it. I'm too fragile to watch that children's movie.
What about Doc McStuffins? Is that still a thing?
Okay. I don't know if they're making new ones anymore, but it's got 5 seasons. The last 2 go completely off the rails. Like they live in a hospital city, and like it goes from like we're gonna fix these toys to be like, oh, there's been a murder in McStuffinsville, and chili is the prime.
I don't know if it's like this 5-year-old like actually performing surgery on like real human beings.
Dude,
someone's on the operating table and
show,
looks
man.
over.
I've been enjoying it. They sing a little bit. They help, show little kids that they can be doctors growing up, make them a little bit less afraid when they have to go to the doctor, which is excellent. When, say, your kid finds herself coloring too hard and falls off the couch and smashes her head against the coffee table and needs stitches at 2 years old, you have Doc McStuffins in, and they're like, oh, here, you can use my stethoscope while we put a needle through your scalp over and over. And it works out, and everything goes great.
That's incredible.
Tater Hater, we watch Bluey all the time. Bluey is phenomenal. Like can't open and kids. But the fact of the matter is I'm regularly getting out-parented by a cartoon dog, which is a bit of a bummer, if we're being honest.
Oh. Hang in there, man.
I know.
It's emotional. Like we're coming down the home stretch here, and you don't really know what to do with your hands. So there's gonna be one more sim today, guys. Bears at the Broncos. It's gonna be Kaufman. It's gonna be Kenny. It's gonna be Jeff.
Yeah.
Jeff, you're not gonna get a single word in that sim.
It's gonna be the exact opposite energy of this sim. It's gonna be right from the get-go. Kaufman's going to come in, commentate. Kenny's going to have to commentate on something Kaufman said. I'm just going to, it's going to be like 3 German Shepherds just in a room barking, I think, for an hour. So it's cool. Just be prepared for it. Different energy. This is like the lapdog room. We're just all, chill. 3 basset pounds. Just...
T's and P's to Ulrich. Yeah, because it's going to be the American Ultimate Disc League. It's going to be during that 6 and 8 o'clock hour. And then there's an NFL game tonight. There's some preseason action. No Sims this weekend, everybody. So Monday and Tuesday will be this is the last Friday in the history of the Dream Stream that there will be commentating on Sims for the time being.
Paused. Not eliminated. Paused.
Christian was the first to pick up on this. I have to give him credit. He's very bullish on the fact that maybe at some point in the future they're going to get revisited here. We'll see. Wouldn't be shocked, but
I wouldn't be shocked either if it's after like football season. No. I wouldn't be shocked. But we'll feel it out, man.
Yep.
I've said it since we announced it too. I said you gotta find us. You gotta hunt us down on Instagram and Twitter. Like both Christian and Jeff are phenomenal on Twitter. Whether you want some fantasy advice, you just want to talk hot dogs at the College World Series with Christian as he's eating like 20 brats.
Oh man, God, I wish.
You want to definitely subscribe to his newsletter. Keep in touch with all of us, man. Most importantly, keep in touch and stay in contact with and talk to all of us, man. Most importantly, keep in touch and stay in contact with and talk.
Yeah, if you guys are finding me on Instagram, please know that I check Instagram more. I update it even less. So if you're like, man, this guy's ignoring me, no, I just don't check it. Same thing, Facebook. I do not care about Facebook. I've abandoned Facebook because if I wanted to hear the terrible opinions of people I went to high school with, I would simply call them rather than have to see it every day. So no, we're like Twitter is pretty much the way to get at me if you are in fact.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Like Facebook became a wasteland as soon as they stopped being like exclusive to like the 6 colleges they started. And from there it was all down. And then back when it was thefacebook.com. OGs know.
Yeah, dude, I love Tate on the Obs team. Tate and Tater Hater having themselves a nice, friendly conversation over in the chat. Tater Hater, which I have absorbed his legacy, and it is now my fantasy team name in our league was named after him. I think you guys talked a little bit about last night.
A little bit. I mean, we got some good names in there, and some that are a little bit more confusing. It's just a damn cough, man. A throwback there. I am currently BJ Glash _ verified. Tater Hater is you. Reed is White Lotus for some reason. Maybe he just really enjoyed that HBO limited series. He responded to it. I don't know. And then, of course, Greg Coffin Corner and Terrellin Rules the Boys Drool, which is, as we know, Kenny Ducey. So we're doing a live draft tonight for the Rhode Island Scumbag League. I got to set up my spreadsheet for that. That is the problem.
I am just so not prepared, and every year I am so not prepared, I end up winning. So I'm going to keep rolling with that strategy. Also, I side text Reed and Jeff a lot, and Steve and Julian.
That's true. You do text me a lot.
Well, you know what? Oh, yeah. It's just like I said at the start of the sim today. You text your pics of the dogs, you don't get back. But yeah, I like you. And I like Christian. I text you guys. I text people.
No. I wasn't making it like a criticism. I'm just like saying, I remember you texting me for the fantasy football stuff. That's all.
Yeah, when it comes down to it, just like anybody else in this world, like the DK Sim fan, where they're going to be watching The Sweat, where they're going to be watching all of these shows that we'll be doing, they're going to be asking us questions. They're going to be coming to you. That's why sometimes I sit on the other side, and I become one with the people.
You become Tater Hater.
So yeah, on the
you
shows,
either die a hero or you live long enough to become Tater Hater.
It's going to be a lot of on our shows, and it looks like we have a Tater Hater here, Jeff, who would like to know, should they start James Robinson? It's just every week it's going to be a question from Tater Hater. So San Francisco has a lead now, guys. This game was tied for a while.
Yeah,
it's now 17.
Maybe a little leftover pasta. Ooh.
Those doubles, and even if I could just take those 3 doubles and make them bogeys, I'm sure there's a 79 right there.
I can't think like that, though.
Are you kidding me? Come on, have some passion.
Of course
Stop
I do.
sending me pictures of hot dogs, you pervert.
Well, you don't like those, man? Come on.
No, they actually look good, but you cook yours. You put yours on the grill. Like, good for you.
Yes.
23 seconds to go. Houston's got a timeout left. It's 2nd and 11. Yeah, Christian, I'm feeling like they're going to end up getting a field goal here.
This could help us, though. They keep losing yards, or at the very least, not gaining any. And that's going to take us down to our final timeout. So this is it. We're not going to get a field goal from here. It would be a miss. So we're either getting a walk-off touchdown or a couple Hail Marys that fall short. I'm into this. This is
they could go sideline here. With our luck, I'm sure they'll throw a 20-yard dart to the sideline. And
yeah, that's true. I mean, it happens so rarely that it would only happen now to force overtime. A game that has been painful to watch. Speaking of painful to watch, we're working on getting the streams back up and running smoothly. If you guys have had any problems with that, don't worry, we're getting it. Oh no!
Now it's over.
No!
Oh my God! Oh my God!
No,
damn it, Moose!
That didn't just happen, did it? Exactly 20 yards.
I hate you so much.
He had to have been over the line, didn't he? Oh my God. He was like, oh my God.
Well, as
this happened, I'm so sorry.
As someone, dude, your lunch, it just wants to be inside you right now, and that's not going to happen. But hey, it's not the easiest field goal in the world.
It's not
It's almost
automatic.
50 yards.
It's about 85%, but it's not automatic.
Of course he's going to hit this. There's no way he's going to miss it, even with the icing coming up now. Come on.
Wow. I really blew it there, guys. Sorry.
Yeah, you really did.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, David did it. Said that was a 20-yard fart is how he's describing that last 20-yard completion. All right, for about 47 or so. Oh, he makes it. He makes it.
I thought he
we're going to overtime.
Good, but of course he made it. Of course.
I'm really hungry too, though, dude.
Yeah. Andrew, be expeditious with that X button, buddy.
I don't really have any food. Oh.
That whole play, it was like, oh, he's just going to sit in the pocket and launch it downfield. He's just waiting for everyone to get down there. Not even a worry. He started running. You're like, okay, he's going to run. And then, wait, what are you doing? Oh. Then they blow the tackle.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Ryan Shed says, hey, the team always here. Like that squad that is here every sim, day in and day out since day one. He says we should put team always here on our Christmas card list. Absolutely. If I did Christmas cards, I would 100% do that.
Yeah, I was going to say, guys, if I got you in my thoughts, but I haven't sent a Christmas card ever in my life, and I'm not going to.
Neither have we, and not going to lie, when we receive them, I say, oh, that's cute. Like you have 2 kids and a beautiful fluffy dog, and you know what? I saw a picture of them yesterday on Instagram. And so you don't need to send me this.
Right.
And I thank it for what it is. I said, thank you for being here in my life, Christmas card. And then I throw it away.
And then you light up the fireplace.
Yep. Yeah. Just do the virtual ones. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. If we all connect, yeah. We all connect on Instagram.
Yeah.
I'll send you pics of my dogs.
Dude, if you want to send me a private message with like an extra picture, that's fine. On Instagram or another social media message, not through the mail physically, where I then have to dispose of it somehow or find a place for it in my already muddled household. So Christmas card rant over.
All right, Brian C., we obviously love being here and we love doing this, but we also can appreciate when Sims are bad. All right,
definitely and
people out there were clamoring for more Niners-Texans action.
We're just being realistic too.
Yeah.
I mean, like, we're doing a job. I mean, most people when you're at your job, you're like, okay, well, I just can't wait for it to end. I'm not suggesting I'm not having fun. I'm quite happy to hang out here, especially with Emerson and Christian.
I'm loving this. This is my favorite thing
like
to
I
do.
said, it's like the chillest booth ever. So that's fine. But Emerson's getting hungry.
Oh, don't you project onto me.
I'm allowed to make jokes about Sim being bad. Come on.
One thing I don't have to worry about in the sim is my dog. I took her to the dog park this morning. She is good for at least 3 more hours.
Nice.
Okay, yeah.
My guy's around here somewhere. Yesterday for National Dog Day, he got another allergy shot and got a tearful goodbye from a vet I'd never met before. Just went out of his way to tell us how much he loved BMO and I'm moving to Denver and I won't see him anymore and I'm gonna miss him so much. And he's like, him? This guy? Really?
Our dog?
Yeah. Okay.
At least you know where your dog is. Brandon never has any idea where his dog is.
Dude, his dog pooped right beside his desk yesterday.
Oh my God, that's amazing. That dog is telling BK You are mine.
And then the other thing was, I guess he's got this like invisible fence that like tells the dog, no, you're not allowed. And I guess the dogs just don't care about it. Like they just run through it up or something. Like his dogs seem amazing. Just they're running the show over there in the BK household. So
Brendan has showed up in the chat, and he says, "What the hell is happening?" And I said to him, "Just emailing your agent to ask if you're available to shave my back next week." I can't wait for your agent to like text you and be like, "Why am I getting all of these weird requests?" It's all everyone from the DK Sim fam. All right, next point wins. Next point wins in this game. David in with the sprinkled chili powder. He loves dropping that fact in. That's how you get dogs to stop peeing and pooping all over your yard. And I think he's suggesting that the floor around him is calling
carpet, I guess.
Everywhere in his house.
All right.
Big gainer there from Deshaun. Cannot get to the bonus, though.
Is this still the first drive of OT we're on?
No. Since this is what I'm saying, bro.
Yeah. So
this is why I'm here in this position. I
can
pay
get
attention.
another clutch kick here.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do, pal. Because San Fran punted the football away. And there we go. We're just getting closer and closer and closer and closer.
I have a feeling we're just going to get the old proverbial field goal and check you later here.
I mean, it could be a great finish for David Johnson here. Maybe he's coming alive. He's finally going to have that good David Johnson.
Oh, wow. Okay, if shot link tracker is correct, Bryson just hit it to 2 feet on a par 5.
With his drive,
to get to 12 under.
Holy what?
Now look, it's shot link. It could be wrong, but I think he's got an eagle putt for.
All right. All I'm going to say is Cantlay is 9 under, and he's a hole behind him. So, this is
Cantlay's
incredible.
Live. Yeah, Cantlay's live for it, too. You're right.
This is ridiculous.
I hope this is correct. Mainly because I have Bryson in both my main lineups, and I bet him to win, but 59 would be pretty cool.
Well, imagine if we got 2.
Yeah, no, Cantlay's definitely live for it because he's got one more par 5 left, too. But if Bryson makes this, he just needs 1 birdie over his last 2 holes. He's got 17 and 18 to go.
He should play more of the closing 9 of his rounds like this, and less like we've seen in some recent tournaments.
Hey.
Ball game, everybody. Ball game.
David Johnson does, in fact, finish strong. Probably needed him in your lineup if you're going to win any cash today. We'll get those lineups updated for you as quickly as possible. Oh, boy. Players of the game. I think let's give it to the man who led his team to victory at the end there. Let's give it to David Johnson, the underrated, for a good reason, because he's usually terrible here in these sims. David Johnson coming alive. Going to be my postroute.substack.com player of the game.
And then did you say the bad player?
Not yet. I don't know.
Jeff, do you want to pick out who has upset you?
Randall Cobb, sure. I think he's still on the Texans, sure.
Okay.
He may have had 300 yards. I don't know.
Cobb scored a touchdown, remember? We had the debate about whether he's wide receiver 3 or wide receiver 4, because that's the important.
Yeah.
I really didn't. I don't remember.
Dude, that will always be my favorite part of you. It's how you just have the most garbage memory of any human being I've ever met. Worse than mine. DK Sim fam, hang out, because coming up next, our third and final sim today, it is going to be Kaufman, Kenny, and Jeff. 4 o'clock. Bears at the Broncos. Get those lineups filled out. Last sim until Monday at noon. And then our final 2 days with commentating. before we hit the pause button. Keep an eye on your lineups and your rosters because scores are still being tallied, and we'll be going final here in just a moment. But Christian, Jeff, love you guys. Tara Lynn, Andrew, Tate, Bailey, much love. Everybody, email Glash's agent, see if Glash is available for your kid's birthday party next week.
Some quotes. Make sure they know. Glash is in demand right now. Get him now while he's still inexpensive.
It's hot.
It's that rising star on its way up.
He has value right now. You know, it's like your punt playing when you're building these Madden sims. You have $2,000 left over, so you like roster like the second string kicker. This is when you got to get it right now.
Get a photo with him and then mint it in an NFT, and you'll be like a bajillionaire in 2 years. Yeah.
Love you guys. Adios, everybody. Have a good weekend.
It's time to eat.
What are you hungry for?
Sit down and get ready to consume an abundance of fantasy football knowledge from Ross Tucker and Joe Dolan.
Feed me now. I'm starving.
On the Fantasy Feast Eatin' Podcast.
It is the Fantasy Feast Eatin' Podcast presented by DraftKings. I'm Ross Tucker, former NFL offensive lineman, 5 teams, 7 years, a bunch of podcasts. Chris Sims was on fire on today's Ross Tucker football podcast. Man, I mean, he loves him some Aaron Rodgers, and I actually thought, look, I'm a big Tom Brady guy. I thought he made some interesting points about Tom Brady. I highly encourage you to listen to today's Ross Tucker football podcast. The GOAT, Greg Cosell, will be on tomorrow. Doug Kazarian from ESPN was awesome on the Even Money podcast this week as well, giving us some of his season-long bets, future bets, and even a preseason bet or two. Certainly check that out. You can check me out on social media at Ross Tucker NFL. We are at Ross Tucker Pod, but he is the star of this here show. His name is Joe Dolan at FG_Dolan. Use the code 21FEAST when you go to fantasypoints.com. In case you aren't aware of this, it is the best website to get fantasy information. It's by far the best value to get fantasy football information, and I'm giving you a discount if you use the code 21FEAST at fantasypoints.com. Joe, it's that time of year, man. Everybody's got their drafts over the next 2 weeks.
Everybody. And this is when the money is made. This is when the bread is buttered. This is when the lawn is mowed. Any other analogy you can come up with, this is it, Ross. And we're finishing up the tiers today. And hopefully everybody's able to get to the website, subscribe. I implore you to use that code 21FEAST. I implore you. It is going to be a great season at fantasypoints.com.
So you got to follow Joe on social at FG_Dolan. I love that Joe said this is how, what'd you say? This is how the lawn gets mowed? How
this is when the lawn is mowed.
Dude, that's unbelievable, because support for Fantasy Feast is brought to you by Manscaped, who is the best in men's below-the-waist grooming champions of the world. Look, this is important, okay? Number one, you just feel better when you manscape. Number two, confidence. Look, I'm not going to lie. Little trim, it looks bigger. It looks better. Go for it. I do it once every couple weeks. Want to make sure I'm feeling good about myself, confident. Manscaped offers precision-engineered tools for your family jewels. I love that. That was creative that they came up with that. Manscaped just launched their 4th generation trimmer, the Lawnmower 4.0. You heard that right. The 4.0. Join over 2 million men worldwide who trust Manscaped with this exclusive offer for you. 20% off, Joe, and free worldwide shipping with the code FEAST20 at manscaped.com. manscaped.com. Feast20. Who doesn't like 20% off? And who, other than Brian, doesn't like the greatest song ever by Carrie Underwood's keyboard player, who's in our best ball, Scott Sheriff?
Will I win my league? If I'm following
Joe Dolan.
Am I drafting Zeke? If I'm following
Joe Dolan.
I'm at the turn. 2 picks to burn. But I know I won't go wrong.
Joe Dolan. All right, Joe, you like that song, right?
Yeah, of course I do, Ross. It's Scott Sheriff. Scott Sheriff and I have been DMing, talking back and forth, and he's going to get some Potts hot dogs. I think he responded to my hot dog math that I had up on Twitter the other day. Ross, did you see that story? That apparently eating a hot dog takes 35 minutes off of your life.
Yeah, I saw that you tweeted that. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's nothing because like I said this. If you eat 10,000 hot dogs in your life, 10,000, that's a lot of hot dogs, 10,000 of them, which is basically if you live to be 67, that's 150 a year. It's a lot of hot dogs. That's 3 a week for 67 years. It takes 8 months off of your life. So it's a ton of hot dogs for 67 straight years, and it takes 8 months off of your life, and your life was better because you ate 10,000 hot dogs.
Listen.
That's the way I look at it.
Stuff like that's so stupid. They don't actually know that.
No,
there's no way they had a controlled experiment to actually know that. I know science, and that is faulty science, okay? So just forget that, and forget people like Brian who don't love that song. What a loser. It doesn't love that song. The song is amazing. You know who else is amazing, Joe? Everybody that went to fantrax.com/Ross so far to be in our season-long league. People like our first 3 contestants or entrants, whatever we call them. Norm Fazikis, Ben Mullins, Josh Eppinger. You guys are in the season-long. I don't know how many I'm going to pick next week because we gotta start the draft at some 3 plus 7. The other 7 next week. So Ross at rosstucker.com and tell me you want in the season-long redraft league against me and Joe. What I want, Joe, is I want your tight end tiers. And this is incredible, by the way. I mean, we've been doing this for a couple years now. We've been doing the tiers. You named a tier after a player.
Yeah.
We've never seen this before. There is now a
player from the rest of everybody else, so much so that he's even above my elite tier of tight ends. Now, Ross, this is not the first time I've done this. It's the first time we've done this on the program, but it's not the first time I've done this. There used to be a Gronk tier where he was so far and above the rest of the tight ends that it wasn't even fair to call it an elite tier. It was the Gronk tier. It's the Travis Kelce tier. He's the tight end you pick in the first round. He very rarely goes in the second. If he does go in the second, it's an utter steal. Here are his ranks in PPR fantasy points per game over the last 5 seasons at tight end. Tight end 2 in 2016. Tight end 2 in 2017. Tight end 1 in 2018. Tight end 1 in 2019. Tight end 1 in 2020. Well, last year he finished as a top 5 tight end in 13 of 15 games. He is a stud. He's a superstar. He's a first-round pick. Now, you can argue, I don't like taking a tight end in the first round. That might be your preference, but everything indicates Travis Kelce is the guy who's worth it.
Got it. Love it. Yeah, he's been unbelievable. The elite tier, I think, is interesting. Darren Waller and George Kittle. I guess I'm not surprised by either.
No, and here's the thing with Darren Waller. Darren Waller and Kittle are 2 different kind of players. You know, Darren Waller is the kind of player who might vie for the league lead in targets. I don't think George Kittle is that guy, but what George Kittle lacks in maybe major target share, he makes up for in efficiency, being the best tight end over the last number of years in yards per route run. We know what Darren Waller is going to do. I mean, Darren Waller is going to be an absolute target hound. Darren Waller typically comes off the board at the end of the second round, beginning of the third round. George Kittle in the beginning of the third round to the middle of the third round. Darren Waller gives you, I guess if you're worried about injuries, gives you a little bit more consistency in that department, even though he's missed some practice time this summer. George Kittle obviously plays his balls off, so he really gets hurt a little bit more. He throws his body out there, which I respect as a player, but he's somebody who plays really hard. You know what kind of athletic freak George Kittle is. These two guys are just a little bit different, but give you the same league-winning kind of upside. These are the two guys who are clearly right behind Travis Kelce.
Very interesting what you said about Kittle's and the injury. He does play really hard. He does block really hard, which does subject him, I feel, to perhaps more injury. And I think you make a good point. Waller's going to get a ton of touches. I mean, he's going to get a ton of targets. I like that. All right. Tier 1, TJ Hawkinson, Kyle Pitts, Mark Andrews. You've got a rookie tight end, 1, 2, 3, 4, as your 5th ranked tight end, and in tier 1. There's not a real good history of rookie tight ends, right?
You're betting on him to be the best tight end in the NFL. I mean, the best rookie tight end in history is the other way. Now, we already have him number 1 in our dynasty rankings, just based on the age of Waller, Kelce, and the injury history of Kittle. We already have Pitts number 1, but for this year, you're betting on him to be the best rookie tight end of all time. And I think there is a pathway for him to do that following the Julio Jones trade. Now, the one difference of Kyle Pitts between the other two guys in this tier among the three. The big difference between among these three is I don't think Kyle Pitts projects to be the number 1 receiver on his team. That's Calvin Ridley. Now, I think he can get a monstrous target share. That's a team that's going to throw the ball quite a bit, but I just don't think that he is going to out-target Calvin Ridley here. The other two guys here, when you look at Mark Andrews and TJ Hawkinson, I think have a legitimate shot, if not an expectation, that they're going to lead their team in targets. So that's the way I look at this tier, and I am ranking Kyle Pitts here based entirely on his upside. Again, there are some folks who are like, there's no way I'm drafting a rookie tight end in the 4th or 5th round. There's no history there. But the people who are drafting Kyle Pitts in the 4th or 5th round are looking at him as an outlier, somebody who is going to essentially play big wide receiver. And I can endorse that if you're somebody who likes to chase upside.
Interesting. Yeah, that's a fascinating one for me. Really curious to see how it ends up working out for Kyle Pitts. Andrews, Hawkinson, I mean, that seems a little rich for Hawkinson. There's a lot of, he's been banged up this camp again too, right?
Yeah, he's got a shoulder injury. It's just, man, everything I've read, heard from beat writers from the Lions have just been saying Goff is just peppering this dude with targets when he's been out there. So Dan Campbell came out yesterday and sent some panic into the hearts of fantasy players when he was like, I'm not sure if DeAndre Swift is going to have the conditioning to contribute in week 1. Well, that's a concern, but he also said he wasn't too worried about TJ Hawkinson being ready. But yes, the injuries have been a concern for Hawkinson.
The next tier is tier 2, and we've got Logan Thomas and Robert Tonyan.
Mm-hmm. These are two guys who I think are vastly different. I almost view this as like, Ross, consider this maybe the mini Waller Kittle tier. I see somebody in Logan Thomas who I think is going to get a lot of target volume. The reason he's not as high as Waller, though, is because there's also Terry McLaurin, Curtis Samuel to vie for targets with De'Ami Brown in Washington. And they have that great defense, which I think is going to take the target volume down. But I expect Logan Thomas is going to produce with volume. Robert Tonyan is the opposite. I view him more like a Kittle, where I think his impact is going to be on big plays as a vertical threat and in the red zone. These are the last two draft. Now, I think there's other viable options, and we'll get to them, but these are the last two guys who, if I'm leaving my draft, I feel really good about as my starting tight end. I like getting the Waller, I like getting the Kittle, but you know what? If I'm in a draft in the 7th and 8th round, I can get these guys. If I'm in an auction or a salary cap draft, these guys are going to cost $5 or $6, and I think that I have a good solid starting option. These are the last 2 guys I feel really good about as a starting tight end on my team, and we'll get to the reasons why for some of the guys after.
I think Logan Thomas is going to have a huge year. I think he's a keeper. I think Keeps is a keeper. 2 out of 3 men will experience some form of hair loss by the time they are 35. I was one of them. FDA approval has been a big talking point recently. The FDA has approved 2 medications that can prevent hair loss. Keeps offers both. I used to have to go to the doctor and have him prescribe me the pill, and I have to go to the drugstore to pick it up, and the drugstore or like a grocery store to have put the topical solution on that I rub in. No. To keep your hair. Treatments are just $10 a month. And they've got more 5-star reviews than any of their, I don't even know who their competitors are. Don't worry about it. Just go to keeps.com/feast to receive your first month of treatment for free. That's keeps.com/feast to get your first month free. KEEPS.com/feast. I'm not just an endorser. I'm a user, have been for a while, and will be for as long as I'm alive, pretty much, because I'd like to keep what I still got. Keeps.com/feast.
Hey Ross, I gotta get your connection from Keeps. By the way, I'm starting to get sick of it. I used to have a really thick head of hair, and it started to abandon me a little bit. You notice I bring very high level hat wear onto the program, so nice. I just gotta get me in touch with your guy. That's all I need.
Yeah, I mean, just use the code keeps.com/feast. 20.
You don't even have a special code for me?
That's as good of a code as they give out, I think.
That's all right. Maybe I'll do it.
I mean, that's how I signed up. That's how I paid.
You use your code.
I didn't get like anything more than that. I used my code.
I love it, man.
Tier 3, Noah Fant, Dallas Goedert, Tyler Higbee. Curious about all of these guys.
Yes.
Teddy Bridgewater, the starting quarterback in Denver, announced today. What does that mean, Joe, for Fant and the rest of the Broncos pass catchers?
What I think it means is it's going to be more consistent. And we know what Teddy Bridgewater is. Probably a top 32 quarterback, but probably not in the area where a team isn't looking to upgrade on him. But I think he's somebody who can competently get the ball in the hands of his receivers. And remember, in Carolina, he supported 3 top 25 fantasy wide receivers last year. So Noah Fant, I think, is going to benefit from that. I think he's one of the top 3 targets here, along with Jerry Jeudy, whom I love, and Cortland Sutton this year. But Noah Fant's been dealing with some injuries in training camp and still want to see that level of consistency out of him. There are some questions about him, which is why he's in this tier. He's vying for targets with Jeudy and Sutton and KJ Hamler and Tim Patrick, and they're going to run the ball. So there's a level of concern there. When it comes to Dallas Goedert, Zach Ertz is still in Philadelphia. That's the concern. If Zach Ertz wasn't in Philadelphia, I'd have Goedert above Logan Thomas. That's where I had him earlier this offseason, but you have to adjust based on news or the lack thereof. So unfortunately, Ross, that was the problem with Dallas Goedert. I think he's more talented than Ertz at this point. Hurts has been looking for him in camp, but there's still the competition with Zach Ertz there. Tyler Higbee, last year, wanted the breakout, but he split snaps with Gerald Everett. Gerald Everett's gone. They had over 130 targets combined. Matthew Stafford's in, but they still view him as a rotational player. They have Bryson Hopkins, whom they drafted in the 4th round last year, very clearly with the eye towards Gerald Everett moving on in the offseason, which happened. Then they drafted Jacob Harris this season. So I just still have questions on Higbee. If you were to ask me who I feel the best about from this tier in terms of role, it would be Higbee, though. I just don't know how many targets he's going to get. How much is Bryson Hopkins going to play? How much is Jacob Harris going to play?
So I know he's in your tier 5 or whatever, but I I really think Ertz looks good, man. I mean, when I've been to Eagles practices, Ertz has looked good. He stayed after the walkthrough to catch extra balls.
Mm-hmm.
He looked good in the first preseason game when he got time. You know, I think he's a really interesting one. There's all that speculation he's not going to be there. I kind of feel like if it was going to happen, it would have already happened. But dude, I'm telling you, he looks good. He looks like the Zach Ertz we knew from 15 through 19 or whatever.
And I think a lot of the offseason analysis, Ross, has been based around the fact that Ertz did not look good last year. But I talked to our guy, Fran Duffy, from PhiladelphiaEagles.com, and erstwhile of the College Draft podcast. He told me, dude, I'm telling you the same thing that you just said, Ross. Ertz looks really quick at camp. You have to wonder if he was playing through something last year. The whole offense was in a malaise. But the question is for Ertz is we know there's going to be some level of split with him and Goddard. So Ertz is a guy who is Ross had been a volume producer, and I don't know if he's going to get that volume to ascend him to a fantasy start-worthy type of player.
Tier 4, Irv Smith, Jonnu Smith, Mike Gesicki, Evan Ingram. Wow. All right. Irv Smith, start with that one.
Yeah, he's a guy who I think people got a little worried about last year because earlier this offseason because Mike Zimmer was like, well, I don't really think his role is going to increase. And he pointed to Tyler Conklin as somebody whose role is going to increase in the absence of Kyle Rudolph, which is true because the Vikings were almost predominantly multi-tight end team last year. And obviously, the third tight end is going to get on the field more when Kyle Rudolph comes back, leaves the team. That is Tyler Conklin. Conklin's been dinged up. Irv Smith's been having a good camp. I got a good feeling about that one. I think Irv Smith, view him kind of like the same way we're viewing on a descending scale, Kittle, Tunyon, Irv Smith. Not somebody who I think is going to catch 75 passes, but somebody who might catch 7, 8, 9 touchdowns and come through as a solid fantasy option. Jonnu Smith is the other end of that Waller, Logan Thomas. I think Jonnu Smith's got a legitimate shot to lead the Patriots in targets. And look at how they paid him. Look at what Bill Belichick has said about Jonnu Smith in the past. This is the best tight end after he said this before their playoff game a couple years ago when the Titans ended the Brady era. He is the best tight end after the catch I have seen in the league. They are going to get Jonnu Smith on the move. John Hansen from Fantasy Points has talked to beat writers who said, I think Jonnu Smith's the best bet to lead this team in targets. Now, there's a reason he's being drafted in the 10th, 11th, 12th round. It's because there was a lot of competition there for targets. Jacoby Myers, they have Hunter Henry, Nelson Aguilar. You don't know what the quarterback situation is going to be, but Jonnu Smith has been a high upside player I've been investing in at his price. By the way, I don't care what he did with the Titans. The guy was in to block on half of their passing downs last year because their offensive line stunk. This is a new offense for Jonnu Smith.
Speaking of new, Pickswise is new, and they're legit. They're the number one home of free sports betting picks, props, and parlays, helmed by a team of trend-watching, data-devouring sports fanatics giving you the who, how, and why behind every prediction. For every game, every day, and every sport, all for free, visit Pickswise.com to make your next bet better. Pickswise backs responsible gambling. If you or someone you know wants help, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, your last tier, Joe, tier 5, and you have Z's. You did like the
this one's a boring
sleeping or boring Z's. Gronk, Austin Hooper, Gerald Everett, Cole Kmet, Anthony Ferkser, and Zach Ertz. That's kind of interesting about Hooper being tier 5 with all the money they gave him.
Yeah, now I have heard they intend to get him the ball a little bit more. It's just a low-volume passing game. The team's going to run the ball quite a bit. I know they throw to set up the run, but it is still an efficient passing game. It's a low-volume passing game. I mean, Hooper, I guess you could make the argument he's got a shot to get 100-plus targets, but because of the state of that wide receiver position, who knows with Beckham, Landry's getting older, heard good things about Donovan Peoples-Jones, but ultimately, I just don't think it's a high-volume passing offense. Ross, this is a tier you do not want to draft your fantasy starter from this tier. That goes without saying. These are backup type of guys. As a matter of fact, I would think guys like Ferkser, maybe Ertz, are going to be available on plenty of waiver wires at the beginning of the season.
You know, all I keep hearing about from Cleveland camp is Njoku.
And well, that's the other thing, too. They have Njoku, and they also have Harrison Bryant. So Hooper's one of 3 tight ends on that team. So even though with all the money they gave him, I think they do want to use him more this year. There's so many questions there that I don't want to throw my full endorsement behind him. I've been drafting him as a 2nd or 3rd best ball tight end. He's not a guy who's I'm actively targeting in redraft leagues.
What about Joe watching the Saints the other night? Mm-hmm. Trautman got hurt. It's only Trautman and Vanette. Ross, either way, send me the email, ross@rosstucker.com, and say, all right, I've heard enough. I've had enough. I want to take you and Joe down. Next week, we should have Christopher Harris. We will do a preseason recap after season preview from a fantasy standpoint. I'm stuffed. We're done.
Also subscribe to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Even money, business. Tucker.com or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
All right. Well, I'm emotional. I'm not going to lie, because it's not the final day, not yet, but it is the final Friday sim, at least with commentary. Monday, Tuesday, we come back with you, but let's all enjoy each other for the next hour plus. Kenny Ducey, Jeff Ulrich back with you. I am Adam Kaufman. Welcome, fellas. How you doing?
Good, I'm good. I was gonna let Jeff go first.
I mean, you guys are listen to Kenny deferring and being polite. He wants to end all of this on really good terms.
I've won the toss and I choose to defer.
You won the toss?
I won the toss, yeah.
All right.
Putting these sims in a football context, heaven forbid.
Congrats on the toss winning.
Jeff, would you like to choose your direction?
Or I guess direction you want to go?
Yeah.
Direction is out the door here in a second.
How about this? While
Jeff's
stalling, let me give you my lineup.
Please, yeah, hit us up.
I'm not stalling. I just didn't make a lineup, and I told the DK Sim fam I'm done making lineups.
Well, here we go.
Why are you done making lineups?
Jeff, why don't you choose which lineup you think is going to win?
Okay,
between me,
I can be the judge.
Between me and Koff. All right, so everyone in the chat knows my captain. It is the Ham Daddy, the Ham Father. What's another way I could say it?
KJ Hamler.
The Ham.
I mean, just use his name.
Everyone out there in the Hamily, please
all
raise your
right,
hand.
there we go.
KJ Hamler, my captain spot. He's so
workshopping on the fly. He got
fast, and he is very, very good in these sims. So I have the Ham Daddy in my captain spot. Look, you got, if you're not rostering KJ Hamler, you're doing this wrong. He's still way too cheap. Mitch Trubisky and Drew Lock. That's right. I have a 2 quarterback set in my lineup. I absolutely love Mr. Lock in this one. A-Rob, Allen Robinson, and Ted Ginn Jr. And then I have Deshaun Hamilton. I guess I had like a little bit money left over, so I got Deshaun Hamilton. I mean, I didn't really know what else to do. I could have picked like the Bears defense, but that would jive with how much I really like Drew Lock in this sim. So I didn't really know what to do. So that's what I did. We'll see. I mean, I'm looking at other lineups here just to see if maybe I was missing something. I did think about Cole Kmet, but he doesn't really get the ball that much either. I mean, essentially, Deshaun Hamilton's like the same thing. Although I guess Cole Kmet gets it in the red zone, so maybe he would have been better. But yeah, I didn't go with any running backs. Running back gets the first touch, of course.
Yeah. All right, well.
I mean, I'm not going to lie, Kaufman. Like, that's a pretty terrible lineup. You're not going to have to do much to beat it. I mean, if you have, like, people who are actually starting, you're probably going to get the nod.
This is your superior lineup to
I have Allen Robinson.
I'm not going to say it's the winning lineup, but it is definitely the superior to Kenny's lineup. Although I respect you going with, a true, through and true punt play in Deshaun Hamilton, but also believing that Drew Lock is out to prove something after losing his real life job.
I mean, look at him. He's playing well on this drive.
He is. Here's what I've got. I don't know as of yet what the Monday, Tuesday sims are going to be. We have not been given that information just yet. So it is possible that this is the last time that I am personally going to see Madden Mitchell. And there's just no way I wasn't going to captain him. And it's what the people did for the most part. 41% captain, 41% in our early bird special. Yeah, early bird special, the free roll, the last Friday sim with commentary. He is 94% owned overall. So he's my captain.
One of the last dances.
I also have Allen Robinson. I have Cortland Sutton. I have Anthony Miller. I have Noah Fant, pretty cheap at 5K. And my pseudo punt play, not so much in terms of price, but certainly ownership. He is only 7% owned. Eddie Pinheiro. I went with the Bears kicker.
Oh my God.
Fast Eddie. So what do you think, Moose? Who's got it?
Oh boy, these are both awful.
They're really terrible lineups.
I'll go with the slightly better one in yours, just because the kicker probably get you a couple points. Deshaun Hamilton might get negative points. Hamler. I kind of respect going with a punt play at captain, but if you're going to use it, you can't.
It's not a punt captain. He's a good player.
Well, you can't use a value play captain and also roster guys going to get you 0 in Deshaun Hamilton. Come on, Kenny.
Look, Mitch Trubisky, Drew Lock, Allen Robinson, and Ted Ginn, I think is ironclad.
All right.
It's as good as it gets right there.
Oh boy. Oh no.
Picked.
He was looking for KJ Hamler at least. That's on the bright side, right?
Yeah, I was going to get benched.
Targeted KJ Hamler.
I want to correct myself. I have been corrected. So we have the games for Monday, Tuesday. They just weren't on the particular spreadsheet that I was looking at. But the games for next week, if anyone is wondering, include on Monday you will have Titans Bills, Bengals Saints, Packers Patriots, Steelers Washington, Vikings Seattle, and Eagles Ravens. And then on Tuesday, final day of Sims with commentary, Chargers Giants, barn burner, Saints Cowboys, Lions Texans, Rams Bears, and then the final two, which could be special for the people. We have some things in the works. The Falcons, Jeff Ulrich's the Queens Falcons, Falcons Raiders, and our final Sim with commentary. I mean, all right, Niners Dolphins.
Yeah, let's go.
So I don't know about Miami there. I don't know about, but you know what? Niners are very appropriate given, the legend of Mostert that really in many ways, it wasn't the first Sim, but in many ways kicked off the shenanigans that we've all experienced here the last 8 years.
We'll have Saints Cowboys. I'm thrilled about that. That's going to be my final sayonara Sim.
I'm still upset that you're not available in the evening.
I got invited to the U.S. Open at a company's suite. It's part of a PR thing.
This guy.
I mean, that's pretty good reason to miss it, right? Going to be in a suite at Arthur Ashe. Pretty excited about that.
You want to zoom in from afar? Trubisky, 18 passing, 1st and 10 on the way from the 20. Miller has both catches. So
yeah, I honestly, I probably could zoom in. I'm probably going to attempt to zoom in. The one thing I'm actually kind of excited about it.
Don't you go just assuming that the meeting's going to be unlocked at all times.
Well, I wouldn't do it without touching base first. Okay. Cough, man.
All right, I'm sorry. Well, we'll FaceTime you. Like going
no.
live
I don't even have FaceTime. No, I'm talking to. I can join from Zoom on my phone. I have a smartphone. Anyway.
Smartphone.
So. I was going to say something. Oh, yeah, that's going to be a really good Sim. I'm really excited about it. Saints Cowboys. It's me, you, and Christian. My sayonara Sim.
There we go. It is weird. I heard Moose say this yesterday, and I said it when I was on as well, that it's like I actually now have to start to be paying attention to, well, this is the last time I'm working with so-and-so, on these Sims. And
it's true.
It's a weird thing. It's a weird thing. There's no doubt about it.
Yep. Yesterday was Glash and I's last Sim together. I didn't even know that until I looked here. So I'm stuck with you for Tuesday. Could you switch off to Monday Sim? Can you switch with Glash so I can do one more
Can
Sim?
Can you not work, Kaufman, so we don't have to see you anymore?
Yeah, why don't you guys flip-flop the noon and 2 Sims so I can work with Glash?
You know what? Well, I'm already... Well, that's fine with me. I have no problem with that.
All right.
Talk to producer Drew. If he wants to flip me, I'm good with that.
I'm sure that Glash doesn't want to do it. Classic Mitch Trubisky going for it on 4th down there. Ted Ginn, my man, making the catch.
1st and goal on the way from the 5. That is your dude.
Yep, I did roster Ted Ginn. I did roster Mitch Trubisky. Thank you so much for acknowledging that. Jeff, I think we have to have it out on the air.
Wow.
I still don't know why you said I still don't know why last week you went on the sweat with me and you said that Zach Wilson looked uncomfortable in the pocket. You said he was flustered under pressure. Yep. Admittedly, I did not watch that game. So you know what?
Oh, okay. You haven't watched it.
You gotta let me finish. You have to let me finish. I had not watched it, so when we were on the air and you said that, I was like, oh, okay, well, I was in the movie, so.
Touchdown, Chicago! First points of the game belong to the Bears, and none other than our guy, Allen Robinson.
That's right, I have my own. So I was like, all right, I'll give Jeff the benefit of the doubt. He's a smart guy. He watches a lot of football. I trust him. I trust you, Jeff. I trust you a lot with all my heart, probably more than anyone in this company. And
the whole company.
I went, well, in terms of, football opinions. So I went on to the YouTube. It's a great website. And I went and watched because, I had to. I was bored. I needed to see Zach Wilson. So I said, let me watch every snap from Zach Wilson's first preseason game. And I watched every snap, and not one time did he ever look nervous or skittish or frantic or uncomfortable in the pocket. He actually threw a ball that was a dime as he was there was a guy charging at him. He got knocked to the ground, still completed the pass, made a great throw. Looked nothing like Sam Darnold back there. So I just want to know where Jeff got that from. I'm hoping to get an admission that he didn't actually watch Zach Wilson and he just made that up. And then I would feel a lot better. Because I feel like there's this guy I've known for a year, and this is a smart, respected football guy, and now he's telling me something that just didn't happen. So I want to get to the bottom of what happened.
Oh, let's see what they want to see, Kenny. Okay, I mean, you got to look deeper than just did he complete the pass. Look at the stats. You've got to look at the throws in context, man. There were a couple throws
did you look
there.
At the actual throws, though.
There were there. Look, the throws he completed, he was either rolling out. It was simple throws, good design by the Jets to get him into the groove. There were a couple over the middle where he showed off his arm. Absolutely. I'm not saying there was no bad throws, but there were a couple throws where you saw, okay, he's a little bit under pressure.
Mm-hmm.
He's not quite set, and he's trying to fit it in there with his arm. And there's at least two that he does that in the regular season, it's probably a pick. And there were bad throws. There were bad decisions more than anything. There's a guy who has a live arm who, to me, it looked like he was trying to do too much. So I get why people are bullish on Zach Wilson right now. I'm not even down on him as a talent. I think he's like the more talented version of Daniel Jones. I think he's like the Daniel Jones people wish Daniel Jones was. Do you know what I mean? Like people say, oh, you're comparing him to Daniel Jones. That stinks. Well, Daniel Jones is a quick release. He's an athletic guy. He can't put it all together. I mean, he's got the makings of a pretty elite quarterback, but I don't think it's ever going to show up because I just don't think he's got that extra gear. Zach Wilson could have that gear. I'm just saying, if the Jets can't protect him, and I know they have a good O-line, so don't go there. I know that. I get it. Like, it could very well hold up. I think that I saw enough in terms of what he was trying to do and trying to fit it in when he was getting flustered that I think there will be some rough patches. So I didn't like everything I saw.
So here, okay. Yeah, go ahead, continue.
I didn't like everything I saw, but obviously
I'm great. Thank you.
The guy has a great arm talent. He can make some big throws. I'm just not. There's no way I'm as bullish on him as other people. I think most people are just refusing to look deeper than just the throws he completed. So that's my take.
Okay. I respect that, and I didn't want to get something. I have been very, I've been very open about how I don't care for the preseason, that I won't read into it. I don't think Zach Wilson's good or bad because of anything that's happened this preseason. I was just wondering where the flustered word came from that you used on the show, because it didn't seem like he was. Maybe he made.
He wasn't under that much pressure. So
he
was
under.
flustered.
I'm looking at one snap. He was under pressure and he made a bad throw. That was it out of the whole game. And so that was everything else was. He had a 3-step drop and throw that was an incompletion that was sort of off the mark, but it was designed.
Yeah.
There was no
Let me
pressure.
Put it this way. This is probably a better way to put it, Kenny. Let me put it this way. He did what he needed to do when he wasn't under pressure and when he was making those rollout throws. And he definitely completed some throws like past the sticks, which was good to see. But when I'm looking at the rookie quarterbacks, I want to see what happens when they're put in tough situations. And to me, whenever he was put in it didn't happen that often, but the times he had those tough situations, he did make a couple bad decisions. It was probably flustered, maybe isn't saying he was flustered for the whole performance. If I said that, it was wrong. I meant there was a couple throws where he looked flustered because there was a little bit more pressure. So again, maybe it's nitpicking by me, but you're right. It's preseason. I don't read too much into it. I'm not even writing Zach Wilson off. I'm just saying what I saw. I think that if the Jets are bad, you could see more struggling than people want to admit. So.
Tate.
Yeah, his mom is the one you should be worried about. Tate's right. Tate from Ops is right. Zach Wilson's mom is the one who's going to be flustering things for him this year.
Dangerous of Tate to send that as we're about to go on camera, because that, of course, would show up if we actually, I don't know.
7-0 Chicago through one.
Hey, Tate likes to roll the dice. I appreciate it. It's okay.
He likes to live his life dangerously.
That's right.
And also a quarter mile.
1 mile at a time. 1/2 mile at a time.
Quarter mile, you jerk. 7 for
whatever. I don't know what
touchdown Trubisky. Locks.
Sorry, I don't talk the Fast and Furious lingo, Cough. You get Glash on here. You guys.
Hey, why don't you go talk about your movies for 10 hours, Cough? How about that on a football
What were the movies? Interception for Locke so far in this one. We'll take a little look-see at our rushing and receiving numbers as well. Montgomery, 13 on the ground, 17 for Madden Mitchell. Still Madden Mitchell until, something screws up. We'll see. Then he's Mitch. Then he becomes Mitch again.
Won't take long, I'm sure.
No, it's inevitable. Even though super jockey today, as mentioned. Receiving numbers, rather, along with the rushing, obviously, in the passing. Again, 7-0. Allen Robinson with the touchdown in this one. Are you guys at all interested in Zach Wilson's Pro Football Focus passer rating numbers?
For the preseason?
For the preseason.
No.
I mean, you can read them out, but
you can read them out, but no, I'm not interested.
Passer ratings, even in the regular season.
Before you read it, I want to read a comment from David Did It. Sorry,
Yes.
Davi did it.
Yeah.
David did it.
David did it.
David
did it. He says Wilson bottom tier quarterback this season. So bottom tier, that would be like, with Nick Foles and
whoa, pal. Just watch your mouth there, pal.
And Daniel Jones top 10. I mean, I can't tell which one is more ridiculous. Anyway, read his passer rating, Cough, just do it.
Sure. Zach Wilson's passer rating among rookie quarterbacks under pressure, 94.4%, which is first.
The heck was that?
Sorry, Terrelyn?
Oh, I was singing. Wait, oh my God, am I not on mute?
You're unbelievable. Is Jen ready yet?
I've been on mute this whole time.
Is Jen ready yet? Jen!
My gosh.
Oh, my goodness gracious. She still hasn't muted herself. Clean pocket, 147.
Lord, bear me strength.
Which is also first. Zach Wilson has been the best preseason rookie based on.
You know who once upon a time was the worst.
I don't even care anymore.
You know who one time was the worst preseason quarterback?
You may as well unmute yourself at this point. What were you singing?
Where my girls at? Where my girls at? From the front to back. It's like an old school song.
Is that how you pass the time when we're working?
No, I'm editing. No, I'm editing.
Are you sure you're not singing "Where the Party At" by Nelly?
No,
I'm
editing my reel and I sing while I do it. I'm not paying attention to you guys. Goodbye.
Bye.
D-Rod tell Jen to get ready.
D-Rod says, nice. I was actually impressed by the Giants when you guys almost beat the Buccaneers. Talking to someone in the chat who's a poor Giants fan. The Guru 805 says, Kenny's contradicting himself. He says he doesn't buy the preseason, but he's buying Zach Wilson. You can buy Zach Wilson based on what he did in college and based on his talent. Yeah, I don't care. I don't feel any more excited or any less excited based on what's happening this preseason. And I would like to remind everybody, by the way, that we talked about Zach Wilson on these Sims 2.5 weeks ago, and the narrative was Zach Wilson sucks. He sucks in practice. He's going to be so bad. There were people in the chat saying, guys, or Kenny, are you worried about Zach Wilson? And now the same people are saying, don't be so excited about Zach Wilson. It just is proof that this is all it all means nothing. It's all meaningless. It's meaningless football. It's just people practicing. It's not a big deal. Patrick Mahomes had a terrible training camp in preseason, and then he turned out to be the greatest quarterback that ever lived. Like, it just doesn't matter. None of it matters. I'm not saying it matters. I'm standing pat saying it doesn't matter. I was calling out Jeff for something he said on the Sweat, which I thought was erroneous, and that's it. So that's where I'm at.
Dude, I'm going to say so many stupid things during the NFL season. So, yeah,
Exactly.
I mean, just get used to it.
Brendan Glasheen in the chat says, shut up, Bucky.
Said he missed
Bucky
one.
said, "Shut up, Glash."
He missed one chair, Kenny. That was what prompted that that little back and forth.
Bucky said this. Bucky is recycling his comments from yesterday, so I won't read them.
First and goal. Let's go.
How do you recycle a comment on the Dream? If you're typing something at somebody, that is like the lowest level of I really need someone to read my, like, repeating a comment so someone will read it. Ridiculous.
Hey, here's my bone to pick with you guys and all of the commentators, and Tara Lynn's on this list as well. I thought I sent you guys a very funny message in the middle of the night last night to our thread as we got a David Montgomery score.
Were you at a concert sending it to us?
No, I was not. No images of the concert.
Just so you guys know,
Montgomery was a touchdown. No, I sent you guys a message to our thread last night, and no one responded. I got like a pity emoji laughing face from Lamarca at like 2 a.m. or something.
When did you? Oh, I was asleep.
It was a lot. This sketch that I was certain was Brendan Glasheen. And he didn't respond.
I don't know.
That doesn't look like Glash to you?
I no, look, the Sim fam, I might be good for nothing. Okay, like, the amount of redeeming qualities I have might be very little. But I'm gonna tell you guys something that I gotta let them behind the curtain on this Twitter chat. Brent, I'll call him Brendan.
Brandon Cristal.
Brendan Cristal. He was chatting people were arguing about, I don't know, something about our fantasy football league, like what day the draft should be, or something like everyone's obviously always arguing. So we were talking about the league, right? At on a Friday night.
Sure.
And maybe a Thursday night, actually. I think it was not a Friday night. And BK just jumps in, starts talking. He's sending us pictures from a concert.
Yeah.
I'm like, you're at a concert right now, and you're messaging a fantasy football chat of a bunch of people.
He likes to tell you. He likes to tell you where he's at and then show you.
Get this. Now that was ridiculous, right? But then how about this? BK, there was 6 hours of silence.
I don't care if people were sleeping. I didn't expect reaction at 2 a.m. I thought people might wake up to the notification in the morning, though, and see it and then react. You jerk. Go ahead, Kenny.
Congo Cab says Kenny is such a homer, it's ridiculous, with a Raiders emoji as his avatar. So Brandon Cristal said this to us yesterday, and I want to just absolutely call out and scold BK for this ridiculous idea. He says, so Moose and Tom and I are on a sim kicking around an idea of, and so Moose is complicit here.
Oh, I know where we're going here.
Adding the super flex or changing a second flex spot to a super flex. Also, it gets worse. Also, thoughts on whether passing touchdowns should be 4 or 6 points. And then he asked if PPR should be a full point and a half point, which, yeah, it's always going to be half.
He was not prepared for the wrath that he was about to get from you.
What planet is this guy on that he wants to count passing touchdowns for 6 points? Have you lost your mind?
I've played in plenty of leagues with 6-point passing touchdowns. You just have to value the quarterbacks more, man.
Which is my kind of league. I like to value the quarterbacks.
I like some good quarterback value. I mean, I'd rather just 4-2, Kenny. I'm not like trying to start an argument here. Please don't take this out. But
please, I don't want to fight anymore.
Yeah,
you win.
Yeah,
I don't want to fight.
Win, but I am on your side,
Warn
friend.
me down.
I'm just saying, it's not like the biggest deal, but you do get some weeks where like quarterbacks will get like 60 points or something stupid like that.
Yeah, I'm just looking for content for the sim. I'm just trying to bring it up. That's
Are we hungry?
It is kind of.
We're already out of things to talk about.
I thought it'd be something good to bring up because it absolutely was the most ridiculous idea I've ever heard.
If you do, this is actually a good point. If you do play in a league with 6-point like passing touchdowns, it can often be an advantage because most people don't look at the settings. So if you're in that league, like make sure you're actually taking advantage and drafting, like that's a league where you pay up for Mahomes or something, or.
See, but I was in a league like that once, and someone I'm gonna name her name because people probably know her, and it's hilarious. It's Sarah Barshop. I used to work with her at SI, She's now the Texans reporter for ESPN. She's like on SportsCenter every day. She took Andrew Luck #1 overall because they were 6 points for every passing touchdown. Like, right. I actually think that you're better off if you don't pay attention to the quarterback settings in that scenario, because like you could get Tom Brady still in like, I don't know, the 6th round or something, or, you know, or even Russell Wilson kind of a little bit later. Like, I don't think it's actually worth it to pay up for quarterback in that scenario because every quarterback gets 6 points. And I feel like they're still going to be separated, right? I don't know. I just feel like,
yeah, I mean, quarterback as a position, the spreads are smaller between the top scorers. You're right.
Right. So it's going to be the same for everybody.
I guess maybe the thing you'd say is it's not really one where I'd necessarily punt quarterback and like wait till the later rounds, because I know that can be a strategy that works in 4 points sometimes, but not. You're right. It's fair.
Anyways. You guys eager for the draft? It's next week. You excited?
I love drafting. I like it.
We all going to get together, be in a Zoom?
Hey, we actually have a competent commissioner this year, you know. Tom, taking it seriously.
And he's taken way more guff, way more grief than
that was the problem. Glash is just a sensitive soul. He's not cut out for the commissioner role. You know, he really needs to be like
he's a people pleaser.
That's right. Yeah. It was never a good role for Glash. He did very good. You know, he's more the social media guy. Yeah. You know, whatever. So he can tweet about it. He can TikTok about the league, but like, we really don't want him as commissioner. It's not a good fit for any of us.
And you know what? After a couple of years, he had no problem walking away.
He really didn't want any part of it.
No, in fact, I'm not so sure. Like, if Tommy hadn't created the new league, I'm not sure Glash would have brought back the other one.
No, I don't think he would have.
He was done. We had worn him out.
He barely did it last year. Like, I think we had to like coax him into doing it last year.
Yeah, he got a little lazy last year.
So I also I love when people who don't like me or agree with me. So the guru is saying 6 points for quarterback doesn't change much. So he's right. That's what I was saying. What a move. It doesn't. I don't think it. I actually would. Whatever. I still don't want to do it, but I think it's like stupid. It's inflated scores, and like it's just, I don't know, kind of silly.
It's not your bag, baby. Just say it.
But Varder Robinson wants to know, Kenny, why haven't you gave me any tennis picks? It's the Grand Slam. I need some picks. Talk a little tennis if you can.
Wow. You know who your burner account is
now. Well, I was on the Sweat this morning talking about my favorite tennis futures. And if you've been following me on Twitter, we've been killing tennis over the last like 3 weeks, starting with the Toronto Masters, then Cincy, now Winston-Salem. And I actually have a Patreon now, and I will still be doing my tennis picks online. I'll be tweeting out my stories, but on Patreon, I'll be doing extensive daily tennis coverage. So I'll be doing even more. I'll give a thought on every match in a way that I would bet it, and whatever, attack it. So that's it. So you can subscribe if you want. I'm on Patreon at patreon.com/Kenny Ducey. I have something up for Winston-Salem, the picks tonight. So go ahead and check it out.
Hey, Koff,
are you okay? Said, our tennis unpredictability. I can predict it pretty well. So.
Koff, did you see this Cobra Kai news? Cobra Kai gets an early season 5 renewal ahead of season 4 premiere.
I like that, though. So we got 2 more seasons. When's season 4 coming?
I don't know.
I know they put out a teaser trailer, which didn't show you anything.
Didn't do anything.
True to a teaser format. Unlike the new Spider-Man movie, which I'm sure you saw that trailer, but they called it a teaser, but it's like 3 minutes long.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, that was a true trailer.
I know. I don't know.
Which is great. I'm not complaining, but I don't know why they called it a teaser.
Maybe they called it because they released it earlier than they wanted to because of the leak. I don't know.
That could be.
The movie is coming out in November. Like, it's not that far away, right? You know.
Is it November or December? Either way, it's this year. But
yeah, I think it's November 17th, but maybe it is December. I can't remember. It's one of the two, obviously.
Because they've got the other 2 movies coming out even before Spider-Man, Eternals and the other one.
Yeah. Eternals looks good. I think that's going to be a sneaky.
It does look good. They all look good. I mean, Marvel just puts out a good product, whether you're into the characters or not. You know,
they've really dialed it in. You know,
they found their sweet spot. Yeah. What have you thought of the What If series? Have you started watching it?
Yeah, no, I love it, man. I think it's really good. I love that kind of animation.
The third one yet.
I know I got through like half of it last night, and then it was good. I just fell asleep. I'm old.
You know, you guys, I heard that John Cena and Peacemaker are getting their own. He's getting his own
show.
Series.
Yeah, HBO going heavy on the DC stuff. They're doing like Green Lantern stuff. Yep.
Yeah, they're trying to do. What
I mean,
Marvel
the character
did.
was great. He was a lot of fun. I enjoyed that movie.
Getting his own show. That's why they kept him alive. Oh.
Yeah. DC's doing a bunch of stuff. They're doing Green Lantern. I think there's another show too.
You try not to screw it up this time. Oh, come on, really?
Yeah, what the heck? Got to get a review here, right? I go with the computer here, but that looked like a touchdown. I mean, come on. Not even a review, hey? Wow. Okay, man.
I'm gonna watch that one back on the YouTube. I disagree.
I'm gonna throw up a challenge flag. Guess not. Second and goal.
The feet were 100% in. That's all right. Doesn't matter. Touchdown.
Is that Tariq?
That's Tariq Cohen. Bucky, my kids are very into football. Absolutely.
I think the next Cobra Kai is December.
Barter Robinson said, not to bring this back up, but he said he was watching the sim. BK just wanted to know if it was going to be a full point or half point for receivers and 4 points or 6 points for quarterbacks, because he wanted to know where to draft, I guess. Interesting. So maybe he didn't want to argue for 6. Hopefully, have more respect for him.
21-0, almost at the half. Hey, smash the like. We're almost at 150. It's the last sim of this day, commentary or otherwise. There are no more sims coming up today. So smash the like. You've only got us for another half, barring overtime, but I don't think that's coming. Hit the subscribe button on YouTube, over on Twitch, twitch.tv/DraftKings. Give us a follow. Greatly appreciate it. You will hear from all of us a lot Monday and Tuesday next week before the Sims continue on Wednesday without commentary. So enjoy us while you've got us, unless you hate us, in which case come back Wednesday, I guess. But hopefully you're enjoying it. Stay with us, and we've got some fun stuff planned, especially Tuesday evening.
Come back Wednesday to the wave sounds and the ocean noises we'll be playing over the game.
Exactly, while you're listening to the crowd noise.
Yeah.
It'll be that perfect lull you to sleep sound, though. It's that white noise of just,
That's what they should play over it,
Yeah. You could put on the here's a question for people in the chat. I was thinking about this the other day, because we've joked a lot about how we've become something of, first it was like a podcast, then really it's kind of more of a radio station, series of radio shows, bunch of different personalities. We jab at one another, all that. I have friends, some of you out there probably do the same thing. I've never been this kind of person, but I definitely have friends that will fall asleep at night to the radio, but not to music, like listening to sports talk or news talk or whatever. Just, I don't know, it helps them fall asleep. Does anyone out there in Simland take us to bed? Does anyone out there listen to like Madden After Dark while you're laying in bed to fall asleep? That's what I want to know.
Just put on the Dream Stream replay for the whole day. Start it off with the sweat.
Start off with the nooner. Yeah, or the sweat if you really want to go back to the start of the stream. And just listen until you drift off.
Bossman didn't know that was it for commentators. He said he thought it was just a pause.
Well, I mean...
pause is the technical term, but pause could mean, pausing till the end of time as well. So
Yeah. I mean...
We've been given no assurances, let's put it that way, that we'll ever be back on these.
We have been told
that
the, obviously the official word is pause, but commentaries, on it's not existing come Wednesday. So
can pretty much guarantee we won't be back before NFL season. I feel very confident about that. At the very least, I can lock that in for you.
Yeah, you can definitely still catch us on the Sweat, the Slate, multiple times a week. Get the Green, Jeff Show with Reed, talking golf. You'll have your fair share of that. Certainly continue to check in on the DraftKings YouTube page and Twitch page and social media channels, all of it. We'll be around, most of us, to give you plenty of commentary, but it's not going to be the Moose, what do you think of the What If series for Marvel on Disney Plus kind of commentary? It's going to be, who's a good value pick on the Sunday slate in the early games. It's going to be
forcing us to do our jobs and talk about sports.
Pretty much, yeah. All right.
It's amazing.
We paid you guys to be lunatics for a year and a half. Now we're going to make you actually work. Deal with it.
Hey, you know what? People like the lunacy, and like we said, one day maybe they'll bring it back.
Who knows?
I think they should, personally.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'd come racing. I'd be that Forrest Gump gif.
Right.
I'm coming.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing you gents on the sweat at least this year.
Harpo, Dom wants to know about the shirt. I think we're coming back for the game. I'll show you at the third quarter break. Sorry, Kenny, you were saying.
I was saying I'm looking forward to seeing you gents on the sweat this year.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, like I said, you'll be hearing from most of us for, throughout the NFL season and come start of basketball, which is right around the corner as well. Baseball's still going on. You'll have hockey coming back, tennis, golf, MMA, NASCAR, you name it. I mean, we'll be around weighing in on stuff. You can count on that. We got producer Tara Lynn, who you heard earlier. Drew, our technical director. Cobra K, Tate Knops, and Bailey. Got a look at Bailey the other day for the first time. Flashing a couple of big tats on his arms. So just in case, Moose, Kenny, you were thinking, what's Bailey look like? I wonder if he has tattoos. He does.
Okay. Good info.
Now you know.
I just want to let you know that Are You Okay just made a Twitter just to talk to me. So we are now talking.
I love that. I mean, you could.
People say put up or shut up. I'm putting up, baby.
I've had a couple people from these Sims just make Twitters just to come talk smack to me. And some of them have made them just to talk nice to me as well and be like,
yeah, just say, hey, like how nice we are, how great we are.
Appreciate you guys coming in. That's
commentary. Rossi in the chat. What's up, bug guy? How you doing?
I'll say this too. With these Sims over, I'll probably be spending more time on Twitter doing stuff. So
sure.
I
was I don't know if
more
you guys
fire tweets to send off.
I don't know if you guys have had sort of a similar thought, emotion. I did 4 Sims yesterday. I was on for the 2468. Kenny's, who we appreciate, by the way. And then at 10 o'clock, I was doing other work. I wasn't on the Sim, but I was still sitting here listening to the Sim when you guys were on for a bit. And, I think I got in the chat there toward the end. Glash was in there toward the end. And I started thinking to myself, boy, when these do go away, like when I won't have this as background noise when I'm not working, I'm going to be a lot more productive. These really are a hell of a distraction.
Yeah.
Like, what's Rossi going to, poke in at? Like he's in the chat right now. He's not working this Sim. What would he be doing otherwise? Working? That's not as much fun.
Definitely not as much fun.
Executive sessions. The boss said he's not in a fighting mood, but I think if Ducey makes one mistake, Cops gonna smell blood in the water. Try to get back in Ducey's head.
I've enjoyed the time, to talk to everybody. I mean, I know that the Must Be High would say that I have no nutritional value. I would argue that I'd counter that the fact that he never stops talking about me, even when I'm not on the air, would prove that I do have nutritional value. And look, I think that it's been a lot of fun to play the role of the villain. I've enjoyed it a lot.
Look, even the greats, LeBron's done it. LeBron's been the villain. Sometimes it takes the bigger man to be the villain.
Don't tell Christian and Emerson that you have nutritional value, Kenny, because I mean they were talking about like who would be the best to eat if they were ever in a plane crash.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah, I mean they were getting dark here like for a while. I mean on the last Sim, I don't know where they were going, so completely off the rails.
For some reason, that also came up on another Sim. Now I'm a little concerned.
All I know is I do not want to be in a plane crash with Christian because.
Well, I mean, if you're, I mean, you don't want to be in a plane. Yeah.
I don't want to.
Next
you know
time
what?
I'm in a plane crash.
I'll go down in a plane if I have to. But I swear, if it's with Christian.
No, he's like, I mean, after a day, I'm going to be.
You can
eyeing
crash
up,
my
I'm gonna
plane
be
any
eyeing
day of
up
the week
the
as long as
Survivor.
Christian's
I'm like,
not
dude,
there.
Hey, like,
the chances of you surviving a plane crash are pretty slim, Jeff.
I'm pretty rubbery. You know, I'd be okay.
So do you remember the movie This Is the End? With like it's basically
right.
the
like
Seth
all the
Rogen cinematic universe essentially. It's like
Yeah.
all those guys. It's Rogen and Franco and McBride and Aziz Ansari, Craig Robinson and Jay Baruchel, and the list goes on. Anyway, so I'm watching that movie the other night, and I'd seen it before. I love it. It's very funny. But I watched it the other night, and I mean, they were straight up, not to give anything away, but to give something away. I mean, like a decade-old movie. They're straight up eating people, like inside like 2 days of this, apocalyptic disaster. I don't even know if it was that long, and it got me thinking, like, man, like, how quickly can you really turn like how could anyone, I don't care how disastrous the situation, could you inside 48 hours make the decision to eat a live human being? No, there's no chance. Like that
Christian, but to your point, Christian might.
Well, if that's the case, then yeah, that's not the guy you want to be with.
He'd be like, I can't write my newsletter, so how am I going to survive? I got to survive somehow.
Yes, to those asking, you will have the slate MLB after this, roughly 5:15, maybe a little closer to 5, with Matt LaMarca and Steve Buchanan. So stick around for that. No more Sims today after this one, but you will have the slate. I mean, that's a sharp turn.
The whole movie is a sharp turn, though.
It really is. It's
people start getting off and stuff.
Yeah,
it is kind of a funny movie. I know when I first watched that movie, I was like, this could just be terrible and awful, but it's actually pretty funny. Didn't take itself very seriously, obviously.
Incredible in that movie.
Yeah, he's really funny in that.
He might be the star of the movie.
Yeah,
he's not in a lot of it, but what he is, it's laugh out loud funny every time you see or hear from him.
That dude is not in movies very much anymore either.
No, I mean, like, even I had never seen it. It's, again, older movie, but I never saw it until, I don't know, earlier in the pandemic, was Scott Pilgrim versus the World.
And, that's a great movie, yeah.
Yeah, really fun movie. I had just been missing the boat for a while.
Yeah, that's, oh man, who made that? I can't remember what his name is. I think he made Baby Driver too. But yeah, like what, I guess Hollywood just, no roles for Michael Cera anymore. It's too bad.
Also, and I this I will not spoil because I just think people should watch the movie, but the very end of This Is the End. It's like one of my favorite movie endings of any comedy. It's just so perfect for what that movie is. So again, I encourage people to check it out. The Guru, yes, that was Kevin Hart. He was in that. Many people in it. Even Paul Rudd is in it for a hot second.
Yeah, there's a bunch of just like random appearances in that movie.
Yeah.
Wasn't Emma
Watson?
Emma Watson's in it, yeah.
Rihanna's great in it. Yoko says Scott Pilgrim is a cult classic for the nerds like myself. It's just so well done with all the video game stuff. Montgomery again, second of the day.
Did you see DraftKings own Bryson DeChambeau missed a 6-footer to shoot 59 today?
I didn't. I saw he was in the mix.
No, shot 60.
Makes me want to just get out there. Jeff, you'd appreciate this. I don't know if I told you. I bought I got a new Vokey 60-degree wedge, but I did the M grind, and then I got the SM8, and then I got the 52 degree as well. I believe it's also the
the S8, and yeah, looking forward to using those, as well as I got a new used Sim 3-wood. So
I love buying
excited
used
to add
golf
those
clubs.
to my bag. Yeah, so I bought a used 52-degree wedge. I needed an approach wedge or gap wedge pretty badly. I lost mine like years ago, and now I just like every time I'm like 100 to 110 yards out, I have nothing. I don't know what to do. So I got those, but I got the 60-degree new, but I figured 52 used would be okay because I feel like how often do people use those?
Wedges are like legit the most important part of your game. Like,
yeah, that's the problem. Yeah, so I wanted to make sure. I'm hoping that because it's such a new model that it won't be too used, right? Isn't that like, would that be a fair assessment?
Yeah, probably. I mean, the wedges, I wouldn't want to get like too old a wedge, but yeah, as long as it's not too old.
It's literally this year's model. So the most used it could be is like,
you
know, I don't know. The most used it could be is like a few months, and then I also got it for $60 cheaper, so I felt like that was a pretty good deal. And yeah, I mean, I think that I'll end up. I wanted to get a new lob wedge because I was like, that's something where I use it that's like my most used club.
Yeah.
So I definitely wanted to make sure that, you know, that I had a new one, and that.
I think wedges are like the one part of your golf club equipment that you should like spend money on, because like drivers, people always buy drivers. So just there's so many ones in the secondary market where like light usage,
right?
Or even if they're not lightly used, like you can just find a driver that you're consistent with. You know what? It doesn't need like there's just. Yeah, I don't know. The drivers, you should never buy a new driver, in my opinion. As like an amateur player, obviously, you know, trying to go pro or something, completely different. But
what are you doing? Like, what wedges do you play?
I got a 60, a 52, and then just a regular pitching wedge, like a strong pitching wedge. So the 52, I almost want to get like another one, like a 54, but I'm pretty good at dialing down the 52. Like, I mean, like I don't even play that much anymore, but when I do play, like I can hit the 52 pretty far, but I can also get to the point where it's like, if I need to just lighten it up a bit, I'm pretty good at that. So I don't know. I'd rather like have like an extra hybrid or something like that. Cause than have the extra wedge, but definitely love the 60-degree lob wedge.
I meant like what brand do you play? But yeah, I mean, I do
brand.
Like
I got Callaway. Sorry, Callaway.
Okay, I was looking at those actually. They look pretty good.
No, I like them. Yeah.
Cool.
All right. Well, it's 28-0 at the end of 3. I don't know what they were talking about. I blacked out, and something about Kenny having a wedgie. Trubisky 157 in the air and a couple of touchdowns. Locke has been picked off. Just 20 passing yards for someone who is in Kenny's lineup. Drew Lock, who is the backup quarterback now in Denver, for performances just like this. I'm 35th out of 121, barring stat adjustments. Kenny, you're going to have to tell me where you're at. Montgomery, he's a solid player. 2 scores, 46, 83 for Trubisky, rushing. So the bonus, obviously, in play for him. Will give you the receiving numbers as well. You got Duckman here, Kenny Ducey, Moose.
Duckman.
And Koff, along with, you know, producer Tara Lynn.
Wow, Rossi. Calm down, Rossi, in the chat, man. I see you. I mean,
what is he saying?
Yeah, Drew, Cobra K, Tate, Bailey.
Very, very needy.
He's just saying hi, and you're not responding to him, so just say hi. Say hi, Rossi.
I'm busy. I'm on a professional Madden stream here.
Well,
hi, Rossi. I've got to do my job.
Those words should be missing.
Kenny and I are breaking down golf. No, I'm just kidding. Great to see you, buddy. Do I have another sim with Rossi? I feel like I have one more with him or something.
So, you know, I'm gonna tell the people what they have to look forward to next week.
I don't even have another official sim with Rossi. It's kind of sad.
Here are the combos you guys have to look forward to next week. I'm gonna the jersey, right? Thank you, the jersey. Thank you, Drew. All right, huh? You know this one, Kenny, right?
You gotta see the jersey.
You're a natural.
Nice one. I like that.
It's a good jersey. Thank you.
Nice.
Drew's like, all right, cool. Back to the sim. So next week you have got Glash, Christian, and BK. That is a tandem. Me, Kenny, and BK, unless Glash and I swap so that Kenny can have more time with Glash. Glash, Moose, and Christian. Me, Moose, Lamarca, Me, Rossi, Lamarca. Me, Caveman. Glash, Rossi, and Tom Carroll. Okay, that's what Monday looks like for you. On Tuesday, the final day of Sims with commentary. For the first time ever, it has never happened before for an entire Sim, unless I'm forgetting, but I don't think it has. Me, Glash, and Emerson. 3 of us together for a Sim. That will be the nooner on Tuesday. You will have me, Kenny, and Christian. Something we just did, what, yesterday or the day before? You will have Rossi, BK, and Zach Thompson. We found more room for him because we were alarmed that he was not on another Sim. So we got him in. Glash, Rossi, and Tom. And then I can't even tell you what's coming at 8 and 10 because we got some stuff cooking. So 8 and 10, I mean, if nothing else, 8 and 10 are the ones that you want to be hanging out for as our swan song of Sims, our farewell experience. We're blocking off something pretty special for you starting at 8 o'clock. Fumble. Somebody may want to pick it up. Bears have it. So those are the tandems. That's the combo you got coming up. Gonna be a good time. Gonna be a busy Monday, Tuesday. Tom says Kenny and BK. Oh, wow.
Yeah, Kenny and BK should have lots to talk about. Debating
Nothing to talk about, actually.
Rossi says he's not leaving until he's kicked off. Well, look, someone's going to close the Zoom meeting at some point. Tate Knops. Wait, you're telling me there won't be commentators as of Wednesday? Since when? Tate, were you on vacation? Freak of nature. Will Steve Buchanan be on Tuesday? Could happen. Could happen.
Couldn't.
Lamarcus in the chat. Sounds like too much Kaufman. I was told I could do all 6 Sims on Monday if I wanted to. Just to have that cough-a-thon I've been talking about for a year and a half. But that felt like a little much. Let's hear from more people. So what do you think of that, Lamarca? 4th quarter, 6.5 to go. Bears. Touchdown. About to be 35-0. Anthony Miller with the score.
Yeah, I guess I've missed a lot of Chicago scoring. This game is ridiculous. I haven't looked at this game once.
Of course you haven't.
Says the paid commentator. Rossi, I'm in. You and I were doing all 6 Sims on Wednesday. We're just going to get in the chat for 12 hours.
I'm going to fill out my availability for next week. Just see what happens.
I'm going to do that too right now. Oh, no, there's nothing after Tuesday. The spreadsheet just dies. Damn.
Cut us off.
Rossi, me and you Wednesday, man. We'll hack the Zoom. Can we still be here even if you don't have to pay us? We just missed the Sims. We got to be with the Sim fam. Dom says, Lamarca popping in while writing his song for the farewell. I hope he is. Freak of nature going all old school on us. Huge festival. Lala Coffalooza on Wednesday in Coff's backyard. Tickets on sale now. Bring your green hat.
Is Glash coming over to your house on Tuesday or what?
You know,
just gonna hang out.
It's possible.
Just pretend he's one of your kids for the whole day.
It would be a shame to not have, one more porch sim before this is all done, wouldn't it?
The porch sim was pretty funny. Just the fact you made him stay on your porch the whole sim.
What? I mean, I didn't plan a pandemic. I mean, sure, I'd still keep him.
I mean, even if it wasn't a pandemic, I would probably still have just made him stay on the porch.
I'll give him some floor candy.
That's right.
Although I ought to talk to Glash because now that I'm looking at it, if he is coming over on like, let's say Tuesday, he's going to have to do it before his 6 o'clock. He's gonna have
to plan
talk
that
to
out.
him about that. Oh, must be says I have to ask his agent. All right, I'll reach out. Tate, and this is not true, Tate. Tate says, we would like to announce Wild Weather Wednesday is making a comeback. We know you want more weather and less commentators.
Oh! Thought that go.
Is that
I thought it
Hamler?
might go. No, it's
Lamar
not Hamler.
You better not wear his shoes in here. I'll tell you that right.
I'm in 102nd right now. Hamler has no catches.
This is a whole conversation with Lamarca, you know, and Tara Lynn, who is producing now but was on for that sim. We were they rejected, or at least just thought I maybe embellished in my description, but the premise that the outside world is dirty. That yes, if you're like walking along, just doing whatever you're doing in the world, and then wearing your sneakers throughout your house, you're bringing crap into the house. Yes. Yes, streets are dirty.
Streets is watching.
Moose. You.
Cough Manor.
Cough Manor. I like that. I'd been calling it the Cough Compound, but I think Cough Manor is better, actually.
I do too.
Must Be High is still talking
Another
about.
fumble.
I haven't said anything.
All Bears.
I haven't
all
said
the
anything
time.
in the last 10 minutes. Must Be High is still talking about me.
I mean, I know I made a commitment not to talk about the sim, but this might be the biggest blowout I've ever seen. Like,
This
if
is
the
really bad.
Broncos win, like get another touch, or if the Bears get another touchdown here, and the Broncos get shut out, this is potentially the biggest blowout I've ever seen. So,
I mean, the Bears DST, like, you know, no disrespect to some of the big performances we've had by guys in this one, including Madden Mitchell, but the Bears DST has 17 points right now and is 10% owned. Montgomery.
and yet still somehow the sim will call all the timeouts at the end.
Yeah, they'll definitely make sure to do
Delay at
that.
the end.
It just, I mean, it makes me feel so good that someone I take up that much. Like, I think Must Be High must dream about me at night.
Got a lot of real estate in his head.
He must dream about me at night. That's like Lisa Robinson. Lisa Robinson and Must Be High are fighting it out for my heart. It's insane. It's so funny. I actually think the Must Be Highs made burners on YouTube to talk about me before.
Iro says Team Ducey.
Yeah, Hiro and I, we still got to figure out a time to box. Brian C said he blocked
You guys
Must
going
Be
shopping
High.
after Thanksgiving?
Interesting.
$35-0.
Yeah,
Halfway through.
what are we going to talk about? You can't even do play-by-play for this, Koff.
We got Varder. If you all had the ability to just pop in and out after Tuesday, how many people would pop in and out? I think Rossi and Kaufman would. Brendan, he would be out. He's too cool for the Sims now. Too good.
I
think Glash would pop into the chat. I don't
yeah,
think he's good
I
for
think
this.
so too. I would come back sometimes. I mean, I people don't realize I do. Sometimes I'll like leave YouTube open and I'll like go back and I'll see that, you know, there'll be like another sim on and I'll tune in for a little bit, like
Check it out for a moment. Just learn.
Yeah.
Don't get the chat necessarily. You just listen.
Mikhail Merriweather, what's going on? Problem Kid Gaming. I got my friends in here. I'm gonna miss every. I will really miss
200
every.
likes for Kenny, huh? We got 40 to go before we get out of here. Hit that like for Kenny.
I will miss everywhere. Oh, sorry, everywhere. I'll miss everyone.
I was just gonna let it go.
Speaking of letting it go, the sky is really just letting rip right now. It is raining.
Yeah, it was raining
super
here.
hard.
But done.
It was. I was actually hoping that it would hold off long enough to go downtown and get something.
That's Sounds criminal.
Freak of nature still bidding for that mayor of Simland's honor. Appreciate it.
We never, I guess because it was only only a year and a half, we didn't make Greg Coffin.
People forget
term.
I brought Greg Coffin back.
What does that
True.
mean? You brought him back.
Greg Coffin wasn't in the sim. I didn't even know who Greg Coffin was. Apparently, he was a big sim commenter.
Yeah.
And me bringing up that whole mayor thing, I brought him back. Matt LaMarca says we're starting a podcast. Look, I got to say, when I started here at DraftKings, Matt was one of the first people that I ever worked with on air, off air on Sunday mornings on the DK Live app.
Mm-hmm.
We're both Jets fans. He now sees the light with Javi Baez being a bad baseball player. I would be honored to do a podcast with Matt LaMarca. I think it would be great. I think it would be great content. And, Matt LaMarca is a guy I respect. He's a hard worker.
He's a hustler.
Just like
no
me,
doubt
the guy
about it.
never stops working. I feel like
I think that's
I'm going to
true
need a
of both
break
of
at
you
some
guys.
point.
Moose as well.
Yeah. I respect all you guys, but I just wanted to say because Matt popped in the chat.
This question was asked, we discussed it yesterday. I don't remember how it came up, but the question was asked, when these go away for us, again, the Sims are not going anyway, but when there's no more commentary, if you had to pick one commentator, one member of the group, who you very well may never hear from again outside of our fantasy football league, who do you think it would be? LaMarca, Terrellin, and I all had the same answer.
Oh, you mean like someone who just will disappear and we just won't get updates from?
Yeah, not necessarily we'll never hear from them again for the rest of time, but they're pretty much going to, the Sims are truly what united you. And once that experience is gone, you're not gathering for work stuff anymore. They're just they'll be kind of out of your life. Not intentionally. It'll just happen that way.
Well, but we're in a fantasy football league together, so no one's going
that's
away.
Why I said independent of that. So after football season, maybe. Unless hopefully everybody keeps coming back every year, that'd be great.
David Georgie says BK. Brian C says BK. I think BK is going to be the first to separate himself for sure. Someone said earlier that.
Well, BK is a friend of mine. So I know
Okay.
I'll continue to be in touch with BK. So that wouldn't be.
My friend Mike, who I went to school with, is a friend of mine. Do you think that that matters?
Well,
Look,
what I mean is,
everyone in the chat saying BK, Brian C, Christian. I think that you might stay in touch with BK, but BK
Who did LaMarca and Terrellin say then?
LaMarca, Terrellin, and I all said Christian. Christian's going to be the guy that we just don't hear from again.
It's definitely going to be BK. I don't think he.
I feel like BK is actually more invested in these than you think, though. Because I know, my first inclination.
Yeah,
is
Kenny,
BK.
you may not hear from BK.
No, it has nothing to do with him as a person. I just feel like he has so much going on.
He does.
He is on the radio. He doesn't. He's
right.
not only does he have another job that takes up all of his time, but then he also is researching the Broncos, sleepless nights researching the Broncos. I just don't think he has the mental capacity to be friends with us or even keep in touch. But I think it's going to, independent of the fantasy football league. So I would say BK. What do you think, Jeff?
That was my first inclination because just having talked to him, he's a busy guy. He's got family. He's got his dogs who apparently just run circles around him all day. And then he legit covers every sport in Denver. Right. I'm like, oh, you cover the Rockies too? He's like, yeah. And then when it's Avalanche season, I got to choose between going, to the Rockies or the Avalanche. What do I choose?
He was tweeting about the Nuggets in the postseason on. It was actually annoying me because I would pick against the Nuggets. He'd be like, well, the Nuggets clearly won this game in the second quarter, and all of the replies were like, why would you say that? They're not gonna win now. It was great.
Yeah. So that was my first inclination, but I also recognize he's committed. He's often started group threads on the emails.
Yeah, he's very good at staying in touch.
I don't know. I actually think Christian might be the sneaky call because he's got his post route Substack, and he does other work on the side, and he's a guy who likes the outdoors. So I don't know. It's a tough call. I would choose myself, except that I'll be on the airwaves and doing lots of work for DraftKings anyways.
What about What about
Rossi's in the chat says all wrong answers. It's me. I'm going.
Yeah,
dark.
I was actually about to say, what about
Rossi
Rossi?
will probably be the sneaky guy, just like, okay, oh yeah, I can't. I'm so sad, and then just like legitimately ghost everybody, like block my number, block me on Twitter.
I honestly think it's going to be you, Kaufman.
No, I'm very. I like to talk to people.
Yeah, that's why you follow all your coworkers on Twitter, right?
You know what? I don't.
It's been going on, Ducey, for like 6 years.
Yeah, exactly. So Twitter, because we don't have Facebook anymore, is how people keep it.
I'm on Facebook.
Yeah, exactly. That's why, because you're
I'm
like
old.
whatever, 50 years old.
I'm on Instagram.
People keep in touch on Twitter. You're not on Twitter.
I don't.
How are you going to stay
Twitter.
in touch with people? No,
I don't follow.
you don't follow anybody on Twitter. So how are you? You're using it as a vehicle to tweet out hashtag Celtics,
Thank you.
hashtag Tom Brady,
Patriots,
but you're
Red
not
Sox,
actually interacting with people like
Ebrebs.
Brendan Glasheen and Emerson and me. We all interact with each other. You know, people
It's true.
Twitter threads.
do.
Matt LaMarca's on Twitter. You
You
are
do.
not part of our Twitter community.
So,
I
but
think
are you
that
saying
you are
I'm?
going
You
to
saying
be.
I'm less of a friend to you now?
Yeah, I mean, definitely.
My very best friends in the world, I don't follow any of them on Twitter. I don't follow my mother on Twitter. And the irony is, none of them have ever said a word about it. It's never come up once. And yet, people in this stupid business harp on it all the time.
Of course. I agree with you about how dumb it is, but I also just think that, like, that's fine if you don't want to do that, but don't get offended when I say you're not going to be part of our community. Because
So
you're not. You don't want to be. You're not choosing to be.
You're alienating me because I don't follow you on
I'm
Twitter.
not alienating. I'm saying you're alienating yourself. You don't want to read Brendan Glasheen's thoughts. You don't want to read Jeff's thoughts. You don't want to read my thoughts. So if you don't want to read our thoughts, then how are you going to talk to us? How are you going to respond to what we think? Whereas
I will text
Emerson, Brent, like we all talk to each other, right? That's how I talk to people. So that's what I'm saying. It's your choice, but don't get offended when I say you're going to get cut out of the loop because you're not talking to people on Twitter.
Yeah.
Time you right out, pal.
You're out, Cuff. You're done. Glash is in here. Glash going, get him, Kenny.
And by the way, the first person I ever followed on Twitter was my mother.
Kirk, I'm
Well,
totally ignoring them.
It was
You're
lovely.
right. I'm just wait. This game is ended. I'm just wondering why we're still talking. This game was over like 10
Super Bowl
minutes
Baby
ago.
is our winner of our free roll with Trubisky in the captain slot, Lindsey, Cohen, Judy, Miller, Montgomery, and not the Bears DST, despite the shutout, who were excellent.
I
Would
can't
you
tell
like
who
to
was more
see-
disappointing.
This might want to have been one of the biggest beatdowns I've ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, 35-0 is meaningful.
What about Moose's monster of the game? Who's going to get that award?
Pukes is
Hey,
in-
I don't even know who scored the
I can't believe
touchdowns.
I'm
in this
saying
game,
this.
Kenny.
This is Kenny's best performance.
You pick, pal. I have no idea. Tell me who you could tell me Eddie Pinheiro scored 6 touchdowns. I'd believe you right now. I have no idea. I didn't watch
No,
the
I mean,
second.
I think you probably either want to go with the Bears DST or Montgomery. Those are your best plays. Take your pick. I don't care.
Jeff, we also had Mitch Trubisky with 27.98 fantasy points, but he was in the captain of Super Bowl babies.
Oh my God!
Lineup. But David Montgomery had 19.4 points, 13% owned in our little contest here, $5,200. I feel like that's a pretty solid resume there.
We got Buchanan saying, "I can't believe this. This might be Kenny's best performance."
What are you pulling a Glash? I just read that.
Nobody listens to you.
Good God.
Including me, apparently.
All right,
All right,
I'll take the reins from Jeff because he's not even he's on Mars right now. David Montgomery
He is completely checked out.
David Montgomery is the player. Is Ducey's delicious player of the game. $5,200, 19.4 DraftKings fantasy points, the 2 rushing touchdowns. Ducey's disappointment is I've never given out like a tie before, but you could give this to like 8 different players. Drew Lock was $10,000. He had 0.75 points. You had KJ Hamler, who was popular, almost 50% owned in this contest. He had no points, but I don't think that there is a bigger disappointment than the man who was the most owned Broncos player. That is Courtland Sutton, $9,400, 0 fantasy points. But I really think that you could just give it to pretty much anyone on the Broncos. It was an all-around terrible performance from this team.
And they really did Brandon Krisztal proud. So I hope he's out there watching, and I hope that you guys all let him know that the Broncos absolutely stink, especially in Madden 21, which doesn't matter.
Yeah, well, Madden 22 is the
I miss you too, Glash. I miss you too, buddy. We'll hang out. Don't worry. We'll see you Monday.
This is my last. Glash and I are never going to be on a sim again. So I miss you too, Glash.
I mean, if you're around Tuesday night, we'll find time for you, pal. But not for 3 seconds on your silly little Zoom phone issue you got going on. Rossi says I should invite you over to the house Tuesday night to do this. You're already tied up. You're hanging out with lap of luxury over there. All right, MLB The Slate's on the way.
At least I'm not too good to follow my friends.
There it is. One last one. Okay, we're coming back on Monday. Enjoy your weekend.
Just keep telling him. Beat him down until he follows you.
Maybe
I don't want him to follow me. I think I blocked him.
You didn't
wait till he follows you, then block him.
I want him to follow everyone else at this company who's been complaining for 3 years, and I'm the only one who's going to say it to his face.
Everyone says it to my face. Thanks
yeah,
to
but
Bailey,
not like this.
Drew, I kind of want to stay on. Tara Lynn, sing us out of here, would you? Okay, no. All right, MLB The Slate next.
I have to admit, I didn't want this to end. I have never been the biggest backer of Kenny.
Dude, that was hilarious.
This was Kenny's finest hour. He just absolutely took Adam Kaufman out to the back of the barn and shot that man dead.
Put him in a body bag.
He put him in a body bag, kicked the body bag, spit on the body bag, and tossed it into the Mississippi River.
I will say, Adam Kaufman does follow me on Twitter.
It has
so
always been.
No, he doesn't. Don't lie.
He does. I swear to God,
Kaufman
follows me on Twitter.
That's the one person you follow?
Like, here's the amazing thing is that, like, usually, like, when it's the toss to MLB, like, it's a disaster. Like, holy crap, glad that show's over. It was horrible. Like, I don't even feel like doing the show. Like, right now, like, I'm in my chair. I was just, like, kicking back like this. I had my feet up on the desk. Like, I was enjoying every second of what was just happening with Kenny Ducey. And that is not anything I ever said I would say in my entire life. But now, you know, because Madden is ending, it's like now all the good stuff comes out. Like, Jeff was on Mars. Who knows where Jeff was? Kenny was just murdering a man on the Madden stream, and Kaufman is just taking it in one of his ridiculous jerseys. Like, that was great. That's what everything should have been for these slates. And now we have to do an MLB show. No one gives a crap about this show. I guarantee you, nobody cares about MLB right now, but we're going to try to do it anyways. Because we are, you know, we get paid to do this until about 5:50. So for the next, 38 minutes, we'll try to entertain you. But the entertainment has been had. MLB, 15 games. Who gives a crap? But we'll talk about it. We're here to do it. Matt LaMarca is here. I'm back from vacation. This is my first show at Matt LaMarca in about a week and a half, so it's good to see you. And I guess we'll just talk some baseball. I'll share my screen so people can look at it, but I guarantee you, no one gives a crap right now. That was a great show, and I'm very happy that I was a part of that.
I said the same thing. I put it in
sorry.
Slack. I said, yeah. I am extremely entertained at the moment.
Yeah, it was good. It was great. So, you know what? I think anybody in the chat who's given Kenny a hard time in the past, I think you owe him an apology. And I
stand Lucy around these parts.
Yeah, it's I was wrong. I'm sorry. Prove me wrong. All right, let's talk about this slate. 15 games on schedule. All teams in action. All 30 teams. Amaretto Steve, you got it, Mike Bizzle. That's right, baby. I haven't even had any yet. You know, usually I have to do that to get through the toss. The toss was great. I don't need anything tonight. Okay. 15 games on tap tonight, all 30 teams in action. When I was going through this slate this morning, Matt LaMarca, at least from a pitching standpoint, I was like, I don't really like any of these options. I'm not really excited about anybody.
Of course you aren't.
And when I was saying that, I said, well, the good news is that I'm going to be on the show tonight with Matt LaMarca. And I have no doubt in my mind he's going to steer me in the right direction because the knowledge that he brings is just unbound.
Wow.
So I am going to just be the coward in this situation and not have like a solid pick. I want to hear what your pick is for tonight, because you're going to come out with some crazy stuff and I'm going to be like, and this is why we have Matt LaMarca on Friday nights.
Well, my first question is, who does Shane McClanahan know at DraftKings?
Right.
How is he the most expensive pitcher on this slate?
I was trying to find that out myself, sir. I saw that and I said, who did Shane, slip $100 bill to at DraftKings and said, hey, make me the most, expensive guy tonight because people will think I'm important if that's the case. And it was done.
The
Done.
matchup against the Orioles isn't even good. We've talked all year about how they're sneaky good against left-handed pitching. Baltimore is a hitter's park, and McClanahan is typically a 5 to 6 inning pitcher to begin with. So I think you can cross him off the list. I'm very much interested in Garrett Cole. I think that we were worried about him with the sticky stuff crackdown, right? Like there was definitely that month stretch or so where things were very rough for him.
Yes.
But he has rebounded nicely here over the second half of the season. Yep. He's averaging over 14 strikeouts per 9 innings since the All-Star break, 2.28 FIP over that time frame. Which is down like nearly 3/4 of a run compared to his first half numbers. And in August in particular, he has an ERA under 1.
Right. He's
so
been good.
Garrett Cole, to me, like the price, the pedigree, his recent performance, it kind of just pushes him towards the top spot in my rankings. I get that the matchup against Oakland is far from ideal, but at least Oakland is not like a great hitter's park, so they can do some damage against right-handers. There's no doubt about it, but I think Garrett Cole is just a little bit underpriced here at 10-5, especially compared to McClanahan.
Yeah, McClanahan against a very good hitting lefty club in the Baltimore Orioles. And Garrett Cole is facing the Athletics at the best possible time. They are sliding. And you know who's climbing that ladder while they're sliding? The Seattle Mariners, by the way. 6-4 in their last 10.
Steve.
6.5 games behind in the AL West.
It's time to wave the white flag, buddy.
It is. Are you kidding me? It is absolutely not the time to wave the white flag. This is the opening. The Oakland Athletics are 2-8 over their last 10. The Seattle Mariners are 6-4 over their last 10.
A robust 6-4.
Well, because they lost last night. It was 7-3 before they lost last night. You take a loss, it goes down a little bit. Fair. But the Seattle Mariners are very much in this. And you laugh. They're only 3.5 back for the second wild card spot, too. They're making the playoffs.
I thought they had to win the division now.
Well, I would like for them to win the division because that would make me a lot of money. But if they make the wild card, at least I can go, ha, I told you so.
That's true. You would be somewhat vindicated.
Because I said this back in February. People saying this now, it's like, oh, gee, thanks for coming. We're at the encore at the concert. Now you show up and be like, oh, yeah, it's a good concert. I was here before when they were setting up the drums and the guitars. You know what I'm saying?
I hear
Here's at the beginning. But yeah, Garrett Cole, I agree. I do like Aaron Nola. I just don't like the weather situation that we're dealing with. If there was no rain concern, Aaron Nola would absolutely be the top option on this slate. And you look at the Arizona Diamondbacks, just a team that is just putrid on the road. They're 17-49 on the road, but coincidentally, they're 4-0 against the Phillies. Can you imagine being the Philadelphia Phillies and being like, oh, we haven't beaten the Arizona Diamondbacks yet? We've had 4 chances to do so. The team who's 17-49 on the road, coming into that 16-49, that's amazing.
The Diamondbacks. I was on the Diamondbacks yesterday. Just a really quick story.
Yeah,
I got them at plus 135 after it was announced that Matt Moore was going to start. Moore, not good. And believe it or not, the Diamondbacks are second in WRC plus against left-handers over the past 14 days. So I hopped on the Diamondbacks. They were up 8-2 going into the bottom of the 9th inning. All hell broke loose. They hung on and won 8-7. The moral of the story: never trust the Diamondbacks.
Yep. No way. I've backed them numerous times. Always at plus money because they're horrible, and I've never won. So, I mean, that tells you everything. A couple comments I want to get you in the chat real quick. PD says he won't let the Mariners thing go. Carry that flag. Absolutely. Until the E is next to them in the standings, which means they've been eliminated. They have not been eliminated. Bruce says overpriced, underpriced. Who the F cares? How's Mr. Cole on the road with right-handed hitters? I would have answered that question if you were nicer about it, but you were not nice, so I'm not going to answer that question. You can go to fangraphs.com.
How about that?
Damn it, Matt LaMarca, would you let me make my point?
Sorry.
So, Bruce, you can go on fangraphs.com and find out that answer yourself. But Matt just told you, so you have your answer. But next time, ask a little nicer, and I'll be happy to answer it for you. Mr. Cole on the road, right-handed hitters, doesn't care about what we're saying. This is an analysis show. You want quick information? Go on twitter.com. Coming in here all rude. So Aaron Nola, if the rain holds up, he's by far the top option. No doubt in my mind. That's the guy you want to be targeting there. Would you disagree with that? If the rain holds up, would you put it this way? If Nola and Cole both had their matchups tonight, no weather concerns at all, would Nola be your start over Cole?
I would take Cole still. But
oh, really? Okay, wow.
I can totally understand why. I think Nola is probably a bit safer given the matchup. He's got a better opponent implied team total. He's a bigger favorite.
Yeah.
I just don't like the Garrett Cole strikeout upside is just elite, and
Right.
Nola is a notch below him. So if you were to tell me that one of these pitchers scores 35 to 40 DraftKings points tonight, I would tell you that it was probably Garrett Cole. That's the only reason that I would give him the slightest of edge. But certainly you can't really go wrong with Nola, barring the weather concerns, which are a real concern.
Sure.
So it seems like the latest report that I've seen is that a delay is almost certain to happen at some point, and starting pitchers do not fare well during delays. They typically get pulled.
Absolutely. And that is definitely a concern. So just keep an eye on that. We're about an hour and a half from first pitch on that, but that's something definitely to watch because either way that goes, that is definitely going to shift the ownership one way or another. A lot of that ownership likely would go to Garrett Cole. So do keep that in mind. But if the Phillies do play, you could get Nola at a pretty, really favorable ownership standpoint for tonight. Want to ask you about Max Fried because I've gone back and forth on him a number of times tonight, going up against the San Francisco Giants. Not exactly a strikeout, a matchup to rack up the strikeouts for Max Fried. But this is somebody who doesn't even necessarily need to get those strikeouts because of how good he's been. I mean, when he's on the mound, he's not giving up much of anything, really, especially since the middle of July. When he's come back. I mean, I have the game log right up here right now, looking at it starts 0, 1, 1, 0, 2, 4, 0, 3, talking about earned runs here. How do you feel about him tonight going against the Giants at home, by the way, where he's pitched some of his best baseball? What are your thoughts on him?
Yeah, I like Fried at this price tag in general. I think 8,700 is a little cheap for him, but considering that the strikeout upside is somewhat limited with him, it makes things like win expectation more important. And the fact that he's facing a really good Giants team, they're not the best against left-handed pitchers, but they do have I don't know if they have the best record in baseball, but they have the best record in the National League for sure.
Yep.
And they're facing Kevin Gausman, who is fine. He's not the Cy Young caliber pitcher that he was pitching at the start of the year, but he's still one of the Giants' best arms. So we have to kind of lower our expectation just a bit from a win expectation standpoint. So if he's not going to pile up double-digit strikeouts, if his win expectation is mediocre, he's like a minus 125 favorite.
Yep.
I think, again, this is kind of like a low ceiling type of a play. So I'm fine with using him in cash games, but I think that in a tournament, I don't know if he necessarily has that 30-point performance in his range of outcomes right now.
Yeah, 8,700, I do feel like it is a little bit cheap there, but I don't hate the matchup. I don't hate the matchup at all, and I think if people are I don't think this is a range that people are really going to be looking at. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're either probably going up fairly high with guys like Nola, if he can play, Garrett Cole, maybe even Joe Musgrove against the Angels, who just aren't hitting at all. They're not going to really be in this Eric Lauer, Max Fried, Sean Manaea type realm. So I feel like this is kind of like one of those tiers where people aren't really going to be looking at. They're either going to be above or below that. Robbie Noble in the chat says, the Giants are coming off a sweep. They hot, baby. Robbie, they're coming off a sweep of the Mets, okay? I wouldn't consider that hot. I would consider that par for the course. You know, that's like, you know, like you're playing a little league team and you're like, oh, the high school team just swept the 12-year-old little league team. Like, yeah, they should have. Like, that's normal. So I wouldn't say they're hot. I would say that they should have won the 3 games. So hot is a little bit, you know, that's a little strong. They won 3 in a row. That's what I would say. I wouldn't say that they're hot because they swept the Mets. All right, let's
feels
get
like
this
a personal attack, but I'm gonna let it slide.
It's not a personal attack. It's not my fault. That's where you live, and that's where your home bias is too. You know, I mean, if I lived in Pittsburgh and the Pirates are my team, I wouldn't insult you. They stink. Of course they are. Like, it is what it is. It's the hand that you were dealt, Matt Lamarck. I'm sorry that happened to you.
It's true.
So after the most expensive guys, is there anybody else kind of lower down the list that you're kind of looking towards in any way? Zach Thompson is kind of keeps grabbing my attention a little bit. His advanced numbers aren't great. A lot of the times where, like, because you look at his game log, the surface numbers here, doesn't give up a ton of production. 2 runs, 1, 4, 2. His FIP usually tells another story. But he's at home against the Reds. Reds have been good. Nothing against the Reds. But I just feel like at 7,500, I don't hate I guess what I'm trying to say, I don't hate the matchup. At 7,500 in Miami. You're not a fan.
I kind of hate it.
Okay,
I kind of hate it. Like, again, he's got no ceiling.
Yeah.
He's a 5-inning pitcher who strikes out like 6 batters per 9 innings.
Yeah.
So he needs a win, and he pitches for the Marlins, and he's facing the Reds. Like, it's just it's going to take a real perfect storm for this guy to get 20 plus fantasy points tonight. If you're looking in this range, and I know that he's had a couple of rough starts recently, but I would go with your guy Logan Gilbert.
Oh, okay.
I would go with your boy Logan. I still think this guy is a good pitcher. You know, his last 2 starts have been against the Astros and against the Blue Jays. Getting tagged by those 2 teams is not that big of a deal. They tag everybody.
Right.
Great bounce back spot tonight against Kansas City. We know that Kansas City is like just not nearly the same offensive team. They're 26th in WRC plus versus right-handers this season. I would much rather go with Gilbert, who has displayed some strikeout upside at times this season, than a guy like Zach Thompson, who, like, maybe he's a smidge safer, but we know exactly what we're getting out of him.
No, I don't hate that at all, because, I mean, Logan Gilbert, one of the reasons he was called up is because he was just absolutely dominating the minor leagues. Like, you look at his numbers from 2019 when there was minor league baseball: 10.5 K9, 1.7 walks per 9 inning, 0.43 home run over 9 inning. That was over a span of 62 and a third inning. So it wasn't like it was, you know, a couple innings here and then this is what you get. Let's call up Gilbert. No, he was doing well when he was in the minors for the Mariners, went right through the system. You know, quickly, and now and already at the minors here. In the majors here, obviously 10.1 K9 on the season, 3.74 FIP to go with that 5.16 ERA. So, like you were alluding to, sure, the surface numbers aren't great, but a 3.74 FIP in the majors through 82 innings, that's pretty damn good. That's pretty damn good for somebody who's 7,700 tonight with a 10.1 K9 against what I would fair to say is a pretty weak offense. Once you get past Whit Merrifield, there's really not much else you're going to be worrying about in that Royals offense. They still beat the Mariners last night, which was super annoying because we could have gained another game on the Athletics because they lost again because they're a total fraud team and the Mariners are going to overtake them. But that was yesterday. We're here today instead. I want to quickly point out, and this is not for a DFS play, but Dallas Keuchel's going up against the Cubs, right? I actually bet the over on his strikeout prop tonight, which is at 4.5 plus 110.
Has he had a 5 strikeout game this season?
A couple. But I just
there's
have to
one.
throw
I
that,
see one.
Yeah, But I just had to throw that out there because I woke up today and it was actually one of the first things I did. The Cubs are striking out so much that I'm like, I just got to take the plus money on this and just hope that Dallas Keuchel can get 5 strikeouts tonight. Oh, you only need 5. All I need from you is 5. But 30.5% K rate for the Cubs in the month of August. That's almost 5% higher than the Marlins, who were in second. Like, it's a big, big difference. So I just wanted to let everybody know that Steve Buchanan on a Friday night is going to be sweating out Dallas Keuchel over 4.5 strikeouts. Quick thoughts and analysis on that before we move on.
What my thoughts are, what a country that's a sentence. I have zero thoughts on Dallas Keuchel because that's how much thought I've given him for the entire season.
That's fair. That's totally fair.
I want to talk about Rich Hill really quick. People are going to play Rich Hill tonight. The Mets are like way over favored in my opinion. They're minus like 190 favorites against Washington. The Nationals implied team total is at 3.6 runs.
Yeah.
So like people are going to look at Rich Hill and this price tag and say, oh, 6,800 Rich Hill, good Vegas data. Like I might play him. I would not play him. I am scared of Rich Hill. Like Rich Hill, first off, just hasn't been good recently. But second of all, like the Nationals quietly pretty good against left-handed pitching. Over the last 14 days, they're 6th in WRC plus versus left-handers. So
that's impressive.
I'm calling Rich Hill trap play tonight. Trap play Rich Hill.
And he has a very similar K9, by the way, to Dallas Keuchel. It's very, very low. It's in like the 6 range. It's not good. It's not good at all. Real quick, Varda Robinson in the chat. Hey, can I tell you all, when Matt Lamarca's on here with Steve Buchanan, you guys are great at DFS baseball. It's so hard, and you all help me out so much. Like, I can't wait to hear from all of you. So I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I'm glad you guys could watch. I'm glad everybody who tunes in. We love doing this show. Usually we never get one up by Kenny Ducey before we come on, but we did tonight. So, you know, we're feeling a little bit flustered, but we're glad that we can still entertain and provide you guys with some good info for tonight and for future slates.
I will say working with Matt Meiselman last week, I missed you, Steve. That was the first time doing this show where I felt like I was definitely the stupidest person on the stream.
Okay, well, that sounds like a backhanded compliment. Because now you're saying that I'm dumber than Matt Meiselman, so you actually like working with me more because I'm dumber.
It was intended to be a backhanded compliment, yes.
All right, well.
It was actually, I would say it was more of an insult.
Yeah, you might be right. What's going on? Is it like a full moon tonight? Like, Kenny's doing cool, doing funny things. You know, Matt Meiselman is smarter than me. Like, what the hell?
Not even close. That is not even close.
I mean, I can call him. I mean, you want him on? Like, I don't know.
No, he's too smart for this show.
Stop it! Why are you insulting me on the show? I thought we were buddies. Like, what the hell?
We are buddies. Buddies of equal intelligence.
Yeah, I mean, apparently I'm the stupid
blend
buddy.
together perfectly.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna leave this show. I'm gonna go upstairs and be like, "Oh, how was the show?" I'll be like, "I don't know." Matt was like, you know, roasting the hell out of me for no reason, like totally.
I'm roasting
unwarranted.
myself too, to be honest. If that makes you feel any better, this is a dark roast, extra steamy.
And all right, we're gonna talk about the hitters. I'm gonna get a little comfy here. This whole show is just going to, you know what. I gotta get a little comfy here. This is probably a horrible camera spot, but I'm so gone. It's Friday. You know, we got about 20 minutes left in the show. Let's talk about some hitters.
Let's do it.
I'm not even going to contribute. Give me some hitters you like. What do you got?
Well,
who do you like for the best?
I think the clear top stack, in terms of ownership and attention tonight is going to be the Rays.
Okay.
They are implied for over 6 runs tonight. They're taking on Matt Harvey. We've been picking on poor Matt Harvey all season. I know he's had some stretches where he's looked like he's started to figure things out, but the man still owns an ERA over 6 for the year. He's allowing home runs by the boatload. And the Rays are good offensively. You know, they don't have a ton of names that you look at and you're like, oh, wow, stud. This guy's a stud. Except for Wander Franco, who is a stud, by the way.
Yes.
But
both like, baseball wise and looks wise.
Every way. Every single way. So I think that they're going to be sort of the de facto top option, but they are pricey.
Yeah.
You know, they've got 7 of their 9 hitters are 4,200 or more. 6 are at least 4,600. So, like, if you want to play a Garrett Cole, or if you want to roll the dice on an Aaron Nola, like, it's going to be really tough to fit one of those guys and stack the Rays. And I'm much more bullish on, like, I want a stud pitcher because that's how I build my lineups. I don't punt both pitching spots. It's just very tough for me to do that. Because, like I said, I think Garrett Cole is probably the only pitcher on today's slate who has the 40 burger in his range of outcomes.
No, that's fair. And I would definitely agree with you here too. And I think it's telling that you talked about the numbers that Matt Harvey has put up recently compared to, you know, a good stretch that we saw. In the month of July, Matt Harvey had unbelievable numbers. Like, who was this guy? A 2.31 FIP, a 0.00 home run per 9 inning. Didn't give up a home run in the month of July. How is that possible? This guy stinks. How is he not giving up home runs? Walks
having a 2.31 FIP with a 5.73 K9 is almost impossible.
Impossible. But he did it. He did it. And then right when everybody started to believe, right after he can form this ball of confidence, what does he do? What Matt Harvey always does. He takes that ball and punts it and destroys your dreams. Because in the month of August, 6.91 FIP, 2.84 home run per 9 inning, 3.3 walks per 9 inning. And guess what? The K is up 8. A K9 of 8 in the month of August. How is that possible? So when he's actually getting shelled, that's when he strikes guys out. When he's cruising along, no strikeouts to be had. This guy is an absolute abomination as a human and a baseball player. Maybe a good human, but at least in terms of daily fantasy, I want nothing to do with him. I'm never going to trust that guy again. It's amazing the peaks and valleys that this guy hits at the tender age of 32 years old. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. So, yes, the Rays are definitely one of the top stacks for tonight, but like you mentioned, very, very expensive. To that end, what's a cheap stack? Because we like the cheap stacks. We like being cheap. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
We like the 2-for-1 deal. So we like going cheap.
I'm a penny pincher for sure.
You are definitely a penny pincher. You're a penny pincher with the compliments too.
You're
but
damn
so give
right.
me so give me a cheap
earn 'em.
stack. You do have to earn that exactly what Kenny earned that today. Kenny absolutely earned that today. He won't get another one probably for the rest of the year, but he earned it today. What's the cheap stack you like? What's the under the radar?
I love the Brewers tonight. Their implied team total is also pretty significant. It's over 5 runs.
Yeah.
But you look at their offense, man, they are cheap. You do have Yelich. He's 4,900, and he is in a lefty-lefty matchup. I think that makes him virtually like unowned tonight, but I do not fear Mr. Albers here for the Twins. Who's
this guy?
I think he's making just his second start of the year.
I was going to say of his life.
He's been around for a long time. He spent time in the KBO. He's been all over the place.
Oh, he's one of those guys. Okay.
Yes. So I have no problem paying 4,900 for him. But then look at, the rest of the lineup. You don't got to pay more than 3,900 for any of these guys.
It's remarkable.
Colton Wong leadoff 3,700, Urias 3,700, Avisail Garcia, who is pretty good against left-handed pitchers, or at least he has been in the past.
Always has been.
3,900. Lorenzo Cain 2,700. Like, you can stack up this team, no problem. Pair him with Garrett Cole, piece of cake.
Yep. And I would say if you want to get real fancy, Manny Pena, who's always been good against lefties, batting in the 7 hole for 3,300, because that takes care of 2 things. it gives you a cheap bat, and you're punting the catcher. No problem. We love doing that. We love all of the above. Checks all the boxes.
I
That's
would have
what we
said
like.
that, but I honestly didn't know if 3,300 was considered punting in your eyes.
I would say 3,500 and below is punting the
Okay.
catcher. Would you say that's a fair threshold?
I think that's very fair.
Yeah. So 35 and below. Thank you for asking. That's kind of like my trademark. And I appreciate you, clarifying that. But yeah, 3,300, that is absolutely punting the catcher. Especially when we're in a day and age, and I bring this up all the time, where $6,000 for a DFS hitter is the new normal. So, cut that in half. That's a punt. That's a punt to me. It may not be a punt to all of you, but it's a punt to me. And that fits the criteria. Well, Pena's always had good numbers against lefties, good power numbers against lefties. Punt the catcher, mix up the stack a little bit. That's what you want to do with the Brewers. I like that one a lot. I actually am sold on that now, and I do like that one a lot. Queenie, what up, girl? Will 1 through 4 J stock be chalky tonight? I don't think so. Because
I think the Jays could be a little overlooked.
I think so too. Going up against Matt Manning. I do think I don't think they're going to be chalky at all, because unlike teams we're talking about, the Brewers, these guys are expensive almost top to bottom. Bo Bichette 4,700, Marcus Semien 5,000, Vlad Guerrero Jr. 5,800. I pulled a redemption for his auto the other day, by the way. Just wanted to let you know.
Ooh.
Yeah, I like that. I was pretty excited about that. Teoscar Hernandez 4,800, and then you get a little bit cheap with Corey Dickerson, who don't sleep on him, by the way.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you're stacking the Blue Jays, add in Corey Dickerson at 3,100.
Yes, absolutely. Corey Dickerson, for whatever reason, is always in one of my minds like one of the most overlooked hitters in baseball. Like ever since he left the Rockies, and he's made a couple stops in the meantime, always underpriced, but always has really, really good power numbers against righties, except for I think it was 2019 when he was hurt for most of the year. But other than that, always been somebody who's had great power numbers against righties. But if you're stacking 1 through 4, I would say go ahead and add Dickerson to the mix as well. There's no reason that not to, because he'll help even out that stack a little bit too as well. So add Dickerson into that stack going up against Matt Manning, who, if I am not mistaken, I'm just going to try to pull this up quick on the fly, I believe his numbers against righties are not good at all. If I remember correctly, I'm just throwing this up on Fangraphs.com, which should always be a pillar of your research. Matt LaMarca and I love Fangraphs.com.
I
It
do.
is it's basically my homepage when the MLB season's going on. Matt Manning against lefties this season, 350 WOBA, 5.45, holy crap, 5.45, get it right, Steve, FIP, and a 1.1 home run over 9. Doesn't give up a ton of home runs, but obviously not good numbers against lefties. So 3,100, I will take that matchup all day.
Yeah, more walks per 9 than strikeouts per 9 against left-handed batters.
Yeah, that's incredible.
It's not good.
Brian in the chat, always on the show, friend of the show. I know LaMarca loves the Pittsburgh Pirates stack. That he does. He's an animal. But I actually feel like that's a strong play against Jay Happ tonight. What do you think? So I have something that I need to share, and I'm glad this came up.
Oh, boy.
Jay Happ, for whatever reason, since he's been trading to the Cardinals, has been hashtag kind of good. And it bothers me a lot, because the amount of money that I've made this season on MLB, a lot of it has come from Jay Happ. So when I start giving it back to the books, I get a little upset, because that was like my go-to. Like every 5 days, I'd be like, hey guys, talking to my family. Hey, everybody, tomorrow we will be eating well because Jay Happ is pitching tonight. There's an abundance of money coming our way because I'm going to win a lot of money off Jay Happ. That has not happened in the month of August at all. In the month of August, a 1.99 ERA, a 4.58 FIP, which is not great, but that bad luck or, getting lucky hasn't ended yet. I don't know if the Pirates are going to be that team to turn the season back around where it should be, but this is your team.
So I love the opportunity to try and buy the Pittsburgh Pirates, but Tonight's not the night, unfortunately. I don't care about Hap's 1.99 ERA in August, but I do care that the total on this game has dropped from 9 to 8.5. Yep. And the Pirates have gone from around plus 135 to plus 155.
Yeah.
So everything is pointing towards the Pirates offense kind of not having a great night tonight.
And they're
Plus,
not
they're
good
the Pirates offense.
Right, which is always the one that you back. But not only that, no Brian Reynolds in the lineup.
Correct. Yeah.
So it's like, not that he's like this offensive juggernaut, but it's like they only have so many pieces. They only have so many pieces that you can remove. And he's one of those guys. Now, Yoshi Tsugo, I didn't even know he was on the Pirates. Did you know that?
I only know because I saw their lineup the other day, and it was Michael Chavis batting leadoff and Tsugo hitting cleanup, and I didn't realize that either of those players were on that team.
Yeah, true. Yeah, absolutely. So you take Reynolds out of the mix, it's a tough lineup, man. And for whatever reason, Hap has been getting lucky. Maybe the change needed to be done to go to St. Louis and refine himself, but it's going to change at some point. The FIP tells all. The FIP doesn't lie. Okay, the ERA lies. The FIP lies. But it's a sad story. My family hasn't eaten well the whole month of August. It's really upsetting. And I would just like that to change. I need to find a new guy to keep going up against. That guy tonight might be Shane McClanahan going up against the Orioles. That might be the guy tonight to go against. Orioles, 2 wins in a row. Yep, might be.
They're hot. Break up the Orioles.
Well, hold on. Plus 180 for the Orioles tonight, Matt LaMarca. How do you feel about that?
I think I'd rather just take the over. I don't want to bet
fair.
on Matt Harvey keeping their offense at bay.
That's a great point. But the over is close to even money, so at minus 105. So I can roll with that. That's fine with me.
Sure. Or even, I know you love the team totals. Maybe just the Orioles team total. That's probably a very reasonable 4.5, something like that. 3.5.
Oh, hey, we're eating good tomorrow. Orioles total 3.5. Get up the good silverware. We go from plastic to non-plastic when we eat well. 3.5. That's shocking. That's actually shocking that it's only 3.5. Why would it be 3.5?
If you add those up, it's only 9 runs, but the over/under on the game is 10 runs. So I'm with you. I'm having a hard time following the logic of this.
I mean, it's Friday. I get it.
There it goes. It's like they were listening to me. But the Rays side changed, not the Orioles side. So now at least the total equals 10.
But I mean, we caught that. That was on screen. Like we saw that happen live. They're listening.
Clearly my power,
We got to talk like this moving forward. I mean, it's good when we move the lines, but we don't want it to, do that. 3.5. I will take that right now. That is now my favorite bet of the night. Over 3.5. Baltimore Orioles minus 125. Do it. I'm telling you right now. Do it. Thank me later. You can move on from the plastic cutlery if you take that bet tonight. I'm telling you. You will eat well tomorrow.
Break out the fine china.
Yeah.
I kind of hinted at this earlier, but my bet of the evening is going to be the Washington Nationals at plus 180, plus 170, whatever the number is.
Mm-hmm.
The Mets haven't hit all season. I see no reason why that would change now.
Yeah.
Paolo Espino, is he good? No. The Mets haven't hit bad pitchers all year, good pitchers, mediocre pitchers. I think Francisco Lindor struck out in a slow pitch softball game the other day. So I have no qualms about saying that the Mets offense is going to struggle. And Rich Hill is not that good. So I don't understand why they are minus 200 favorites in this game. Makes no sense to me.
I'm with you. You know how to get real frisky on a Friday night? Ready? Watch me. Put the screen share back up, and then I'll wrap up. All right. Promise to put the screen share back up, and then I'll wrap up. Okay. Andrew, say yes. Okay. He says we're up. Ready? This is how you do a Friday night. Boom. Boom. That's it.
Little 386.
Mm-hmm. And then you know what
All
you do?
need is a nice glass of Di Serono.
Yeah. Oh, talking to me, baby. And then here. Ready? Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
$1,000 on that for a nice $4,860 payout. I would say not to do this. It's a joke. Just take away 1-0, and it's not a joke anymore. Okay. All right. That is going to wrap this up for this oddly entertaining, oddly wonderful Friday, August 27th. Matt LaMarca, I appreciate it. I was always glad to be back in the seat. I didn't appreciate the backhanded compliments, but they are what they are. Varda says, Steve, you haven't even mentioned that you won 10 grand on the slots. That is true.
Unbelievable luck box.
We still got some of it right over here, baby. Okay. I'm not going to do that. That's not very nice. Some people are using plastic silverware. All right. That's going to wrap it up for the show tonight. As always, I appreciate you guys watching. Thanks, everybody in the back and the producers. Thank you, Matt LaMarca. Good luck with your lineups. Good luck with your bets. I'll be back here Tuesday with Gary and Thorne. And then Matt LaMarca will be back a week from today. Catch you then.